Fox 8 Local First starts now.
Good afternoon, John Snell along with Meg Gatto as we continue our coverage of tracking the imminent landfall along Louisiana's coast of Hurricane Ida.
Right now it's a Category 2 storm, but it's projected to rapidly strengthen into a Category 4.
Governor Edwards is expected to hold a news conference really any minute now, so we'll go to that when that happens. The empty podium for now, so let's go to the other podium, the virtual podium. Bruce?
I'd rather not be on a podium today, but hey, we're going to do what we got to do to keep you safe. All right, we're going to go to Governor Edwards as soon as he steps up, but outside right now, you know, it's dark out there. We've got spotty showers around. That has nothing to do with the hurricane as of yet. Now, the newest advisory we have was 1 o'clock. New entire suite of information coming in at 4. That will be a major update, and we should get more information coming up in the next hour or two. So winds were at 100. We know that this is strengthening. We do expect it to become a 2 to a 3 and then eventually a 4. So that 2 already hit. 3 later on tonight, and tomorrow into the midday, a Category 4 making landfall somewhere in southeast or south central Louisiana. All right, we're going to interrupt. Let's go to Governor Edwards with the latest.
And at the conclusion of my remarks, we'll take questions, and certainly they're going to be available to answer any questions you might want to direct to them or that require their knowledge. Unfortunately, there's not been a lot of change in the forecasted track or intensity of Hurricane Ida since our last press conference yesterday afternoon. So we're still looking at a very strong Category 4 hurricane making landfall, likely in Terrebonne Parish, tomorrow afternoon or evening. Now, the forecasted landfall is for 7 p.m. What I want to make sure people understand is that's the point at which the leading edge of the eye wall will cross from the Gulf onto land. At that point in time, about half of the storm is already over land. So don't listen to that and think you have until 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, but before the storm itself is going to be over land. That is not so. The wind speed at landfall is projected to be sustained in the neighborhood of 140 miles per hour. This is a very strong storm. Ben Schott of the National Weather Service is not here today. He is in New Orleans. He is working extremely hard, but I do have some of the most recent slides to put up and share with you. One of the things that you're going to see is just about the entire state is under some type of warning or watch. And so everybody out there needs to be very careful. I don't want folks who are further inland to be caught off guard because there's a potential for 110 mile per hour sustained winds as far north as the Louisiana-Mississippi line, but also from Lafayette through Baton Rouge to New Orleans and all points south, including the river parishes. And I would point out that 110 mile per hour wind, that is Category 2 strength winds. So that's a Cat 2 hurricane there. And so while the storm will weaken after it makes landfall, it is such a strong storm at the outset that it's going to be extremely powerful as far north as Baton Rouge and even further. We expect storm surge of 10 to 15 feet between Morgan City and the mouth of the Mississippi River, from 7 to 11 feet from the mouth of the river to Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And so if you just look at that geography, the storm surge will impact St. Mary Parish, Terrebonne Parish, Lafourche Parish, Jefferson Parish the most. But there will be impacts well away from that, and certainly Plaquemines Parish and St. Bernard will be challenged with storm surge as well. 8 to 16 inches of rain with locally higher amounts possible. And that higher amount could be 20 or more inches, and that's Sunday through Tuesday. And as a result, and by the way, there's a big confluence of all of these areas, but again, stretching from Lafayette through Baton Rouge over to New Orleans and Point South, that's where they're expecting the heaviest rainfall. And you hate to make comparisons with other storms because every storm is different, but remember that last year with Laura, we had very strong winds extending through most of the state because of how strong it was and how large that storm was. Well, we're going to see something very similar with Hurricane Ida. With the rain amounts that I just mentioned, flash flooding is a very real concern, and this is a very large storm. One of the things the National Weather Service told us that from the center of the storm extending eastward, it could be up to 160 miles, and then another 120 or 130 miles over to the west. So you're looking at something that could be 300 miles long. River flooding is also possible, especially on the North Shore area. Now, we're catching a little bit of a break here because the rivers don't start off at flood stage, and we haven't had as much rainfall over the last couple of weeks as we had been experiencing earlier in the year. But it doesn't take many hours of rain that's falling at the rate that they're talking about before those rivers could be at flood stage. One of the things that we were told today by the National Weather Service during our Unified Command Group meeting is that they are extremely confident in the current track and the intensity as forecasted for Hurricane Ida. And you really don't hear them speaking very often about that level of confidence. So we can sum it up by saying this will be one of the strongest hurricanes to hit anywhere in Louisiana since at least the 1850s. We can also tell you that your window of time is closing. It is rapidly closing. And just like we said yesterday, by the time you go to bed tonight, you need to be where you intend to ride this storm out, and you need to be as prepared as you can be, because weather will start to deteriorate very quickly tomorrow. By 8 a.m., we expect tropical storm force winds to start to move into the inland across southern Louisiana. And while you've been preparing, so has the state, so has local government, and we have certainly had assistance from our federal partners. And I'll just give you some updates from state agencies at this time. I can tell you that the Department of Transportation has waived the hours of service for truckers responding to Hurricane Ida. I've been watching the traffic cameras across the interstate systems of Louisiana for much of the day. And part of the good news is that many people are heeding the evacuation orders, both mandatory and voluntary evacuation orders, and they are evacuating. This is causing some areas with high congestion. We just ask people to be patient. This is going to be part of the process. Everyone can do themselves a little favor by checking with 511la.org, or you can go to the 511LA app for traffic information. Find out if roads are closed, if detours are in effect, and if alternate routes are needed. At the present time, we have 137 coach buses in place in Louisiana, spread from Lafayette across east towards the New Orleans area and multiple vehicle staging areas. The vast majority of these resources will be focused on southeast Louisiana. We also have 19 paratransit buses, and they've already been assisting in the evacuation of a number of nursing homes. We will have another 38 more coaches on hand by Monday. It is important to note that debris on the roadway and high water can occur at any time during the storm because of the impact of the wind and the floodwaters. DOTD crews may not be able to get to these locations to erect signs and barricades and provide warning before motorists experience these things. So please be mindful of this. Don't drive unless you have to once the weather gets bad. When there's water on the road and you're not 100% certain you know exactly how deep it is and what the current is, do not drive through it. Turn around. Don't drown. You should treat every down power line as if it's live and deadly. I can tell you that the CPRA is tracking 692 gates across the coastal zone. As of this morning's briefing, 246 of those gates were closed, and that's up considerably from yesterday's report. For just the second time in the history of the Hurricane Risk Reduction System in New Orleans, we will fully activate that system tomorrow morning. Coastal parishes across southeast Louisiana have been working extremely hard to shore up certain areas in their protection systems. For example, Terrebonne Parish is performing super SAC operations to shore up low-lying areas in Lower DeLarge. Lafourche Parish completed sandbag operations to shore up low areas on Reach K of its system in the Morganza to the Gulf levees. The National Guard currently has 4,013 National Guard soldiers and airmen activated in support of emergency operations. We will get to more than 5,000 guardsmen available to respond to the storm. And in fact, the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and coordination for possible assistance with sister states for assets that we may not have or may not have enough of them in Louisiana is ongoing. But just in terms of the National Guard, their search and rescue assets are staged currently across 14 parishes. They have 164 high water vehicles, 62 boats, and 34 helicopters ready to support and assist in search and rescue operations. 650 state, EMAC, and FEMA USAR personnel. Now, EMAC, that's when we request assistance from another state. FEMA is when we receive, obviously, search and rescue individuals directly from the federal government. We have a total of 650 of these that will be in place by tonight. And the number of boats there, just with the Louisiana Fire Marshal's Office, for example, is 150 that are staged across South Louisiana. We have the potential to get to 900 such search and rescue people by Monday if needed. The Louisiana Sheriff's Association and the Alcohol Tobacco Control have also committed their personnel and assets to search and rescue efforts. And the Fire Marshal's Office is also working with 2 volunteer boat search and rescue organizations as well as state partners, including the National Guard and Wildlife and Fisheries. And Wildlife and Fisheries currently has 169 agents with trucks and boats prepared, staged, and ready for movement. I have an update for you on the number of linemen in the state prepared to respond to power outages. We now have 10,000 linemen staged in the state of Louisiana, and that number will get up to 20,000 very quickly with out-of-state linemen who've already been contracted. They will be called in as necessary and when necessary. Tomorrow, state offices will be closed in the same 38 parishes that we mentioned yesterday. And we've also made the additional determination that on Monday, all state offices will be closed across the state of Louisiana. Gave you a break. I didn't want to have to read through 38 parishes. As of 6 a.m. today, shelters began to open across the state of Louisiana. We have just a few dozen people in state shelters at the time. Right now, any individual looking for shelter in a parish that is called for an evacuation, look first to the shelters in your parish. So contact your Office of Emergency Preparedness. And you can also text LA Shelter to 211, or you can just dial 211 to get shelter information. If you need to find out how to contact your parish Office of Emergency Preparedness, you can get that information under contacts at getagameplan.org. You can also get that information by going through the 211 system, as I just mentioned. So you can text LA Shelter to 898-211 or call 211. If you can stay with friends or family outside of your area, if you're evacuating, that's wonderful. You need to have conversations about that process and any COVID-related concerns ahead of time. I would urge people that if you're evacuating, perhaps from coastal Louisiana, don't have as your destination, if at all possible, a location in the Baton Rouge or Lafayette areas. The storm intensity, the amount of rain that we expect to get, the wind, as I mentioned earlier, is just too strong in these areas, so please evacuate further west, further north than the Lafayette, Baton Rouge area, if at all possible. When you evacuate with essential items you're going to need if you're away from home for an extended period of time, including food, water, PPE, medicine, your pets. If you have questions about what you need to do to prepare to evacuate, to include any oxygen needs that you might have because of a health issue, you can call 211. I don't have all the COVID numbers for you today because it's a Saturday. We don't typically report them. What I can say is currently we have 2,450 individuals hospitalized across the state of Louisiana with COVID-19. And I'm very thankful that that's a drop. That's a drop of about 20% in the last 10 days. And that's very helpful going into this hurricane, especially since we know that the evacuation of our hospitals is not an option. But that still puts us in a very precarious position because that 2,450 people is still higher than the amount we had hospitalized at any time in the 3 surges prior to the current 4th surge. And as I close out and prepare to take your questions, I just want to talk to the people of Louisiana. I know that tomorrow, for many people, is a very difficult anniversary. It is the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. I'm also aware that it's very painful to think about another powerful storm like Hurricane Ida making landfall on that anniversary. But every storm is different. They all bring their own challenges. But I also want you to know that we're not the same state that we were 16 years ago. We have a hurricane risk reduction system in place because of the generosity of the people of the United States of America that we didn't have before. And outside of that hurricane risk reduction system, we also have tremendous investments in protection across South Louisiana with levees and gates and pumps. And having said all that, this system is going to be tested. There's no doubt. The people of Louisiana are going to be tested. But we are resilient and tough people. And we're going to get through this. The state, the local government, our federal partners, we're all doing everything that we can to prepare for and be positioned to quickly respond to the needs of the people of Louisiana with respect to Hurricane Ida. But we need the people of Louisiana to be prepared as well. And really you have, the window is closing quickly because you have until about dark tonight to really get it done. Again, the weather's going to degrade very quickly tomorrow. And by 7 p.m. tomorrow night, the northern half of Hurricane Ida should be over land. Please monitor the weather, pay close attention to local authorities, heed their guidance, be safety-minded. Many people are going to lose electricity. That electricity can be out for a long time. And yeah, the absence of air conditioning can just make you uncomfortable. But if you get out there and you work too hard, you can end up, and you don't have an opportunity to cool off, you can end up with heat exhaustion. If you operate a generator in a way that's not safe, you can die from carbon monoxide poisoning. If you try to operate machinery, like a chainsaw, for example, to clean up, and you're not accustomed to that, if you get up on a roof and you fall, all of these things, I'm saying these things because this is what's happened in the past, where the loss of life has resulted more from post-storm activities than from the storm themselves. So let's prepare, let's pray, let's be safe, and let's help one another. So please check on your elderly neighbors. Call your elderly relatives. If you've got special needs individuals who live around you, make sure you take a little time and check on them as well. So with that, I'll take questions. I'll say we intend to do a press conference again tomorrow at about 2 o'clock. We'll let you know if that changes. So we'll take some questions now, and you can feel free to address your questions to me or to any of these individuals who are here. Anything? Okay. Well, we will be back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Unless something changes, we'll certainly let you know. I don't need to drink this water, I don't think. But thank you all very much for continuing to cover this, and the work that the media will do over the next however many days will be incredibly important to keep people informed and to keep them safe. So I appreciate the work that you all do as well. So thank you all, and God bless.
All right, Governor John Bel Edwards, and apparently the quietest press corps in recorded history, with no questions for the governor, but he said, noting that the entire state was under virtually a warning or a watch, 110-mile-an-hour winds at the Mississippi-Louisiana state line, meaning a Category 2. The governor said the window to evacuate was closing, and noted, of course, on this 16th anniversary, the emotional toll that that anniversary date will take for people.
Yeah.
Just on a personal note, we were talking just a moment ago. I knew someone who, to the governor's point about after the storm passes deaths, I knew someone who died after Katrina when a tree fell on him as he was doing repairs and cleanup. Do yourself a favor, and if you haven't used a generator and you just bought one, and a lot of people know how to use them, get online while you've got an internet connection. Do a little bit of research. They've got a good site at GoSep with some advice. A lot of people, we had 5 members of one family in Lake Charles die last year when carbon monoxide poisoning got into one house. Yeah. A couple years ago, there's a gentleman who they tell you to let the generator cool down. I've heard some people disagree, but either way, there were some sparks and a resulting fire. Just now's a good window of opportunity to take into account some things, because you may not have an internet connection afterwards when you're looking for how-tos. There were 9 deaths after Hurricane Laura in southwest Louisiana, all resulting from generators. And, we saw a picture earlier from, I think it was a Home Depot in St. Bernard Parish, a very, very long line of people all buying generators. We don't know if these people are buying them for the very first time, but if you don't know, you shouldn't even put it, obviously inside of a structure, but they're saying not even inside a garage, not inside a carport, because this generator needs to have enough room to kind of let the fumes go out. Right. So just a note there, lots of people were flooding the stores and buying perhaps their first ever generator. So with that, let's go to Bruce Katz, who's got the very latest now. About an hour and 15 or an hour and 20 minutes from now, we'll get the track. But Bruce, you're thinking maybe it might edge to the east.
I think it will, and I'll show you why in just a moment. Right now, this is the 1 o'clock advisory. We will be getting the 4 o'clock advisory. At that point, it's 100-mile-per-hour winds, and earlier at 4 a.m. it was 85. So it's gone to a Category 2, moving northwest at 16, and we still expect that rapid intensification, 3 to a 4, 7 a.m., and then moving inland areas. Now, this indication is west of Houma. But I'm going to show you an indication of some new information that is actually more so on the Lafourche and Terrebonne line. So that shift, if it does come to fruition, could be huge on impacts of New Orleans. But we're going to let the job get done by the Hurricane Center, but we're just giving our information as we see it as well. We take the information from the Hurricane Center, but here at Fox 8, we challenge each other, and we kind of put our own information out that we think, but we're going to always go with what they think and what they say. If we see something different, we'll certainly tell you, because that's what you want to know. Now, early Monday morning, the storm lifts northward, and then eventually it dissipates and moves on out. So this is going to be a big 24-hour blow to the area as it moves in during the morning hours tomorrow into the morning to midday on Monday. Here's that loop current, and the reason why it's going to increase in strength. We have a lot of deep tropical moisture all the way to the Louisiana coast. On top of that, we have very low wind shear. And I just want to show you Viper radar right now. You're out and about, probably cleaning out maybe the backyard, putting up the kids' toys, the garbage cans, the outdoor furniture, potted plants. Make sure you put them up, because we're going to see some very strong winds in the city and as far east even as Slidell. Here's a look now at the cloud mass, and this is our daylight shot, and it definitely has the eye, and it's continuing with that, moving off to the northwest, and it looks like, again, we may see some more intensification going on. You can see the banding going in right around the actual center. Now, as we take a look, as far as the tropical satellite, we enhance it, and you can see some of the darker areas wrapping around the center as it makes its way off to the west-northwest. As of the 10 o'clock advisory, we were looking at, once again, 380 southeast of Houma. It's, of course, closer because it's been going over the last several hours at about northwest at 16. Now, when to be ready, we are expecting, and these numbers could actually jump up if we have that eastward shift. These could be increased maybe up to 5 or 4 a.m. So we're going to have to pay attention, too, on the timing of winds. But right now, 6 a.m., coastal areas by 9 to 10 in the city. As we move into the noon hour to 1 o'clock, on the North Shore already, moving into Washington Parish by 2, and then higher winds, tropical storm force winds in the orange coming into Grand Isle, and these are the worst of the winds, hurricane force winds of 74 or greater as it moves off to the north and to the west. Now, something I want to point out, if we indeed do see that eastward shift, which is very possible, this area here probably would go to here, to the river parishes on the eastern eye, and then these areas would go into basically New Orleans, maybe off to New Orleans east. So this shift is going to be a very close call on how much wind we get. Nevertheless, if you're thinking about evacuating, Baton Rouge, not the place to go. That storm's going to go basically right over the area, bringing with it heavy rain, gusty winds, isolated tornadoes on that eastern side. We have to watch out for tornadoes. So once again, I would definitely go well to the east, northeast, or well to the west or northwest. Those are the areas to go. Now, why the eastward shift, and why are we thinking this way? Well, first of all, if you remember the last 2 days, these ensemble models, the GFS, very reliable models, the American models, were clustered yellow all over Houma. Well, we see more map, right? Where's the cluster of yellow now? Port Fourchon, to the west, closer to the river parishes. So this is going to be an area we're going to watch, and look how much closer that is to New Orleans. From here to here is a big difference. From here to here, much smaller. So again, you place most of the heavier winds eastward by 30 or 40 miles, and we could certainly be in that. Now, here's a look at the newest ensemble models. Now, these are the computer models that take all the different scenarios in, and you'll notice that this is the main track that we're watching that the models take in from the Hurricane Center, and you'll notice, well, here's western Terrebonne, here's central Terrebonne, eastern Terrebonne, and wait a minute, Lafourche. So it's on the border now of Lafourche and Terrebonne, not western Terrebonne. So that shift certainly is closer to the river parishes, Laplace, over toward western Kenner, parts of Metairie. This area here, dependent on how broad the wind field is, as it moves inland, that wind field could be much closer to the city of New Orleans. So again, now is the time that you need to really start getting those preps pretty much done. If you're going to leave, you got to be out of Dodge in the next couple of hours, because this is going to be a situation where you don't want to be driving at night. Tonight we're expecting spotty showers, not so much with the storm, but still weather not the best. And then by morning, things are going to rapidly deteriorate. Now, of course, we're going to be looking at these numbers as well. This is tropical storm force winds 39 or greater. We know we're going to get those 90, 95 up to 100. We know that's going to happen. 39 or greater, power outages, numerous power outages throughout the area. What about hurricane force winds at 74 or greater? This number is going to be a number that we're going to be watching as we go into the 4 o'clock hour. 29% right now. And of course, as the storm begins to move inland, these numbers grow. But notice what I see now. Look how lopsided the biggest wind field is. This probably is going to have to shift here, because that would be the central part of the wind field coming in. So all indications are it will move eastward. Maybe just to the east of Houma. You're still going to be in the western eye wall. It doesn't help you too much, and it doesn't even help the city of New Orleans much, because if we put that center line right in this area here where the main line is, that pushes everything and the percentages higher toward the metropolitan area. Also, we've got storm surge. 4 to 7 feet in Lake Pontchartrain. That's more so on the western edge, approaching Lake Maurepas, and the northern end toward Mandeville. That's that very strong southeast to easterly wind, and these winds, Shell Beach, over to Bay St. Louis and Venice, 7 to 11 feet. Storm moves in, very strong easterly winds, piling up water, but the big surge, storm coming in this vicinity here, you're going to be pushing water up to 10 to 15 feet, possibly as far west as Cocodrie, all the way to Grand Isle and the mouth of the river. So you know the drill, you know where you live, you know your elevation, you know when you have surges. These are exceptional surges, I know that, but how much water or damage you can get. So you need to prepare now. That window is closing. As you can see, water vapor loop, here's the center, here's the upper low that was bringing shear to it about a day or two ago. That now is moving off to the west. In fact, notice this gold, that's the dry air. That now is moving down to the southwest, upper high building in over the eastern Gulf, and what that means is outflow. We're seeing basically like a chimney, all that smoke coming out and spreading out. That's exactly what the storm is doing, as it has all the ingredients to grow stronger. Look at the radar coming in now of Tampa. This thing is shooting a good 250 miles offshore, radar about 300 miles, and you'll notice that it's picking up storms around the eastern side of the center. We're talking several hundred miles from the radar. So you know that those are intense thunderstorms, and that is that eastern side. So as it moves in, eastern side is New Orleans. We're going to be looking at all this area here within these squalls, easily wind gust up to 50, 60, up to maybe 80 to 100 miles per hour at times. So once again, rainfall is going to be a big issue. 8 to 12, up to 15, isolated up to 20 inches of rain, certainly a possibility. On top of that, this entire area will be watching out for the threat of tornadoes. When you have landfalling storms and friction, you do have the threat of tornadoes. And finally, if you're thinking the last gasp effort to get out, you don't want to go to Mobile, Jackson, New Orleans, or Lake Charles, Alexandria, Monroe. This is the hot spot. That's where the storm's moving in with impacts. You've got to go well north and east to Montgomery, maybe Atlanta, or east of Destin toward Apalachicola, far west to Houston, Austin, Dallas, Shreveport, Little Rock. So this is the area within red that you would have to avoid. So I'll tell you, Meg, John, it's going to be a close call. My indication is it's going to shift maybe a little east of Houma now, more so right on the border of Terrebonne and Lafourche. And people may say, well, that's not that really big of a deal, but you know, when you're moving at 25, 30 miles and those winds on the eastern eye wall come closer to, say, Metairie and Kenner and those areas, it's a big deal. And that's what we're talking about, those very fine lines of movement. We're so close on the edge. I just can't reiterate it enough. It sounds like a broken record, but when you're this close, I mean, any deviation, catastrophic or bad. I'm not going to say medium, because we're going to have a lot of damage and power outages, but you don't want to be in the catastrophic side, and that's where the eastern eye wall is going to be.
Yeah, your tree down is one thing. Your roof off is something else.
Without question. And, you know, power out for maybe 3 weeks a month.
Right.
Good point. All right. Thanks, Bruce.
You bet.
All right. In the meantime, there's a mandatory evacuation in order in the Lafitte area, as there is in so many of these lower lying areas.
Hurricane Ida is expected to bring high tides and heavy rain to the area. Real One Belogan is there live with an update for us.
Meg, John, exactly right. Folks here in John Lafitte are anticipating that large tidal surge there, and it's a lot of rainfall. That's why that mandatory evacuation is in order and in effect at this hour. And joining us now is Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng. Cynthia, kind of talk to us a little bit. We know some people are still on the area here. They haven't evacuated yet. For those who are watching right now, what do you want to let them know?
So we're here in Lafitte. This is outside of the levee protection system, and this is a mandatory evacuation. Look, this storm tracked closer to us. We know this is going to be a very strong storm. We know this storm is going to last for a very long time. So, you know, if you're outside the levee protection system, you need to leave, and you need to leave very quickly. Time is closing for that period of time to leave. And even if you're within the levee protection system, it's best to get out. My family's out. Most of my friends are out. This is going to be a very, very dangerous storm, the strength of which we have not seen for a very, very long time. And as I said, it's tracking closer to us. So the window of time is really starting to shorten.
And some of the concerns people have told us, they're worried about the West Closure and how that may bring some water into Lafitte.
Right. The West Closure Complex, they've already closed the gates on that. They have not started pumping yet, obviously, but that brings a lot of water to the Lafitte area. So we're here in Lafitte. They're laying sandbags. But it's going to be very difficult. They get hit from the storm surge, and they're going to get hit from the West Closure Complex and all of that pumping as well. So it's going to be sort of a double whammy for this area, and they're going to be trapped in here. I mean, you know, so our teams are ready for search and rescue. Our teams, you know, our firefighters, sheriff's office have boats, and we'll have to rescue people. But the time for that not to happen is to leave, and the time to save lives is before the storm. So really, if you're on the fence, I know you think it's inconvenient and you like to defend your home. This is no time to be having that mindset. It is time to get to a safer place. And why put yourself through that? And why make first responders come rescue you? So they have families too. So let's be smart about this one. This one, you know, is scaring a lot of us, to be honest. And so please leave while you can.
And it may seem like something isn't top of mind for folks today, trash pickup. If they don't get their trash pickup, they need to move it away.
Yes, actually, we had a lot of garbage cans out. We still picked up trash today. You need to secure your home if you're staying, especially within the levee protection system and you're staying. Secure that garbage can, bring everything in, secure your outdoor furniture. Now's the time to do those last-minute repairs. We're also lucky to have the Louisiana National Guard here. We have 200 troop members here ready for the after effects of the storm and any assistance we may need from a security standpoint or from a search and rescue standpoint. So we're very busy making last-minute preparations today, but the message is to get out. There is still time. We traveled here. The roads are moving. There is still time to get out, and we don't want any regrets with this. So if you're on the fence, please leave.
Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng, thank you so much for her time. And just that message is being echoed around here to folks in the area. If you can leave, this is the time to do so. Reporting live, Real One Belogan, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, Real One Belogan, thank you. Christy Coleman, it seems the situation is just getting worse and worse on the roads.
That is right. Traffic is still a headache, guys. We've been reporting since 5 a.m. and the traffic has not changed. It has only gotten tighter. So if you're heading out eastbound, this is a look on the twin span, I-10 at mile marker 258. About halfway through, we have delays all the way back to New Orleans East. And if you are making this trip out eastbound, take a look at the map here. Jam-packed on the twin span all the way up to the Mississippi state line. I-59 has gotten tighter for those of you taking that route. So if you want to take an alternate, do know that 90 is seeing some very heavy delays at this point. Let's take a look at the causeway. We got a little slowdown heading up to I-12. I-12 not bad at all, but you will see some delays on 12 West once you make it into the Baton Rouge area. 190 would be a great alternative. If you don't want to take 12, 190 would be great for you. I-55 looks great heading up northbound. If you're heading westbound on I-10, Still 10 miles per hour between Kenner to the Bonnie Carey Spillway. Things will pick up on the Bonnie Carey Spillway, but again, you will see those heavy delays on I-10 in the Baton Rouge area. So no matter if you're heading westbound, eastbound, plan for delays. If you want to take Airline, we were seeing some slow spots. It looks like things are looking a little bit better in that direction. But again, I-10, you don't want to stick in this. You don't want to get stuck in this. We're seeing that bumper to bumper traffic headed westbound. This is in Kenner, I-10 at Loyola. That is a look at your local first traffic.
Thank you, Christy Coleman. We'll be back with more of our coverage of now Category 2, Hurricane Ida.
Everyone is searching for the right fit, to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Explore a long line of high-performance Italian design. Experience luxury and speed. And expect nothing less. Legacies don't just happen. It's just part of who we are. Drive a new 2021 Alfa Romeo with available financing of 0.9% with approved credit. Drive yours today, only at Alfa Romeo of Daytona.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
St. Tammany Parish is offering 3 shelters of last resort for the public.
They open this afternoon at 4. The locations are Creekside Junior High, Lee Road Junior High, Lyon Elementary, which is pet friendly, by the way. St. Tammany officials say they're concerned about wind, surge, and rain.
We can expect strong force winds late Sunday evening and early Monday morning. Also, strong wind gusts can be expected throughout the day on Monday. With that, of course, we can expect extensive tree damage and widespread power outages. In addition, we can expect 4 to 7 feet storm surge along the shores of Lake Pontchartrain from Gust Island in Mandeville to the Wrigley's in Slidell and all points in between. The hurricane is expected to bring 10+ inches of rain. And because we're on the east side of the eye, there's a strong possibility of tornadoes as well. We ask our citizens to continue to make preparations today. Food, water, medical supplies, batteries, gasoline, propane. Get your chainsaws ready.
All right, Parish President Mike Cooper in St. Tammany.
One of the things we've been talking about is, how important it is to know what you're doing if you're going to use a generator after the storm has passed, because the generator can be extremely dangerous.
They call it the silent killer.
It's odorless, colorless gas that by the time you're aware of an exposure, most of the time it's too late.
Carbon monoxide. It can come from many sources like this generator. Baton Rouge fireman Blake Mounts talks safety.
Want to make sure the generators are at least 10 feet away from the house at all times and not surrounded with objects. Even things such as pop-up tents, covered areas, things like that will hold that gas into place.
Fireman Mount says to make sure you keep this thing out of your house when it's running. As a matter of fact, you should be using a long, heavy-duty extension cord. This not only helps create some distance, but it will also help stop you and others from being electrocuted.
We never want to connect into a wall. We never want to try and tie that generator into our electrical box and run through the outlets of our wall unless it's done by a certified electrician. If they believe that power line to be dead and then you energize the cable using your generator, it can cause accidents involving our emergency responders.
Speaking of electricity, let's not run them in the rain either.
We never want to run our generators in the rain. Remember, a generator is creating electricity. We don't ever want to mix electricity with water. So anytime we're in rainy situations, let's shut the generator off, wait for it to clear out, and then fire a generator up once we've dried out.
Here are a few extra tips to keep in mind when using your generator. Keep a carbon monoxide detector in your home and check the batteries. Make sure it is unplugged before starting it up. Clean up any water or gasoline that may have spilled while refueling. These simple steps can help keep you and your family safe.
Well, St. Bernard Parish is expecting power outages, wind damage, flooding due to Ida. Natasha Robin is there live this afternoon.
And that's right, the concern pretty high in this community. Just to show you the effort that's going on here in St. Bernard Parish, this is one of the self-sandbagging locations. There are 4 of them located throughout St. Bernard Parish. The parish constantly coming and dumping sand here because the amount of people that continue to show up to get these sandbags to protect their homes from flooding, especially from that torrential rain that they're expecting to happen with Ida. Parish President Guy McGinnis said that, you know, his biggest concern is inside of the levee protection system, the amount of wind, the infrastructure damage that could happen, and then the torrential rainfall because the pumps will not be able to keep up. And with that, it could be flooding in neighborhoods and possibly water in homes. So the effort is great here in St. Bernard Parish, and we spoke with some folks earlier just what their biggest concern was.
Water. Rising water. That's my biggest concern. So that's why we're here with the sandbags, making sure that we protect the house and all of our assets and whatnot. It's rising water.
We're worried about our citizens. A lot of them have gotten out of town. We worry about them right now on the road. But now people need to hunker down, shelter in place. If your home cannot withstand the winds that we had during Zeta, you need to go to a friend's house nearby. If you need oxygen, you need to make sure you have 3 days to a week of oxygen. You need to make sure that if you're on life support and you need electricity, you need to get somewhere where you're going to have electricity.
And the parish president says there will be no shelter here in St. Bernard Parish. He said if you think you can leave, if you feel like you should leave, he thinks you should leave. So that window, though, obviously closing. Now, we can tell you that parish officials say a lot of residents have left this area. They have evacuated. They're on the roads right now, a lot of them stuck in traffic, but that's what they chose to do and get out of harm's way. Still, though, a lot of people are staying here. We saw long lines at Home Depot, people buying generators, and then also you can see the effort here, the sandbagging that's going on. It's quite an effort. A lot of people, this is a self-sandbagging location, so they're having to make their own sandbags. It's 10 sandbags per family. So, you know, it's a big effort that's going on here to protect their property when Ida, you know, comes rolling in. A lot of people very concerned about that water. Now, this is inside of the hurricane protection system. Outside of the hurricane protection system, on the lower end of St. Bernard Parish, you know, the water will rise. They're used to that with the east wind. They've been preparing for that for the last couple of days. Parish leaders put that rock dam over Florissant Highway to protect that roadway that typically goes underwater, and they do that so that people can continue evacuating their equipment and their trailers and their boats from the lower end of St. Bernard Parish to bring it above that flood wall along Highway 46. And that flood wall on Highway 46, we're told, will be closing. 6 o'clock tonight, that flood wall will be closed. You will not be able to get any more back and forth through that area. So it's important. This is the last few hours that people have to really evacuate their stuff from the lower end of the parish and then prepare. And parish president said, if you haven't left yet, You have a short window to do that, and then if you haven't left, it's time to hunker down and get ready for Ida. In St. Bernard Parish, Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks for that, Natasha. We'll be back with more of our coverage of now Category 2, Hurricane Ida.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Everyone is searching for the right fit, to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
Consider the difference between ordinary and extraordinary. Lease a new 2021 Peewee for $945 per month for 36 months. Or finance a new 2021 Levante for 1.49% for 72 months. Only at Maserati of Daytona.
If home is where the heart is, a roof is a shield. That's why for over 25 years, South Louisiana always turns to Garcia Roofing and Sheet Metal. For more information, visit garciadidmyroof.com.
As a VSP Premier Program doctor, you do so much to keep your patients' eyes healthy. We want to help you keep your practice healthy with a free customizable marketing toolkit. Download yours today at mypracticetoolkit.com.
You know, it occurs to us as we talk about bad news on top of bad news that it's important to step back and take a deep breath from time to time. From a hurricane surge standpoint, that's what kills more people than anybody else. And we are in a much better position here in metropolitan New Orleans along this footprint, if you will, where the hurricane levees exist. The federal government spent over $14 billion rebuilding and raising the levees, installing flood walls and gates. That includes addressing one of the weak points of the old system. There was nothing at the Lake Pontchartrain, to keep the water from pushing into the drainage canals, the outfall canals, and then up against the levees. That has been addressed here at the 17th Street Canal, also at London Avenue and Orleans. The Corps installed gates there and these giant pump stations that kick on during hurricane events. So that is right here on a map. And then another of the features is the so-called Great Wall, which is at this point the intersection of the old Mr. Go and the Intracoastal Waterway, crossing both St. Bernard and Orleans parishes. Technically, the lake-borne storm surge barrier, the single most expensive component of New Orleans' new levee system. $1.3 billion, including the gate structure that you see there over the Intracoastal Waterway, 26 feet high. You can actually drive across it. And then the Corps drove more of 1,000 of these, they called them soldier pilings, down 200 feet into the ground to build this giant wall that protects St. Bernard and Orleans and would prevent the kind of surge reaching neighborhoods as happened in Katrina. The West Bank has its own protection system over here, basically to the just southwest of Belchase, which the whole West Bank includes better levees, and then at this point, the world's largest drainage pumping station, the $1 billion West Closure Complex. The project was first operated, ironically, on August 29th, 2012, for Hurricane Isaac. It runs across the Intracoastal Waterway. When operated, the gates close, the pumps turn on to drain that portion of the West Bank. This entire system is designed to prevent flooding in the so-called 100-year storm, or a storm with a 1% chance of happening in any given year. Could levees be overtopped by some storm in the future? Of course they could, but engineers say that the city, overtopping is one thing, having a catastrophic failure is nothing else, and New Orleans, Metro New Orleans, in a much better position than it was 16 years ago.
Well, we've been talking about mandatory evacuations today. One of the places that has a mandatory evacuation order in effect right now, Grand Isle. Rob Krieger spent the morning there and has this report.
Here on Grand Isle, the deadline to move out boats and RVs has passed, but they're still urging people who may have something here on the island to get it out if they can. The other deadline is fast approaching, 6 p.m. tonight. They will close that gate south of Golden Meadow, effectively cutting off Grand Isle and Port Fourchon for anyone who might be trying to get out of harm's way. Now, folks here on Grand Isle believe that LA1 at some point, it is almost a certainty it will flood, cutting off the island here. They say anyone who remains on the island likely won't have emergency services available because they are urging everyone to get out. Now, Grand Isle Mayor David Carmadel tells me at least 90% of the residents here on the island have heeded the warning, which is big because a lot of folks here typically are able to ride out these storms. They've been through many tropical situations before and typically try to stay on their properties. But in this case, they say they don't want to take any chances. Of course, the mayor is concerned about the flood protection system here, the burrito levee that's been shored up over the past year or so, as well as the Back Bay flooding mitigation efforts there as well. He says they'll have to wait and see what the storm surge may bring from Ida, as well as those tropical force winds. But in the meantime, they are just urging anyone who may still be on the island to get out of town and get to higher and safer ground ahead of a potential landfall that they think could be catastrophic here on the island. Of course, we will keep you updated right here on Fox 8 and on fox8live.com. Reporting from Grand Isle, Rob Krieger, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, so that's the situation here. Here's a very familiar sight to a lot of people who have been trying to hit the roads, or some people who just wanted to get gas. These long lines that have existed. GasBuddy.com normally follows prices. They were telling us earlier today when we spoke with them that the issue is that the supply system just isn't set up. There were efforts to get people, truckers, to restock, if you will, to put gas in from these refineries. One thing you need to be aware of: it's still under 10%, well under 10% of gas stations that ran out. GasBuddy was saying that as you get farther north, you will start to see even some other gas stations running out of electricity.
You know, something else
There's
something else we've seen today, long lines at places like Home Depot and Chalmette where people were trying to buy generators. And we've been reminding folks, if you're going to use a generator post-storm, you've got to know the safety tips and avoid being poisoned by the carbon monoxide that comes from those generators.
All right. In the meantime, Lee and Kim will be back in just a couple of minutes with the very latest on Ida.
Everyone is searching for the right fit, to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
You live a busy life. You say you want a degree, but when do you have the time? With Kaiser University's online classes, you have the freedom to earn your degree anytime you choose, one course at a time. For over 40 years, Kaiser University has put the student first, so you don't just get a degree, you gain an educational partner committed to your success. This is about you. Visit kaiseruniversity.edu to get started now.
Explore a long line of high-performance Italian design. Experience luxury and speed. And expect nothing less. Legacies don't just happen. It's just part of who we are. Drive a new 2021 Alfa Romeo with available financing of 0.9% with approved credit. Drive yours today, only at Alfa Romeo of Daytona.
Good afternoon, I'm Kim Holden.
And I am Lee Zurich. Thanks again for joining us for our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida as it heads towards the Louisiana coast.
Yeah, right now that storm is a Category 2, but as we've been telling you all afternoon, this is expected to strengthen to a Category 4 by landfall tomorrow. We're going to start out with meteorologist Bruce Katz now for an update.
All right, Kim and Lee, it looks like it is on its way to becoming a stronger storm. Now, this is the 1 o'clock intermediate advisory. Winds are at 100, earlier 85, so it increased from a 1 to a 2, moving northwest at 16, and we're going to get the new entire suite of information in about an hour. So we're going to have a really big update upcoming. So stay with us and we'll be updating that. But this is the track from 10 a.m. We're going to be updating it as mentioned, but at that track time, it looked like 7 a.m. at 1:30, making landfall in western areas of Lafourche. But all indications are this may shift eastward to Lafourche and Terrebonne border around 15-20 miles eastward. And what that does is brings impacts closer to New Orleans. And I'll show you why in just a moment. The thinking is there. Then Baton Rouge, if you're thinking about going to Baton Rouge, think again. Storm is going to move over that area as a Category 1, weakening to a storm during the wee hours of the morning on Monday. So it's going to be basically a Sunday to Monday morning situation of almost 24 hours, heavy rainfall, gusty winds, damaging winds, power outages, isolated tornadoes. So, I mean, the list just does not get better. With a storm landing in to southeast Louisiana, you have to anticipate numerous possibilities of issues. Now, take a look at the loop current. Category 2 now, expected to become a 3, a 4, and at landfall near a 4. Loop current means that we have warm waters not only at the surface of the Gulf of Mexico, but way down deep, where sometimes if you get cool waters deep down and you get wave action with a storm, that cool water upwells to the surface, actually cools the water temp down and keeps the storm at bay. But since we're working with warm water the entire way, it doesn't matter. That wave action is only storing up warm water from the bottom. Therefore, it looks like it's going to strengthen and not weaken at all. Here's a look at radar, showing you this because a lot of you may be getting those last-minute preps going on around the house. Kids' toys, maybe the outdoor furniture, potted plants, anything that could be blown around, you need to bring in or tie it down. So a few spotty showers up near Kentwood, up 55. Other than that, North Shore looking pretty good. South Shore, we're mostly dry right now. And as we take a closer look, here is our visible daylight picture. And yep, we had an eye about 10 o'clock this morning developing, and it's been there the entire time. And wrapping around it, we have been seeing on and off thunderstorms developing. And what that tells us is the storm is holding its own, if not attempting to get stronger. Now, as it moves northward, it's going to get into the warmer waters in the next 2 to 4 hours, and that's when we really expect things to begin to ramp up. As of right now, yes, a Category 2, but it will likely get stronger as it moves in. Now, these numbers are numbers we're going to have to look at as well, because if we have a shift eastward, these numbers could come earlier, actually 4:30 or 3:30 a.m., but right now, looking like daybreak or just before, we could see South Shore toward the city, some of those winds coming in. And then by 9:30, Grand Isle, seeing those tropical storm force winds moving in. By 1 in the afternoon, basically the entire South Shore, parts of the Mississippi coast, and through the afternoon onto the North Shore. Now, as we take a look, as it moves in, you'll notice that on the western edge of Houma, if this storm is here, strongest winds removed around 40 miles to the east, then to the near river parishes on the stronger tropical storm force winds, 58 to 73, and then the yellow is 39 to 57, easily enough to bring down power lines and cause power outages and bring down trees. Now, if the system is more so here, which it looks like it may be, we have to shift all this closer and into part of New Orleans. That's going to be the key and crucial thing when we see the update. If indeed the Hurricane Center is going to go east of Houma, that takes all that wind and activity closer to us. Then by 12:30 in the morning, overnight situation, not a good situation, because if power's out and you have issues, you're not going to be able to see much at night. Hopefully you have the batteries for the flashlights. And of course, if you have a generator, remember generator safety. Gasoline generators can be deadly. Never keep them indoors with carbon monoxide poisoning, as well as make sure they cool down before you refuel them, because if it's hot enough, it could spark a fire. 6 a.m. right over Baton Rouge, and then eventually moving northward. Now here's a look at the GFS ensembles, and this is why I'm thinking we may get that turn. If you remember, the last 2 days, we have seen nothing but clustered yellow over Houma and parts of central and western Terrebonne Parish. Where's that cluster now? Well, now Grand Isle, Port Fourchon, and the river parishes. So again, some of these model trends on the ensembles have really started highlighting Port Fourchon, western river parishes, and if that did occur, the eastern side would be closer to the city, bringing with it more possible damaging winds. So the line, here we go. You'll notice as we see Houma here, right on this A, right here is the border of Lafourche and Terrebonne. Remember, the line of impact is here for right now. So if it shifts from here to here, we have to take the winds from the outer part from here to here, and that takes it into the city. So the 4 o'clock update comes down in about 40 minutes. David will be with us at the bottom of the hour and the top, and of course we'll have the latest update, but it's going to be very, very interesting to see what the thinking is from the Hurricane Center and that close call. But we know we're going to get tropical storm force winds. 39 or greater, gust up to 60 to 80 miles per hour. That is certainly power outages. Take a look from Slidell to Bogalusa, even Bay St. Louis. Wind field spreading out a bit, so most of the area seeing that. And then as we take a look at the hurricane force winds, these numbers will likely change. In fact, we were 28 earlier today. Now we're at about 29%. So if we do see that shift, these numbers could go from the 29 to even 39 to 49%. So very, very close call on just how close this is to the river parishes, Metairie, Kenner, and the city as well. The other big problem is going to be surge flooding. We have a storm surge flood warning in effect, 10 to 15 from Cocodrie to Grand Isle, and again, especially to the right of where that center comes in. Now, when it moves in, very strong easterly fetch of winds from basically lower areas of Plaquemine, St. Bernard, and also Orleans, coming in from Breton Sound, Shell Beach, into Lake Pontchartrain. So the northern end of Lake Pontchartrain and the western side, even around areas of St. Charles Parish, could see some inundation of 4 to 7 feet. So certainly that's going to be a big problem. So before we go, we're going to show you one more time. The upper winds have settled down. The upper low that brought some shearing over the last couple of days, that is now moving away. You'll notice this area of yellow and gold. As that moves away, all indications are we have perfect conditions in the upper levels for this storm to gain outflow, to get better developed, and with that, definitely get stronger too. Take a look at the radars. Coming in from Mobile, we're shooting out of Tallahassee, we're shooting out of Tampa and Fort Myers. Look how far into the Gulf we're seeing these echoes, and that's a long way for radar to shoot. That tells us these are very tall thunderstorm clouds, and then you'll notice that on the eastern side away from it, these are squalls. Eastern side, worst side to be. That's where the worst winds, worst surge, and also tornadoes are, and that's not where you want to be, but unfortunately, it looks like we will be on that eastern side. Also flooding, going to be a problem? Yes. Lots of rain, 5-10 inches of rain. Could see up to 15 to 20 isolated. That could certainly cause some flooding. And before we go back to Kim and Lee, we want to show you that if you're thinking last minute and that window's closing, I mean rapidly, avoid these areas from Jackson to Lake Charles to New Orleans, of course. If you're going to get out of town, go east of Mobile, go east of Birmingham, and go west of Lake Charles. So these are areas from Dallas, Shreveport, Houston, Austin, and Little Rock on the western end, Montgomery, Atlanta, and even if you have maybe a property, Rosemary Beach or Destin, Apalachicola, those areas are far enough removed where you should be safe from the storm. So just something to think about. So Lee and Kim, you know, if you're last minute saying, maybe I should go, you need to go now because that window is closing very quickly, and especially if that track is further east, we could see it come inland even a little bit earlier, so that even closes the window of opportunity even further. Of course, David Bernard will be back at 3:30, and we'll have that big update at 4. Right now, guys, it looks like we may see an eastward shift. Everything I'm seeing is an eastward shift. If it doesn't happen, I'd be surprised. But you know what? At this point, I'd love to be wrong because we don't want it any closer than it is already.
Bruce, is there a way for you to pull back up the GFS ensemble graphic that you had?
Just bear with me.
Okay,
I'm going back. Yep.
Go click back, and as you get back to that, I guess, can you, because some of those Some of those models were like right over the New Orleans area. Some were a little to the west. Can you explain like what that actually is, what the ensembles are, what that means?
So basically the ensembles, the GFS American model, all right, the ensembles, they take all different layers and also they take different really portions of the atmosphere that they're pretty much sampling. So what this is telling us is you still have a spread here where that high pressure system we talked about that is moving it northwestward, if it weakens enough eastward, we would see more of an eastward bias. So what this is telling me now is the models, in many of them, as earlier they were clustered here and still all the way to the west toward Lake Charles and Lafayette. Remember, that is a margin of error to the west, but right now we're honing in more. So Lee, to answer your question, we have to look at really the overall consensus of these models. And when you have this thick of yellow, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 different of the maybe 15 that we have, clustering now more so Grand Isle, Port Fourchon, and even over the river parishes. So when we see these ensembles, they're taking the sampling of the atmosphere, they're running different scenarios on what they could be, but you look at where the most cluster is, and the cluster earlier in the last 2 days was over Houma. Now, it shifted about 35, 40 miles east, more so river parishes down to Fourchon and Grand Isle. So what that tells me is that maybe that high is going to move off or weaken a bit, where we're going to get more of a little bit more of a north-northwesterly turn. Even the slightest little bit of a northward turn can extrapolate a big change in the track and bring the wind field that was earlier away from New Orleans, basically over the river parishes, Jefferson Parish, parts of Orleans, and that would be really bad news for us because we don't want the core of the eastern eye wall over us. But when I'm looking at this cluster, Kim and Lee, earlier it was really clustered for almost a day and a half to 2 days here. Now it's here. And also the main line itself has shifted from Lafourchon Terrebonne as opposed to western Terrebonne. That's an indication too. At 4 o'clock, I think we could certainly see a shift a bit farther east. And every mile eastward brings the stronger core closer and closer to New Orleans.
And the National Hurricane Center track, the new one that will come out at 4 o'clock, will be that black line that goes up in the middle of where you think it may be now.
Right, that's the consensus line. In fact, I can put it on for you right now, and you can see this is really the consensus line that the Hurricane Center goes with. And notice, again, it is kind of shifted a little bit. So with the thinking of that, it looks like it will be shifting eastward. And remember, the core of winds on the eastern side, if it were here, the worst core would be here. If it's here now, the worst core could be even closer to river parishes and parts of Jefferson and Orleans. So that little bit of a shift could really bring the core of winds, because we're splitting hairs here, that much closer to the city. And yes, Kim, that change could certainly bring a lot more catastrophic damage much closer to New Orleans, if not even parts of the western viewing area. You know, fortunately, St. Charles Parish, they said you got to get out of Dodge. Good news, because they are going to look at a flood risk of Lake Pontchartrain, but also now if the storm is a bit further east and closer towards St. Charles Parish, that could certainly be a major problem for them through the river parishes, parts of Metairie and Kenner, and even in the city. So of course, David will be up in just about 15 minutes with another update, and then I'll be here through as well to help him update the 4 o'clock, and that's going to be the big kahuna to let us know if indeed we have a track that is shifting farther east.
All right, so we'll see David at 3:30. Yep. You'll stay with us too, and we'll see the new track sometime at 4 or a little before.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what they think.
All right, thanks.
All right, thanks, Bruce. And you know, today really is that day where you're either getting prepared to ride out this storm or you're getting out. And we have seen a lot of people getting out. You know, I travel in from Slidell, and just this afternoon, I took some video actually on the way in just to show. It's bumper to bumper. I mean, from the state line all the way into almost to the high rise. Now, I understand it has loosened up a little bit, but you could see people just bumper to bumper getting out, and it's taking hours. My parents left this morning, and
from Slidell.
From Slidell, yeah. And at 1:30 they were only right at the Alabama line. And so it's taking a lot longer, which we know. I mean, we know that's going to happen. So, you know, the whole point of this is if you haven't made your plans to evacuate, you are running out of time.
Yeah, Bruce just said it. The time you have, there's just a few more hours remaining until, you know, you can get out of town. Certainly driving out at night is not easy for many people as well. We want to check in on the traffic. You know, Kim was saying driving in from the Slidell area. Let's go to New Orleans East I-10 at Crowder to see what it's like there. We join Sabrina Wilson.
Hey there, we're here along I-10 East near Crowder, where for the past hour or so the traffic has been sporadically heavy, and right now it really isn't too heavy as people make their way out of the New Orleans area ahead of Hurricane Ida. Now we want to show you some drone video that was taken earlier by photographer Tammy Mills of the constant flow of people trying to get out of town ahead of this powerful hurricane. Now, earlier today, Mayor LaToya Cantrell held a press conference urging people who want to get out now, not to waste any time. She said others need to prepare to shelter in place and prepare to provide for themselves food, water, other necessities for 3 days before the city or FEMA will be able to come in and help if this storm is catastrophic in the city of New Orleans. Take a listen to what the mayor had to say.
Today, right now, everyone has to make a decision to leave voluntarily, which I'm recommending. Do that. Prepare yourselves. If you're going to leave, you need to do that now. You need to be prepared. Prepared for damaging wind, power outages, heavy rain, tornadoes. What I am told is that this storm in no way will be weakening.
If you are intending to leave, do so now. There's a small window of time for evacuation, but by this evening, you need to be ready to shelter in place.
And people are wise to get out because Lauren Nash of the National Weather Service was at the New Orleans City Hall press conference this afternoon. She says Ida is definitely a dangerous storm, and even after it makes landfall, it will be very hot in this area. She talked of heat indices that will be around 105 degrees. And of course, that could be brutal for the elderly and people with some medical conditions. So if you're still on the fence about whether or not you're going to leave, if you're coming through New Orleans East right now, it's not so bad. People are zooming by us, heading out of town. You may want to get on the road now. If not, prepare to shelter in place and have all of your necessities for at least 3 days. Reporting live from New Orleans East, I'm Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Sabrina, as you saw, the traffic appears to be moving a little better in New Orleans East, but really, as we've talked about throughout the day, it's been bumper to bumper. It's taken people a long time to travel, to evacuate. You know, there are mandatory evacuations in Terrebonne, Lafourche, St. Charles. And look, a lot of residents in the metro area are getting out and deciding to go elsewhere as well, too.
Well, people are getting ready, too. I mean, whether you're running to get gas or you're running to the grocery store, I mean, people are just out getting ready, and people are driving crazy out there. I mean, everybody's in a hurry, and understandably so. Let's go to Christy Coleman now for the latest check on traffic.
Yes, you know, yesterday driving around, you could just tell that everyone was antsy, trying to get everything done before the storm comes. Today, things are very heavy. Now, you saw that live shot with Sabrina near Crowder. Looks much better there, but you will still see some delays closer to I-10 and I-510. So prepare yourself, give yourself the extra time. We have some delays here from New Orleans East into Slidell. This is I-10 at Oak Harbor. So making your way eastbound, guys, it will be bumper to bumper. Those delays will be all the way to the I-10 1259 interchange. We're also seeing some heavy delays on I-59 as well. So if you're taking I-10, I-59, plan on those heavy delays at this time. If you want to take 90, do know we're seeing some heavy delays for the alternates. If you want to take the causeway, we were seeing some delays. Looks like this is looking much better now up to I-12. If you take I-12, if you take the causeway, we'll look good here up to I-12. But then if you head eastbound, you'll see those delays once you make it into Slidell. Traveling westbound on I-12, you can bet delays once you make it into Baton Rouge. So Not pretty overall. I-55 does look great heading northbound. Now, I can say Kenner looks a lot better than it did earlier. We're seeing some nice traffic here near Power, near Williams, but the closer you move to the Bonnie Carey Spillway, we kind of slow down a little bit near I-310, so watch out for that. Bonnie Carey Spillway looks okay. Again, heavy delays in Baton Rouge. A lot of people have been complaining about the stop and go traffic in Baton Rouge, and look at this, 4-shot. People have been telling me it took them hours just to get to BR this morning. So this is a 4-shot of what you can expect. I-10 at Bluebonnet, I-10 at College. This is at Essen Lane. It's definitely going to take you some time, guys. So if you want to head out, maybe try Airline. Do know you will see some delays in that direction as well. Highway 48 as well. But again, I-10 not too pretty. We are stacked, stop and go at this time. That is your local first traffic.
All right, thanks so much, Christy, and we'll be checking back with Christy periodically. You expect this really for the remainder of the evening.
Yeah, and look, Baton Rouge, I mean, the traffic there, if you've driven through, it's bad always.
On a regular day.
Yeah, on a regular day. So just with all these people going, look, a lot of people from the Baton Rouge area are probably getting out as well, too. So it's not just people from our area going through Baton Rouge trying to go west. It's also people from Baton Rouge in that area probably trying to get out because they remember, you know, what's happened in like a storm like Gustav or something up there.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
You know, we heard Sabrina say, we heard the emergency officials say that if you are going to stay put, you definitely need to have the supplies that you need for at least 3 days until the storm passes. And, you know, social media tells a big story when you look at people's posts about going to the grocery store and some of the shelves are empty. And I mean, people are putting pictures out there like crazy. And, you know, if you haven't done your grocery shopping, that window's closing too.
Yeah, and you may need some groceries for a few days too. Sean Fazan has this report from a local Metairie grocery store.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here in Metairie at the Sabardo's Family Market here on Veterans, talking to a couple of gentlemen right here, packing up some groceries. Sir, what is your name?
Carlos.
Carlos?
Yes.
You're packing up here, obviously. Are you loading up to stick around for the storm, or are you guys heading out?
Yeah, no, we're staying home, yeah. It's too much going on right now, a lot of traffic, staying with the family and make sure putting everything together, trying to stay safe, you know, just picking out the necessary stuff to, you know, when we stand and whatever we need. Make sure the family need whatever we need, we got for them. You know.
How much were you guys able to get? Did you pack up enough for, I don't know, a couple days here? Or what are you guys expecting?
That's a couple of days. I've been picking up here and there, so we are actually loading out for maybe about 3 days or so. You know, I know it's a quick moving storm, so hopefully, you know, by Monday afternoon it should be all right.
Are you I don't know, a little nervous or anything about the storm? It's getting stronger. It looks like it might track a little bit further east than we originally expected. Are you getting a little nervous about the storm?
It is. You know, when you have your family at home, you know, the kids and everything. But there's nothing else we could do. We are already here, so we're just gonna have to, you know, hold on tight and ride it up.
All right. And I guess, you know, this is New Orleans. We've lived here a long time. This is kind of we know the drill here, but I guess you guys just praying for a good outcome here.
Yes, we are. We actually, you know, we've been through Katrina once before, so we already know what we're expecting with this. And this storm is not a joke. So, you know, I would say if you have the chance to get up, I would say do it, you know, because it's not easy to deal with it. You know, I've been through this one already once before, and, you know, it's not easy. Not easy. So if you can get up, just go ahead and go, you know.
Best of luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right,
you too. Bye-bye.
So some are staying, some are leaving. This gentleman here is going to stick around for the storm, ride it out. It's about that time, though, for everyone here to sort of make their decision on what to do for Hurricane Ida. Back to you guys.
That was part of my morning, you know, getting groceries and all that kind of stuff. Grocery store, I mean, the shelves were getting empty. Wasn't too bad. Gas stations, it was hard to get gas in the area because there were a lot of places just out of it.
Yeah. Put the little yellow tags on the pumps, and
yep.
You know, who knows when they'll be able to replenish. Hopefully before the storm gets here, but maybe not till after.
Probably not till after in some cases. That's a good point too. When will you get more? When will they be able to restock and get gas back?
So a lot of people getting gas in cans too, you know, for the generators, but some were little cans, some were big cans. So people were definitely getting prepared. We're going to be back with more of our Hurricane Ida coverage right after this.
Everyone is searching for the right fit to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
New crispy almond chicken breast for a limited time only at Panda Express.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Explore a long line of high-performance Italian design. Experience luxury and speed. And expect nothing less. Legacies don't just happen. It's just part of who we are. Drive a new 2021 Alfa Romeo with available financing of 0.9% with approved credit. Drive yours today, only at Alfa Romeo of Daytona.
Ida, and you know, today was a preparation day, really. We just talked about people going to the groceries, stocking up for gas, and a lot of people took time to clean their properties, kind of prepare things, because when those winds come, we don't want any flying debris in the area.
No, and one other thing that we talk a lot about in the city of New Orleans, but not just in the city, really all of the parishes, is debris in the roadway that just stacks up over time. Maybe not even during a storm, but you can see storm drains. If they have debris in front of them, it's so important before a storm approaches to get out there and clear those away. We went to the city's news conference a little bit earlier today. Ramsey Green, who is the deputy CAO in charge of infrastructure for the city of New Orleans, talked a little bit about that.
We have folks, whether they are sanitation, property management, infrastructure, whatever it is, are out clearing debris. If you see a job site, if you see a private job site that you feel like is unsafe, feel free to call that into 311. We've gotten a lot of inbound calls about this. Our infrastructure contractors are securing their sites. So if you see something that's not ready yet and you want to call it in, go ahead. But they have until the end of the day today to get those sites secure.
All right, I want to give you an update now on shelters. Officials urging all residents not to wait to get your preparations in order. But if you are looking for a shelter in Louisiana, you can text this LA shelter to 898211. Again, you can text LA shelter to 898211. You can see it there on your screen. Nola Reddy says if you stay, you should prepare to shelter in place tonight. And leaders in Tangipahoa Parish announced they also plan on opening 3 last resort evacuation shelters.
Parish President Robbie Miller says these shelters are for those without family and friends who can take them in. Shelters will open at 6 p.m. at Hammond Westside Montessori School, Amite High Magnet School, and Kentwood High Magnet School. Everyone must bring their own blankets, pillows, and food and face masks.
Also, we want to point out that with COVID, obviously COVID restrictions, those mandates are still in place, so you do have to wear a mask when you're in a shelter, and in any case, you'll need to stay some social distancing if you are in a shelter of last resort.
All right, David Bernard is going to join us. We want to get his take on the storm. New track from the Hurricane Center will be coming in shortly. We're going to take a break. When we come back, first thing we'll do is check in with our chief meteorologist, David Bernard.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
Everyone is searching for the right fit, to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
To be a Category 4 as it really barrels towards the Louisiana coast and expected to deliver some catastrophic winds.
I've seen David Bernard back in the Weather Center just analyzing this information for the last couple of hours. He is going to join us right now to give us his thoughts on this storm.
Guys, I want to first start by making some points, and some of them may be obvious, okay, just to help get us all ready for what's going to be ahead over the next 48 hours. We need to finish our preparations by sunrise tomorrow. Now, if you're at the coast, you need to finish them tonight, but by sunrise tomorrow, we need to be done. This is going to be a major hurricane at landfall, and it's going to happen, and bad impacts are highly likely for most or parts of our area to varying degrees. We have to remember we're under a hurricane warning. A hurricane warning doesn't mean maybe. A hurricane warning means it's going to happen. So we need to start mentally preparing ourselves, just like we did last year before Zeta. We knew it was coming right at us. This is the same situation. This is not going to the Panhandle. This is not turning back toward Texas. This is coming for southeast Louisiana. South Mississippi, we're under a tropical storm warning there, and that means tropical storm conditions are going to happen. Again, this is going to be updating within the half hour. We're expecting a big new track and intensity forecast update from the Hurricane Center, but right now we have a 100-mile-per-hour storm. It's a Category 2. You guys have seen the track, bringing it to a Category 4 by tomorrow morning and crossing the southeast Louisiana coastline somewhere inside the cone, or it could be outside the cone. The track doesn't always go inside the cone, but now that we're 24 hours out, our error rate is about 30 or 40 miles. So the chance that it's going to make landfall in the cone is very high. But remember, that's just the center. The impacts extend well away from there. The track still takes it across the Baton Rouge area. That is going to be a very significant impact there. And finally, by Monday evening, it's going to weaken to a depression well into North Mississippi. I don't like the satellite picture at all in the last hour. Earlier, we could see an eye developing, then it was obscured, and it looks like a new eye is trying to form, or at least become a little bit more defined. And Bruce has been talking about this a lot, the forecast track versus where the storm is tracking. This is where the storm came from. The red line is where the storm is supposed to be going. It's continuing to separate from the track. It's running almost 30 miles east of the center line. Now, these storms don't go in straight lines. They kind of move in these concentric circles like this. So is this a wobble? I don't know. This has been going on now for 2 or 3 hours, and we don't see it back on this red line track. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a minor adjustment east in the track at 4 o'clock, but I don't think it's going to be a huge adjustment. What are we looking at here? We're looking at the chances for sustained hurricane force winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. All right, Grand Isle, 90%. Notice how West Louisiana, it's not their storm. Gulf Coast, Alabama, It is not their storm. If we come in a little bit closer, obviously at the coast, very high chances of hurricane force winds there. Now notice the numbers at Kenner and Belle Chase are 29 and same with Hammond. But I'm going to show you a different graphic. This is for sustained hurricane force winds. This is showing you at least 58-mile-per-hour winds, which causes damage, plus hurricane gust. So the chance of hurricane gust in the metro area is quite high on the South Shore. It does drop off north and east into Mississippi, but I want to keep that in mind that even if we don't get sustained hurricane force winds in the immediate city, the chance of seeing hurricane force gust, that's pretty high. Again, computer models this afternoon. What we watch is our black consensus line, and some of our more reliable models have been tracking along that as well. Generally, no change. Landfall somewhere west of Grand Isle, maybe in Terrebonne Bay, and that's generally where the center line has been. It's just a little bit west of there. That's why I think we might get it nudged east a little, but not enough that it's going to make a huge difference. This storm, most of southeast Louisiana is coming in on the east side, and then we can expect the most impacts. Again, these GFS ensemble models that Bruce had just shown you, I stopping it here at 11:30 in the morning, and you can see there's just a huge chunk of them now coming right across Grand Isle. That's not insignificant. There's very few that are way down here. And then the trajectory would take it basically potentially across parts of the metro area or the river parishes, and then straight up Interstate 12 between Covington and also Baton Rouge. Notice the far west idea. It looks like that idea is beginning to fade. Storm surge warnings are in effect. Those evacuations, you know who you are. Hopefully those folks have already left town. Now, this is our Q-risk storm surge map. And I like showing this now that we're getting close to landfall because we have a real good idea where the center line is going to be. And this is showing most of Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Maurepas up to 6 feet of surge. So the yellow goes from 3 to 6, the orange goes from 6 to 9, the red 9 to 12. And so that's where we're seeing over 12 feet of surge. I think from Grand Isle west into Terrebonne Bay, based on the center line now, that's where the highest surge will be, up to 6 feet on the Mississippi Gulf Coast and east of the river. At 4 o'clock, now this takes about an hour to update, so I won't get the new data till probably about 5. But we might see higher surge levels in the Barataria Bay if we get much of a track shift. But in general, that's where we think the very highest of the high water is going to be, and everywhere else is going to see potentially up to 6 feet of surge. Obviously, there's going to be some locations that could see a little bit more than that. A live look at radar right now, nice and quiet. We like to see that. We don't like to see this. Look at the last couple of images on our clouds and radar shot. We're really beginning to see that eye become more defined again. It was obscured by some clouds earlier, and then we have these feeder bands that extend way out to the east. These will even impact areas across portions of the Florida Panhandle. We've got a tornado risk that's going to develop tomorrow with the landfalling storm. Level 2 risk for the whole area, so slight risk for tornadoes. And here's the flood risk. The flood risk for tomorrow, high risk for all of the South Shore and most of the North Shore along the Pearl River in South Mississippi. You're in a level 3 risk. That is a very high risk as well. So everybody is basically under a high risk for flooding as we go throughout the day on Sunday. On Monday, we're still in a level 3 risk because we could get a moisture tail stuck across the area, and that could continue the flood threat as well as we go into Monday afternoon. Let's talk about information and where to get it and what if the power goes out. Of course, you've got your television. You're already watching Fox News for your news and weather updates. Radio. If we lose power, you can listen to us on our iHeartRadio partners. They will be broadcasting tomorrow. I had many people tell me during Zeta they were listening to us on the iHeartRadio network. So find your station and we will be there. Now, if you don't have a good old-fashioned transistor radio, you're going to have to listen on your phone, right, or your tablet to the local radio station, but that means you need to have a way to keep your phone and tablet charged. Also, you can use your phone, of course, for the Fox 8 weather app. We're live streaming our newscast and continuing coverage, not only in our news, but also on our news app and our weather app. Social media channels, of course, we're posting information on Facebook and Twitter from the entire team, as well as the newsroom, and again, our actual website, fox8live.com. You can watch our streaming coverage showing up there. Hurricane Ida, again, preparations. We want to get them done by sunrise, guys. Major hurricane at landfall, and we have to be mentally prepared now that the hurricane warning means this is going to happen and significant impacts are likely for the entire area. Again, that new advisory is going to be coming up in just a few minutes. I'm going to analyze it all, and we're going to break it down for you at 4 o'clock. But the bottom line is, yeah, there may be a slight shift to the east, but the bottom line is we're still on the east side of this storm, and so the impacts of what we've been telling you to expect a hurricane are going to remain the same.
It keeps shifting. As you said, like what, 20, 30 miles east, it kind of looks like. Right?
Well, right now, there's two things that are shifting, right? With the computer models have been shifting, 15, 20, 25, 30 miles, like you said, the last 12 to 18 hours. Each run has been nudging over a little bit. But the real proof is looking at the satellite picture. Right now, the center is running about 30 miles east of the center line from the hurricane center from the 10 a.m. advisory. That's the most concerning, what's actually happening in the real world, right? Not in model world, but actually what we're seeing on the satellite.
All right, well, we're going to let you go analyze things and check back in with you in just a few minutes.
As soon as I get the advisory, I'm going to let you know. We'll come on with it.
Perfect. That's good.
Okay.
I think one thing I wanted to add too is when David was saying places you can watch us, one other thing, if you know people or whatever that evacuated with an Apple TV, an Amazon Fire Stick, Roku, you can download the Fox 8 app on those and watch those wherever you are. You can watch our coverage live on those apps. So that's another way for you to stay with us if for some reason you decide to evacuate, or you know people who are evacuated, or if you lose power and still have a stick that works.
All right, we want to go to Lafourche Parish now, where there are shelters set up, 2 shelters set up in Lafourche Parish, and Lafourche is actually under a mandatory evacuation. It has been in the bullseye really since the beginning.
It has, and Rob Masson joins us from Central Lafourche High School, which is one of 2 evacuation shelters there.
That's right, Lee and Kim, and talk of a possible shift to the east is really bad news for these folks because it puts Lafourche Parish more in the firing line, and they're going to be bracing for a lot of wind and a lot of water here over the next couple of hours. And because of that, one of 2 shelters open in Lafourche Parish, this one here at Central Lafourche High School, are now open. They opened at noon today. There's already about 30 people inside from what we understand. The air conditioner is working. We hear they have generators inside, plenty of power for people. So a lot of folks are coming up from down the bayou, as they call it here in Lafourche Parish, to come and find a good solid building to ride out Ida in. And one of those who is here is a gentleman by the name of Scott Cole. And Scott, you're kind of new to the area. You've got friends who are staying down in Golden Meadow. You decided you didn't want to take the chance.
No, sir, I didn't. It was my girlfriend, actually, but she's going to go stay where her children are at. I think they're heading actually to Mississippi or another state to stay safer. And so I decided to come down here while I had the chance. So,
what are your impressions as to what to expect here?
Hopefully not too much, and hopefully not as much water damage as they're saying, and hopefully I have a home to go back to. Basically my main concern.
And we were talking a little bit about the levee protection system around Golden Meadow. I was sort of filling you in on it a little bit. Does it make you feel any more comfortable that they have a ring levee around Golden Meadow that's about 15 feet tall?
Yes, it does. Yeah, because where I'm from has a giant flood wall too, and that's to prevent any more major floods. So they haven't had one since they built that. So yes.
And you say you're from Virginia. Did you experience one over on the eastern seaboard before?
In 1995, Hurricane Bertha, when I was about 10 years old, yes, and it hit our house pretty good, but not as bad as what they're saying this is going to be. My dad told me get out because him and my uncle experienced he would go together.
Here at this shelter, they are taking temperatures as you come in as a COVID precaution and segregating people who may be running a temperature, trying to keep them separate. Are you satisfied with the precautions being taken inside?
Yes, it's making it safe for everybody. So if anybody says you have COVID symptoms or anything like that, they're offering water if you don't have water, things like that. They didn't have cots though, but most people in there brought their own blankets and whatnot. So.
And you're getting support from a church, you said, in the area that just brought you some pillows and blankets as well. You want to give them a shout out?
Yes, sir, I do. It's Gulf Coast, East Gulf Coast Baptist Church on South Bayou Drive.
All right, Mr. Poe. Well, I appreciate it. Best of luck with everything as we wait for this storm to pass through. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. So this is one of 2 shelters again that's open. The other is at Thibodeau High School. They ask you to bring food, drink, bedding for up to 2 or 3 days. There is a mandatory evacuation order in place here in Lafourche Parish, and I'll take this off now, but and they are putting a curfew in place at 6 p.m. Tonight. So we were just down in Port Fourchon. I can tell you, I mean, that's the state's major petrochemical offshore port. It is a ghost town right there. There's absolutely no activity. And we were down on Highway 1 coming out of Fourchon a short while ago, and there were 5 to 10 minute stretches where you didn't see another vehicle on the road. So most of the people have heeded the warnings to get out, especially in the southern reaches of Lafourche Parish. Up here in the mid to northern reaches of the parish, we do see a few more people milling around. I would say the evacuation rate down in South Lafourche is approaching 90–95%. Up here in the middle part, it's probably more like 50 to 60 if I were to hazard a guess. But again, a curfew will go into effect at 6 o'clock tonight. The shelters are open here at Central Lafourche and also at Thibodeau High, and people are being told to go ahead and get out of the parish, and if you can't get out, you are welcome at one of these shelters. That's a story from Raceland. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Rob. We do want to give you another look at traffic because we've been talking about this all day, and you know, people trying to get out of town. And this is a shot of I-12 headed from the Mandeville area towards Slidell. You can see traffic is flowing really well there. And Christy Coleman told us this a little bit earlier that once you got to the Slidell interchange where it breaks off to I-59 and then goes I-10, that's where things really start stacking up. But if you're looking at this picture right here, I mean, it is smooth sailing. This is one of our vehicles traveling just to give us a good idea of the flow of traffic. But to give you an even better idea, we talked about this too. My mom and dad left this morning from Slidell, headed towards the Florida area, and they are now between Mobile and Pensacola. They left at 9:30 this morning, so that is 6 hours it has taken them to get to between Mobile and Pensacola, which is normally about a 2.5-hour drive. So definitely, you know, 2.5 times longer than it would normally take. Now, they are old.
They're older,
and
but
they
still
do drive slow, but it's because of the traffic that they were in for so long.
You know, I talked to some people who decided to leave really early today. You know, like someone went to the Sandestin area, did that in about 5 hours, but then obviously traffic started to pick up as the day went on. But I think it's safe to say that it's starting to thin out more so than it did earlier in the day.
And because that window is closing,
Yeah.
and you don't want to take the chance of getting on the road and getting stuck in traffic, and then the panic sets in.
It does. So here's where we are right now. A new advisory should be coming in any minute from the National Hurricane Center. Should be a new track. You know, David and Bruce have been talking about, will that track shift east? Once that comes in, we're going to go to David and he will update us on the latest hurricane track.
All right, we will be right back. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
You live a busy life. You say you want a degree, but when do you have the time? With Kaiser University's online classes, you have the freedom to earn your degree anytime you choose, one course at a time. For over 40 years, Kaiser University has put the student first, so you don't just get a degree, you gain an educational partner committed to your success. This is about you. Visit kaiseruniversity.edu to get started now.
Everyone is searching for the right fit, to blend community, a career-centered focus, and the opportunity to make a difference. Where friendships are formed and students always come first. Our reputation was built in Florida, a not-for-profit university with over 40 years of history, thousands of graduates, on campus and online, and now with a 100-acre residential campus. This can be your right fit. We are Kaiser University.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Explore a long line of high-performance Italian design. Experience luxury and speed. And expect nothing less. Legacies don't just happen. It's just part of who we are. Drive a new 2021 Alfa Romeo with available financing of 0.9% with approved credit. Drive yours today, only at Alfa Romeo of Daytona.
The National Hurricane Center, David Bernard, will join us in just a few minutes with that. We want to check back in St. Bernard Parish, where preparations began there yesterday, and they are racing against time because in the not too distant future, they'll be closing the floodgate there, and that's a big deal for the people who are in lower St. Bernard.
It is. Let's go live to the Violet Canal, where we join Natasha Robin.
And that's right, guys. We're here at the Violet Canal. You mentioned the big gates. That's the gate along Highway 46 that the Southeast Flood Authority is expected to close at 6 o'clock. Right now, we're here by the Violet Canal. The locks here at the canal are now closed, and all of these boats, these are the fishermen who bring their boats into the protected area just to make sure that they're safe for the duration of the storm. And you can just see by looking at it, just the sheer number of boats in this canal that came in, that heeded the warning, and they knew not to stay outside of the hurricane protection system for Hurricane Ida. So this just gives you an idea of how serious the people here are taking this thing. Now, throughout St. Bernard Parish, everyone has been preparing throughout the day. They've been buying supplies. They've been getting sandbags. There are 4 different self-sandbagging locations throughout St. Bernard Parish. Those locations are still open and very active. We can tell you there have been so many people at these sandbagging locations who have come by. They're making their own bags. It's 10 bags per family, and they have been coming through making their own bags to protect their property because they're expecting torrential rain and high winds. And so for that reason, a lot of people are putting those sandbags around their property, around their homes, just in case the water comes up. Parish President Guy McGinnis says the pumps probably will not work if we get that much rain. It's just going to overwhelm the system. So he's, asking people get prepared for possible street flooding if there's torrential rain. He did say that all the pumps are working, and parish workers have been going throughout the parish and cleaning storm drains and that sort of thing to get everything ready for what's coming this way. Now, outside of the hurricane protection system is the area where it typically floods when we have an east wind, and they are expecting a storm surge of 7 to 11 feet. That's pretty significant. So, they started yesterday. They built that rock dam over Florissant Highway. That's the highway that typically goes underwater, and parish leaders said they were doing that so that people could continue to evacuate their equipment, their boats, and their trailers from the lower end of St. Bernard Parish, and then they bring those up inside of the hurricane protection system. But the parish president said that if you can leave, you should leave. And a lot of people heeded that warning as well. A lot of people hit the road this morning. I talked to Parish President Guy McGinnis a little while ago and asked him if a lot of people were deciding to leave.
And over here, people are getting out. Everybody had the same idea. They got out at 6 o'clock this morning, my family also. They're still on the road heading toward a destination in Florida. So we're worried about them. We want everybody to be safe. Take your time. But, now the work begins to make sure that St. Bernard Parish is buttoned down. Our people have all of their resources that they're going to need for about 3 or 4 days. And we just want everybody to be safe. Remember, people are making decisions right now that's going to affect their lives.
So there is no shelter here in St. Bernard Parish. Parish President Guy McGinnis asked people to go ahead and leave yesterday. And a lot of people did do that, but a lot of people have chosen to stay We saw long lines at Home Depot where people were buying generators since early this morning. So a lot of people are going to hunker down, but that window of opportunity to leave is closing. And McGinnis says he wants everyone to basically be in place and be hunkered down for the evening very soon. He has a news conference scheduled for 6 o'clock. That's also the same time that the Southeast Flood Authority will be closing those gates there along Highway 46 to protect what's inside of the hurricane protection system. In St. Bernard Parish, Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
And Natasha, just talk a little bit about, I know you've talked to people in St. Bernard. Obviously, on this day 16 years ago, this was the drill. This is what, everybody was getting out of town. I mean, is the sense there that the people in St. Bernard Parish aren't going to take any chances, aren't going to risk their lives because of, obviously, the catastrophic outcome of Katrina?
Yes, well, we all know what happened here during Hurricane Katrina, and there's been a lot of talk of that. When just talking to people, kind of shaking their heads. On the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, here we go again. And it's, it brings back a lot of bad feelings for a lot of people. And I do know that there are a lot of people who decided to just leave, that they didn't think it was worth staying and having to deal with the power outages. I haven't really run into a whole lot of concern about the levee protection system. I think a lot of people really feel like the levee protection system is strong and will hold and will be fine. I think there's more worry about the long power outages that they're going to have to deal with, and then the possible street flooding from the rain, and of course whatever wind damage that may happen here. But certainly Hurricane Katrina on a lot of people's mind, as on Sunday on the anniversary.
Yeah, I mean, David's doing the updated forecast right now, Natasha, and literally had, landfall could be around early afternoon tomorrow on August 29th, potentially coming ashore as a Category 4 hurricane. If this thing, shifts a little east, how much more of a concern, do you get a sense from people in St. Bernard that they'll start, raising up the level of concern there?
Well, I think the concern now is pretty high. And when I spoke with Guy McGinnis just a little while ago, he said that they were watching that track so closely because if it goes east just a little bit, he said we're in big trouble here because of the amount of wind. And of course, let's not forget the east wind that's going to push the water up into the lower end of St. Bernard Parish. I mean, that's for the fishermen and for the people who have their businesses outside of the hurricane protection system. I mean, it's a total loss for them. So they'll have to recoup all of that. But then, the biggest concern is inside of the hurricane protection system for the people who did stay, the power outages that they're going to suffer, and possible damage from the wind. So I think the concern level is already up. We saw so many people rushing over to get those sandbags and in talking to them. They've decided to stay now at this point, but they're kind of, the level of concern is going up. And somebody said they were listening to meteorologist Bruce Katz at the time, and they said, we just heard Bruce say that it might go to the east a little bit. So it's definitely on everybody's mind, and I think they're watching this thing very closely.
All right, Natasha Robin live for us in St. Bernard. We'll check back in with you just a little bit later. We've been talking about traffic because traffic is the big story today, and aside from just preparations if you are staying put. Yeah,
Christy Coleman's been here all day tracking the traffic and joins us again with a look at it.
Yeah, trying to help my commuters out. A lot of people have been stressed on the highways. Trust me, we feel you. This has been the case since 5 this morning, guys. Traffic, those commuters trying to get out west or eastbound, and if you are heading eastbound, we are still pretty packed here in Slidell. This is I-10 at Gauze, bumper to bumper as you travel outbound, guys. Take a look here. We've got delays starting I-10 at I-510. It's going to be tight on the twin span all the way up to I-59 at that interchange. So heading up to Pearl River, still seeing some delays in that direction. Now I-10 eastbound looks a little bit better near the Slidell rest stop, but still some delays in that area near the 10-12-59 interchange. So 90, if you want to take that as an alternate, do know we're still seeing some heavy delays on the back route. Don't forget Highway 11 is still closed. Causeway checks out okay. Had someone tweet me saying that Causeway is smooth, so we're loving that as you travel up to I-12. I-12 looks okay in the Covington area. Hammond also moving nicely. Also, someone told me that they took 190 from this area all the way out to Texas, and they were okay with that. So May take you a little bit longer, but it's better than sitting in the traffic mess on I-10. Let's get a check on I-10, bringing you down to Kenner. Guess what? We're back up to 60 miles per hour in this direction, heading westbound to the Bonnie Carey Spillway. So we're back up to speed here. This is a live look in Kenner, I-10 at Loyola. Most of our delays have cleared, but we are getting reports of some heavy delays in Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Lake Charles. So again, if you want to take those back routes, that would be helpful as much as possible instead of sitting on traffic on I-10 at this time. That is your local first traffic.
All right, thanks a lot, Christy. You know, people hitting the road obviously hit gas stations early this morning.
Yeah, Sean Fazan shows us what the gas stations look like.
All right, guys, we are at the Exxon Circle K here on Loyola Drive in Kenner, talking to a few motorists here, filling up here. Sir, what is your name?
Royal.
Royal. Are you filling up to head out of town, or are you filling up to hunker down for the storm?
No, I'm leaving. I'm filling up to leave town.
Where you guys headed?
I'm going to Texas.
Texas? What was it about this storm that made you kind of realize, hey, this is the one I got to get out of town for?
Yeah, well, I don't want nothing like Katrina, because that was a bad name. We ain't going through that no more. The last time we set it out and it didn't work out, so we ain't doing it again.
Are you one of those that when you see the name storm come, your first instinct is to maybe take off?
Take off, pack up and leave.
And is this the last stop before you hit the road and head on out?
Well, I gotta go get my mama. Then after that, we leaving. This is it. I'm filling up right now, so I pick her up and then we gone.
How long do you plan on staying out there?
Well, probably until Monday, or either till everything clear up. It depends on what the storm gonna do.
All right, so you're preparing for a few days out there, though.
Yeah, I am.
All right. So some are here filling up to stay, some are here filling up to go. It's decision time, though, for a lot of local people here in the city. Back to you.
All right, that's Sean Fazan reporting as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Ida.
Fox 8 Local First starts now.
And welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. Last check, still a Category 2, but expected to be a Category 4 when it hits the Louisiana coast, and we are about to get a brand new update.
Yeah, Chief Meteorologist David Bernard has been analyzing the new update from the Hurricane Center, and he joins us now with a look.
And the big change, there's two. One, stronger. Now winds have increased to 105 miles per hour. Let's also remember we don't have a plane in there right now, unfortunately, but we're going to have a couple of NOAA aircraft flying the storm in the next couple of hours, and that's really going to be critical. So we're a Category 2 storm. Still moving northwest at 16 miles per hour. That's been the average movement according to the Hurricane Center, even though, as we've been showing you, it's a little bit east off of their track, and it's about 300 miles southeast of Homa at the current time. So the forecast thinking has not changed, a Category 4 at landfall, but the track has shifted about 20 miles to the east like we thought it might, and the landfall time has moved up to 1 p.m. So the storm is shortcutting. If it was going to go more like that and parallel the coast, it would take longer for it to reach the coast, but it looks like that may not be the case. That's why we say you need to be done tonight, and any last-minute preparations, except at the coast, need to be finished by sunrise tomorrow. So there is our landfall now. Notice that our error rate is 30 to 40 miles 24 hours out. So this landfall conceivably could be farther to the east toward the Barataria Bay. That cannot be ruled out at this time. At the same time, it might slide a little bit more to the south and west, but the cone is narrowing as our error range is continuing to get smaller as we get closer to the landfall. Continuing into Baton Rouge as a Category 1 hurricane. This is going to be a tremendous strike for Baton Rouge, similar to what they experienced during Hurricane Gustav in 2008. And there we can see the weakening along the delta as it moves north on Monday afternoon. Satellite picture this afternoon shows a strengthening hurricane. An eye that was kind of ragged and it was sort of large earlier. It looks like that has now begun to tighten up, and we're also seeing big thunderstorms, a central dense overcast we call it, beginning to intensify around the center of the storm, all indications of a strengthening hurricane. Now, this is the past track of the storm, right? And notice how you see that? It was tracking on the other side of the yellow line, all right? Because that was the forecast track, okay? It was tracking east of that. Now here's the new forecast track from the Hurricane Center. So it'll be important to see, okay, the eye is obviously right on top of the forecast track now because it just started. Is it going to keep going like that? We'll look in the next few hours. Or is it going to start moving even further, or maybe it goes to the left of that line? So we've got a new starting point to go with as far as to watch to see if there's any significant wobbles. Preparations need to be done by sunrise, and if you're at the coast, you've probably been ordered to evacuate, but if you're down there, the wind is going to be coming up dramatically by sunrise. A major hurricane at landfall, it's going to happen. We have a hurricane warning. We can't sit there and think, well, maybe this is Florida's storm or maybe this is Texas storm. No, this is our storm, and bad impacts are going to be highly likely across the area. So hurricane warning for all of the parishes. The Mississippi counties right now are currently under a tropical storm warning. When to be ready. So my when to be ready graphic has been updated with new information on the latest advisory. Now the yellow are tropical storm force winds. The red areas are hurricane force gusts or sustained hurricane force winds, all right? And the wind field has expanded with Ida. On the new advisory, we have a much larger wind field now, and so here we are at 6 in the morning with sustained tropical storm force winds covering the coastal parishes. And look how far out to the east. So remember, the cone is where the center of the storm is supposed to be. Look how much the impacts are beyond the cone. That's why we don't like to always focus on center lines. I mean, they're helpful, but it makes people think, hey, if you're not on the center line, you're not going to have an impact. That's not the case. So there's 6 in the morning. Now let's fast forward this to the evening hours around 5 o'clock, and this shows sustained hurricane conditions or gusts to hurricane force now extending into the New Orleans area. All right, so that is an extension of the wind field to the east. We're now calling for a larger hurricane, so the chance of wind gusts to hurricane force have increased for the immediate South Shore, and we know for the river parishes and the bayou parishes, they've been right there in the middle of it. As you go north and east of the lake, your chances for hurricane force winds are quite low. Now the chance of hurricane force winds will still be there as it moves into the Baton Rouge area. That area will be shrinking though because the storm will be weakening at that point at Category 1, but still nothing to sneeze at. Here's another way to show this to you, all right? These are the chances of 74-mile-per-hour winds or greater. So the red circle I showed you on the other map, that was for hurricane force gusts or sustained hurricane force winds. This is just, hey, the winds are going to blow 74 or greater for sure for an extended amount of time. Notice Gonzales, Galliano, Fourchon, Homa, very high numbers showing up there. The airport, Belle Chase, 29–30%, about the same for southern Tangipahoa Parish. So that's the chance of seeing sustained hurricane force winds. But you know, damage can really start to occur when we have 58-mile-per-hour winds. That's like a severe thunderstorm. So these percentages are for sustained strong tropical storm force winds with hurricane force gusts. Notice the numbers on the South Shore from the airport to Belle Chase, they jumped to 72%. That means there's a fairly high chance that we're going to see gusts over 74 miles per hour on the South Shore. Their chances begin to drop off significantly as you move along the Pearl River and very low along the Gulf Coast, which is why we just have the tropical storm warnings there. And this is why we have the hurricane warnings covering southeast Louisiana. Loop current, you've been hearing a lot about that. Here's where the storm is right now. It is over some of the deepest, hottest water in the Gulf of Mexico, and that's one of the big forecast reasonings for this increasing the storm from a 2 to a 3 to a 4 once it reaches the Louisiana coastline. We have storm surge warnings in effect for everybody around the lake and all coastal areas, including the Mississippi Gulf Coast. You're not under a hurricane warning, you're under a tropical storm warning for wind, but you're under a storm surge warning for dangerous water levels. Now, this is the peak storm surge forecast from the Hurricane Center. Not everyone in these areas is going to see water this high. All right, and then I'm also going to show you our exclusive Q-Risk storm surge map after this. But west of the river could be as high in spots as 10 to 15 feet. East of the river, 7 to 11, 4 to 7 in Lake Pontchartrain. Again, it's highly track dependent. Now, this is our Q-Risk storm surge model, and this is based solely on the center line. This is not going to update for about an hour, hour and a half. It takes the computer about an hour and a half to process after the advisory comes out. So I will show it to you when it happens, but I want to show it to you now so we can see if there's going to be any significant change. The center line on the last advisory, remember, was basically going over or just west of Houma. So along and just east of the center line, that's where we had the highest storm surge likely, from Grand Isle west. Everywhere else in the Barataria Bay, Breton Sound, Shell Beach, Lake Bourne, Lake Pontchartrain was in yellow. That means 3 up to 6 feet of surge, okay? We even see some reds down there, which would indicate up to 12 feet of storm surge. If that little shift in the line may model a little bit more water in these areas. So we're going to be watching to see if the numbers in Grand Isle and parts of the Barataria Bay and Lafitte go up as a result of it. It was a pretty minor shift, but again, it's very sensitive to track the storm surges. But either way, we are looking for significant water rises in all areas of southeast Louisiana and the Gulf Coast. Good news is, pretty quiet right now. Had a few passing showers and storms earlier. Things look good for the rest of the afternoon and the evening. That's great for people that are driving out of town. We don't have any squalls coming in yet. We do have one squall that is showing up, about 100 miles off the mouth of the river. So I expect some of those to start blowing in later on tonight. There you can see these outer bands extend well into the eastern Gulf of Mexico. And there is our eye that is becoming quite well defined on Hurricane Ida. Something to keep in mind tomorrow, you guys, we've been through this before. We're going to have a tornado risk, slight risk, level 2. Tornadoes and hurricanes are really tricky, and for reasons we don't understand, some hurricanes produce tons of tornadoes, and some hurricanes hardly produce any. So we don't know which way that's going to land, but obviously that is going to be a potential consideration. The flood risk, I think it goes without saying. We have a high flood risk, a level 4 for basically everyone, or a level 3 risk for the Mississippi Gulf Coast. That's a really high chance of flooding as well, and so we all know to be prepared for that. This is now just updated. This is just updated on Monday. They've now gone to a level 3 flood risk for all of southeast Louisiana and the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and that's telling me that we're expecting some of these bands to linger maybe a little bit longer over our area. So even though the wind storm is going to be tomorrow, the flood threat could extend into at least the first half of Monday, depending on where those tails end up falling. There is the new track from the Hurricane Center. You can see the landfall near Port Fourchon, across Houma and Baton Rouge, along and east of the track. The chance for severe flooding very high, 5 to 10 inches of rain easy, and some folks may see more than that. We talked a little bit about it earlier, but of course you can use your mobile devices to watch us on there. We are streaming our coverage. If you lose power, just make sure you have a way that you can keep your devices powered. So there's the advisory. The winds increase, guys, to 105. We don't have a plane in there. We'll see what Ida's really doing once that aircraft gets out there in the next couple of hours.
And David, you bring up the plane. I'm glad you brought it back, because that was my first question. Is that like out of the ordinary that there's no plane right there now? And when will it be there, and when will we get that data?
It's a little unclear what happened earlier. There was a plane out there and it suddenly left and it went back to San Antonio. It seemed to go back sooner than I thought it would. So I would think we would have planes in there continuously, so there is a bit of a gap. They've been having a lot of maintenance issues with these NOAA aircraft, unfortunately. But nevertheless, there's a couple of more that are heading out there now, and we should have good coverage tonight.
Okay. You know, I heard Ken Graham with the National Hurricane Center a couple of days ago during a little webinar that he was doing, talking about how wiggles matter, like little wiggles matter, even just a 20-mile shift in the track, which is what we're seeing here. Can you look at that track and say, somebody who may not have had to be so concerned for the old track now really has to pay attention closer based on that?
Okay, well, here is how I'm going to answer this question, all right? Let's see, let me jump through a couple of my things. We're under a hurricane warning, and that means a hurricane is going to happen. It's not a maybe. And in fact, everyone in southeast Louisiana is under a hurricane warning. If you live in this, any of your parishes are in red, and they all are, you have to expect that tomorrow you're going to have hurricane conditions, all right? And the entire area around the lake is under a storm surge warning, and the entire coast of Mississippi and Louisiana, and that means you have to assume that the water is going to rise over 3 feet or more above ground level. And as we mentioned, it's going to be much higher than that in some locations. So yes, the wobbles matter. Some places may get impacted worse than originally thought if you're going by what the center line is, but that's why the hurricane warning is not like a skinny little red area in here, right? The hurricane warning is larger to account not only for the potential error rate that we know is cooked into the forecast, but also because of the size of the storm. And predicting storm size is a little unpredictable as well.
You know, David, one of the things we worry about is a slow-moving storm that can just dump a lot of rainfall. I mean, you look at New Orleans, the sewage and water board system here is, it takes a while to drain the streets, trying to find a good way to word that. How concerned are you, or should we be concerned about the movement of the storm as it moves through?
There is going to be a slowing of the storm. It looks like we're going to have to experience at least 12 hours of significant bands moving across the area. And so where those set up, there could be major flooding. You know, I never like to put a number on how much rain is going to be with a storm, but certainly 5 to 10 inches of rain seems like a pretty good number from what I'm seeing from various computer models. And the problem with that, though, is if somebody gets training, we're going to exceed that. And 5 to 10 is a problem, regardless. I mean, we've seen things go off the rails with 3 to 4 inches, right, across the city on a bad summer day. So that's why I say the risk for flooding is severe, is how I was characterizing it.
And I know we talked a little bit earlier about, you know, here we were 16 years ago preparing for Hurricane Katrina, but David, you brought up a really good point that Port Fourchon, which is now, you know, affected a little bit more by that little shift in the track. I mean, they had Hurricane Isaac in 2012, was it?
On August 29th. It's not a good day for us.
And just to put this in perspective for people, look, this is a serious storm coming towards us that everyone needs to be careful. Take caution, but at the same time, is it fair to say in your mind too, certainly we're in a better situation than we were back in 2005 prior to Katrina?
Well, yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and quote him. Ramsey Green was talking with the city earlier today in a press conference, and I really like the point that he made. Our flood protection is not what it was on August 28th, 2005. We have greater flood protection here than we've ever had before in this area, and I'm talking about the hurricane risk reduction system. Has it been tested significantly since then? Not really. Now, during Isaac, of course, it was a slow-moving storm. It took almost 2 days to move across the area, but nevertheless, that really didn't challenge the system to its full extent. So even though this is forecasted to be a Category 4, or it could be a Category 3, it may not be, but it's forecasted to be a 130-mile-per-hour Category 4 storm. At the angle that it's moving and the speed that it's moving, that should hold, the levee system should hold. Now, the point that he made and the point that I made, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be overtopping somewhere in the levee system. But there's a huge difference between overtopping and failure, and that's what we had in Katrina. We had complete systemic failure of the levee system, which caused the catastrophic flooding. Yes, we had overtopping as well in Plaquemines and St. Bernard, but if the system had held, we would not have had failure in Orleans. We would not have had that kind of flooding. We would not have even had overtopping. The storm surge did not even get high enough in Lake Pontchartrain to cause overtopping of the levees. So that's the difference. And if there is minor overtopping, you're maybe talking in some areas a few inches of water in the street, maybe a foot. But what you have to remember, of course, is we have the rainwater flooding, right? So it's impossible to predict what that would look like. But I just want you to know that just because you hear a levee is overtopping does not mean that it's going to look like what happened during Katrina.
We're going to check back with you at the bottom of the hour, about 4:30. Thank you for that, David. I think that's great for him to put in perspective for people.
A lot has improved.
Yeah, a lot has, because look, people are scared. I mean, you got a Category 4 hurricane coming to New Orleans, so we have to be prepared for what is coming, but we also have to recognize that we are in better shape, and you know, this is not August 28th, 2005. It's 2021. So there is a difference there.
And decisions are being made based on hopefully the
Yes.
improvements, and on
Yeah.
your personal situation. Everybody has to make their own personal decisions about whether or not to leave. We do want to mention that in St. John Parish, they've really been watching this track closely, and the fact that it has shifted just a tiny bit to the east is a little more concerning to them.
And here's an interview actually one of my photographers did with the sheriff down there, Mike Trigg.
Hi, Sheriff. I understand you just got out of your meeting. What do the people of St. John need to know?
Well, when it comes to the St. John Sheriff's Office, I'm asking residents to stay home. There's really not a whole lot to do out here right now. The big ticket stores are all closing. Once the weather starts to deteriorate, if you have evacuated good, stay in tune with the local government agencies for updates, and we'll let you know what's happening best we can. For everyone who's staying here and who is going to shelter in place and hunker down, be prepared for power outages. Make sure you got everything you need. We can't tell you, it might be 1 day or 5 days of no electricity, or who knows, water. We've been through this before. Again, if you need help, we'll do our best. In the height of the storm, you know we can't come out here and try to rescue people and not put lives at danger. So we've been through this before in St. John Parish. The main thing I would like to hear, loss of life is what I don't want to hear. We can replace windows and shingles and doors later. I want everybody to be safe, be careful, be smart, stay home, and let's work together and ride this thing out and let Ida get out of here and get back to our life.
Generally speaking, do you think the citizens are taking this seriously?
Yes, everyone is taking this seriously. I get a lot of phone calls asking me, should I stay, should I go? As sheriff, if I didn't have to be here, I would go. But I'm here, and my team is here. We're geared up and letting everybody know, come high water. We've done this with Hurricane Isaac in the past. We have manpower, we have equipment, we have everything we need to get people out safely. So National Guard has been very good. They're here with us. Fire department working with us. State police, DOTD has been helpful. So everything is, we're ready to go. We just sit still and everybody pray for our parish and let's get this thing over with and everybody survive.
Do you get the sense that, or what percentage of the population do you think evacuated to what is staying here in St. John?
I think more stayed than left. I've been getting phone calls. I've been looking and going to the stores and talking to residents, looking at social media. A lot of people decided to stay. So,
does that give you cause for concern?
I'm concerned about tornadoes. We can deal with the water, deal with rain. Tornadoes is my biggest concern, especially tornadoes at night. Just be careful, everybody, and let's try to get through this. But other than that, traffic is minimized. Everybody's doing good so far. And
you were telling me about that. How did you ease up traffic here?
Well, it was backed up for quite a ways. I-10 and Airline Highway and even River Road. DOTD came out here and manually controlled the lights from the boxes, the plungers they call them. And it's all cleared up now. So hopefully everybody's out of the threat zone and on their way to whatever destination. Again, we may lose cell phone service. You just probably have to rely on internet updates or best we can, news media, and we'll see what happens.
Is there anything else you need the people of St. John to know?
If you need us, call us. We're here, we're prepared, but just keep in mind the height of the storm, we probably will not be able to come out here and be of much assistance to you. But right now, everything's good. Everybody should have everything they need. My guys are geared up. We've been through this before. I have shifts, I have backup, I have personnel. We are stocked up and stacked up and ready to go.
Thanks, Sheriff. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, that's our photographer, Steve Wolf, from speaking with St. John Parish Sheriff Mike Trigg. He talked about, tornado concerns. We just asked David, and he can probably talk about this a little bit when he updates again, but he thinks the main threat, if you will, for a tornado would be during basically some of the daylight hours. So that is, I guess, better news.
If we get tornadoes, you don't always get them, but you never want the storm to come in during the night when people are in the dark and can't see and don't know what's going on.
It just seems more eerie too when the storm comes.
It absolutely does. One of the other things I think was interesting, and you and I both have gotten it too. People are texting us, calling us, should we stay or should we go? And they're asking the sheriff, should we stay or should we go? And it is a personal decision. I tell people what the sheriff said. If I didn't have to be here, I'd probably leave.
Yeah.
But
some people don't have the means.
Some people don't have the means to do that, right?
Yeah. But our weather team has put up that great graphic that shows the areas that they, under the track are safe to go. Certainly farther east and farther west. That's why you sent your parents way east.
Way east.
Yes.
Not there yet, but
they are
making their way there.
We will report to you when her parents make it safe.
Yes, we will. So yeah, a lot of residents did decide not to leave, and Rob Masson has been in Lafourche Parish talking to some of those residents this afternoon.
We were just down at the shelter at Central Lafourche High School. They had about 30 people there. I'm sure they're going to be getting more people there through the night. A lot of folks coming up from South Lafourche, but a lot of folks here in the central part of the parish are staying, although many have evacuated already. I'm joined now by Dennis Adams, who lives right here on the banks of Bayou Lafourche. And Dennis, are you worried about this one?
A little bit, but we have to do what we have to do. I mean, this house has been here for a long time, so we figured we'd be safe right here. And we are the highest part on Lafourche Parish. So
1965 it was built?
1965.
So it was here for Betsy?
It was here, yeah.
Did it take on any water during Betsy?
Oh, no. If the water comes up right here, we all going to be underwater. That's how low the bayou is right here.
Were you in this house for Katrina?
I was in this house for Katrina, yes.
What happened?
Just a lot of wind, couldn't sleep. I mean, you worry about all this stuff. So.
And the house felt like it picked up just
when Katrina hit bank, it felt like the house picked up, but I guess it was all in our imagination, but it was an experience.
So the locks that they've got on the bayou pretty much keep the Gulf of Mexico out of your yard.
Pretty much, yes. I mean, we have a series of locks all the way down to Golden Meadows. And this one here is going to stop the saltwater intrusion to our water pipe right here.
How long were you without power for Katrina?
2 or 3 days, I think.
Do you have a generator?
We got one now. We didn't have one then.
But you made it, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So what sort of supplies, what have you done to stock up and prepare for this?
Nothing really. We didn't want nothing to damage, so we're going to do what we have.
Dennis, here in Matthews, what percentage of the people, I see people boarded up right across the street, what percentage of the people do you think evacuated?
Not very many. Not that I could see. I mean, everybody was boarded up. It seems like they all staying home.
And even though Ida could be a little stronger than Betsy, could be a little stronger than Katrina, you're willing to take your chance.
Yep, we're willing to take our chance. I don't want to be on the highway. I don't want to get stuck on the highway.
All right, Dennis Adams, good to meet you. Best of luck with everything.
Same here.
Appreciate it. There has been a mandatory evacuation order issued for Lafourche Parish. A lot of people in the southern part have adhered to it, and there is a curfew that goes into effect at 7 o'clock tonight. 2 shelters are open for those that don't want to ride it out at their houses. One at Central Lafourche High, the other at Thibodaux High. That's the story from Matthews. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Rob. You probably heard just some audio, the background noise and everything. It's just during these coverage, we're sending stuff back, and sometimes the audio may not be exactly right, but we appreciate you for bearing with us there.
It's good now.
It is good now, compared to what it will be. That is definitely
a little bit later.
Yes.
So folks down in Lafitte, that's in Lower Jefferson Parish, have been getting ready all day long. They're making their preparations. They're shoring up their properties with sandbags, just doing all sorts of preparations.
And Real Juan Belogan joins us there with more.
The mandatory evacuation order is in effect. Now, this is what it looks like right here in Jean Lafitte. All of these areas, there are multiple areas in the town here with sandbags piled up in these critical areas where they know it's been known to flood, including several portions of the roadway. Now, Mayor Tim Kerner Jr. anticipates a lot of rain and significant water from the tidal surge. Now, there are pumps scattered throughout the area, and they continue deploying sandbag at critical areas that in the past they've had issues, including some of those roadways. That started yesterday and continues into Saturday as we all wait and see what we can get from Hurricane Ida. Now, that evacuation order is in place, but this morning we spoke with people who said they are trying to ride this out. So this is a message that Mayor Kerner is telling people do not do this, including Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shanks. She's echoing that same sentiment. The time to leave is now. People who are choosing to stay are putting their lives at risk, but also emergency service workers.
So it's going to be sort of a double whammy for this area, and they're going to be trapped in here. I mean, you know, so our teams are ready for search and rescue. Our teams, you know, our firefighters, sheriff's office have boats, and we'll have to rescue people. But the time for that not to happen is to leave, and the time to save lives is before the storm. So really, if you're on the fence, I know you think it's inconvenient and you like to defend your home. This is no time to be having that mindset. It is time to get to a safer place, and why put yourself through that?
All of the floodgates in the area will close by 5 this evening. Reporting from Jean Lafitte, Roman Belogan, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, we're coming up on 4:30. Just keep this in mind. The latest track David showed us, landfall around 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So we're less than 24 hours away from the expected landfall of a potential Category 4 hurricane in southeast Louisiana.
And we will be back with our coverage of Hurricane Ida right after this.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Explore a long line of high-performance Italian design. Experience luxury and speed. And expect nothing less. Legacies don't just happen. It's just part of who we are. Drive a new 2021 Alfa Romeo with available financing of 0.9% with approved credit. Drive yours today, only at Alfa Romeo of Daytona.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
Welcome back. It is 4:30 now. If you're just joining us, about a half an hour ago, we got a brand new track and intensity forecast from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Ida.
And David noted that it was a shift east. He's going to rejoin us now for a more look at that latest track and more analysis of what we can expect.
Well, some of the good news that we can report is that we've got a hurricane hunter back in the center. The bad news is the hurricane hunter is finding the storm is stronger. The lowest pressure I've seen so far is 970 millibars, and as I'll show you in a moment, when we take a look at the advisory, it was 976 millibars. And so this has dropped 10 to 15 millibars over the course of the afternoon, indicating that Ida is likely to get stronger. And now you can see the hurricane hunter is down here kind of in the southwest quadrant, and you can see where the center of the storm is located right about there. Here was the latest advisory, Category 2 moving northwest at 16, 105 mile per hour winds, about 300 miles southeast of Houma. And again, there's several changes. The big change, the track shifted a little bit to the east. We got to pay attention to that, but it's going to reach the coast sooner. And so right now we think it reaches the coast by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That means tomorrow morning the weather is getting really bad at the coast. So if you're at the coast, your prep time ends at dark tonight. If you're around the lake or on the North Shore, you might be able to squeeze in a few last-minute things right at daybreak tomorrow, but basically everybody needs to be in place all for during the day on Sunday, and it still comes ashore as a strong Category 4 hurricane, a major hurricane. Again, this would be the strongest hurricane to strike Fushan and Homa since Hurricane Betsy in 1965, a point that should be well taken. And then this track, very similar to what happened with Gustav. We could have hurricane force winds into the Baton Rouge area. That doesn't look good. And once we get to Monday evening, the storm weakens to a tropical storm, but we may still have moisture bands stuck over us and a moisture tail on Monday. As you'll see in a moment, our flood risk is not going to end on Sunday. That could easily go into Monday as well. Satellite picture this afternoon shows a maturing hurricane, one that is getting stronger. We're beginning to see even more intense storms developing on the southern and eastern side of the eye wall, indicating that an additional strengthening burst may be going on. Even the last satellite picture there showing a really big thunderstorm popping out there on the northwestern corner. So there's where the storm tracked, okay? This was the past track of the storm. Here is the new forecast track. So what we'll be watching is to see, all right, is the center going to go right along that red line the next few hours, or are we going to see it track east of that line like it was doing earlier this afternoon, which did result in a slight adjustment east from the National Hurricane Center. But it's just now began to start that forecast track line, and so we'll have to watch that over the next several hours. Okay, we started talking about this earlier, right? We have a hurricane warning in effect for southeast Louisiana. The warning means it's going to happen. The watch means maybe. The warning means it's going to happen, all right? So everybody's emailing me and calling me and saying, you know, I'm in Belle Chase and I'm in Robert and I'm in Abita. You're under a hurricane warning. You have to assume that that's what's going to happen tomorrow. On the Gulf Coast, you have to be ready for tropical storm force winds. Expect that. We have a tropical storm warning in effect there. We'll talk about storm surge in just a second. If you still haven't evacuated yet, maybe you're waiting for some of the traffic to die down this evening, or you're going to go at daybreak tomorrow, preferably not from the coast, because we're going to have rising water. But if you're farther inland, generally on either side of the Interstate 55 corridor is where we could have impacts, all right? Especially Mississippi, southeast Louisiana, and western portions of Alabama. So go way to the east, but right now the best idea may be to head to the west. That seems like you'll be heading definitely away from the worst impact. So we think a west evacuation, if that's possible, is the best. Okay, when do we need to be ready? The yellow is tropical storm force winds. The red are up to hurricane force gusts. They're either sustained hurricane force winds or gusting to hurricane force winds, okay? And so there's the cone, and this is why we talk about the impacts extend well away from the cone, right? The cone is really skinny now, because the error rate's about 30 or 40 miles 24 hours out. This just tells us where we think that red spinning hurricane icon is going to be. It doesn't tell us about what kind of weather we're going to have. Here's hurricane force winds and gusts extending east of the cone, and tropical storm force winds way away from the cone. So this is 6 o'clock in the morning. We're getting sustained tropical storm force winds at the coast. Here comes the hurricane then by mid to late morning, and in the middle of the day and in the afternoon, this is when the worst wind impacts are going to be going into early evening. Notice the chance for hurricane force gusts are now quite high in the New Orleans metropolitan area from New Orleans to Grand Isle. That's partially from the track shifting a bit to the east. It's also because the radius of maximum winds, how large the wind field is in the hurricane, that has been expanded by the National Hurricane Center. So all that tells us is that our chance of having hurricane force winds, certainly at least gusts, have increased for the immediate South Shore. River parishes, bayou parishes, you're going to be right in the middle of it. And even Baton Rouge with a weakening hurricane, and notice the wind field shrinking because the storm is getting weaker, will have a chance to see some hurricane force winds. All right, so let me show you what these percentages mean. This is the possibility of sustained winds of 58 miles per hour when we really can start to see damage and significant power outages, plus gusts of hurricane force, meaning gusts over 74 miles per hour. Obviously, it's near 100% in Lafourche and Terrebonne and into St. James and also in Assumption Parish. But notice the number from Boothville to Belle Chase to Jefferson Parish to the airport in Kenner, 72%. So that's a pretty high chance that we're going to have some wind gusts that may exceed 74 miles per hour. And that can cause significant damage, and certainly that ups the ante on what our power outage potential is. Notice the chance for hurricane force gusts are very low and unlikely along the Mississippi Gulf Coast based on what we're seeing now. So that's the wind. Now let's talk about the water. We've got a storm surge warning all around Lake Pontchartrain, the Louisiana and the Mississippi Gulf Coast. That's going to be for dangerous water levels. Now this is the peak storm surge as forecast from the National Hurricane Center. Not every single spot is going to see water this high, all right? And we've also been showing you our Q-risk storm surge model. I'm not going to show that again until we get that data to process. It takes about an hour and a half. We'll have it for you between 5 and 6. That gives a more realistic idea of what the water is going to be because it's determined exactly by the center line. Nevertheless, west of the river is where we expect the worst surge, 7 to 11 feet somewhere east of the river, including Lake Bourne, and a storm surge could be as high as 4 to 7 feet across portions of Lake Pontchartrain. Live radar right now, not much going on. Few showers now coming into the lower Plaquemines Parish. Few sprinkles here, it looks like on the west bank, but not anything that's that big of a deal. When we look at the clouds and the radar together, obviously the radar can't see this far out in the Gulf, but where it can see, it's starting to even pick up. These are, this northeastern eye wall. It's already starting to see some of the storms that are showing up there. And there's one arcing outer band. Those will probably start coming in later on tonight. First into Plaquemines Parish in the early evening hours and maybe spreading into the city as we go throughout the evening. And that's how it generally goes, right? We start getting bands and they become more frequent and more intense as the storm gets closer. Tornado risk Sunday, level 2, slight risk for tornadoes. Flood risk, it's a level 4. It's a high risk for everybody. Yeah, we've got a level 3 here on the Gulf Coast. That's a very high risk on any given day as well. And as I was mentioning, this moisture tail on Monday could stick around, and so we're going to have an elevated flood risk on Monday as well. And as far as numbers go, maybe 5–10 inches of rain could fall in some areas. If we get training with particular bands of storms, it could be worse than that, and that may last into Monday as well, the way things are looking right now. We're streaming this coverage live on our Fox 8 News and Weather apps. You can watch there. If you lose power, provided you are able to keep your devices charged. Guys, that's how things are looking at the 4:30 half hour.
Okay, can we get you to go back, if you can, to that graphic that you showed, the past track and the new track, and how it kind of split off? Just explain that a little bit, because I think the consensus between us and even our producer
is that was.
It was showing where you were showing it was tracking a little bit east. And then it takes the new track.
Oh, I think we're on. Are we on Max 1 still? Let's see here. Yes, we are. Okay. Well,
We're just getting the right weather computer here.
Well, we're on the right weather computer. Okay. Somehow my graphics kind of went off the rails here. But I know what Kim wants me to get. Kim, I've got you. Just hold on.
Okay.
You always take care of Kim.
That's true. Okay, we want to take
ask the question.
We want to look at that satellite.
There we go. So the red line is what is where we got a little confused there. So the old track shows it on that yellow line, and then the red line, it actually looks like it takes a more westerly turn, but you're saying that it shifts
the reason it looks that way is because the Hurricane Center said, okay, we're starting our new forecast track here, and they started it obviously right where the eye was at the time. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Okay, so it's kind of like, okay, let's start the race now, Kim. I'm standing here. Okay, you're going to stand here. We're starting the race at the exact same spot. But now the race has started, and so is the eye going to follow this red line, or are we going to again see another deviation to the east?
Okay, so the yellow line was a straight line.
Right, the yellow line was, exactly.
Yes.
And
okay.
So that's what happened. And so you can kind of see how it was tracking off of that. But now the red line is the new starting line.
But realistically, if it's moving like that on the yellow line, is it going to, because that's for a big storm, correct me if I'm wrong, a fairly sharp western turn? Is that fair to say?
Not really. No, it's not fair to say. It was tracking 20 to 30 miles east of where the Hurricane Center thought the center line was going to go. All right, so they did make an adjustment east because they had to change the initial position of where the storm is. So this red line is the new starting line, right? You guys got that?
Yes.
So now we're going to say, okay, we just started here. Now let's see what happens over the next few hours. Is it going to keep following that storyline, or is it going to maybe bend back west again? It could bend back this way a little bit, could bend back that way. 30 to 40 miles, 24 hours out. Now we're less than 24 hours out. The error range can still be 20 or 30 miles for a landfall.
I feel like it's a kindergarten teacher, like teaching his students. Did we pass?
But that's okay. We want people to understand and kind of know what they're looking at on the screen.
Are you the track that came out, is that what you expected it to be based on all the models you had been looking at over the past couple hours?
Yes, based on the current track and based on the consensus model that we saw, that basically saw it making landfall near Port Fourchon. That's where the new center line is. But we're talking about 20 miles or so. So that's, at least at this point in time, at least for what the city can expect, that hasn't changed things too much. What did change is the storm got bigger. The radius of maximum winds, the wind field got larger, and so that's why I was showing you the chance for hurricane force gusts have increased for the immediate South Shore.
And then just so people can know what's coming up in the next couple of hours, because I know a lot of people just kind of keep it on and listen. New models will come out when, and then the hurricane hunters going out there will come out when. When will you start getting some of that information?
We got hurricane hunters now, so we just showed that. They found 970 millibars. That's 6 lower than what we showed you on the 4 o'clock advisory. The pressure is dropping in this storm. So we've got one, and there's going to be a second plane going out there this evening as well. So that's happening right now. The GFS model is updating as we speak. It's late afternoon and early evening run. I'll have some images from that. Probably within the next half hour or so. And then the spaghetti models, those hurricane models you see, the consensus models, those will update again around 8 o'clock tonight.
Okay, and one more thing, David, before we get to Christy Coleman with traffic. And we were talking about the evacuations, and I heard you say go west, which is a little bit different from earlier. We had, okay, if you're going to go east, you need to go, a little bit east of Destin. If you're going to go west, you need to go west of Lake Charles. Now you're saying it's probably better to go west?
Well, I mean, just from the standpoint of the eastern side of the storm is the worst side of the storm, right? But if you go far enough to the east, say Montgomery and Atlanta and places like that, they're not going to be impacted by this. So if you still need to go east and that's where you need to go, that's fine. The problem is the weather tonight will be getting bad. We're going to start having some heavier bands move in along Interstate 10, that sort of thing. Whereas if you go west, you're not going to have those same weather impacts.
All right, important information. We will see again as you analyze some of the new models coming in. We'll check with you in a little while. Thanks, David.
All right, and speaking of traffic, we want to go to Christy Coleman now, who's keeping an eye on the roads.
That's right. Let's take a live look outside, guys. I can say traffic is looking a whole lot better right now in New Orleans East and easing up here in Slidell on the twin span. This is about halfway through, mile marker 258. Still slow, still some delays to expect out there heading eastbound, but again, we are easing up just a little bit, so that's great news. Look at the map here. This is I-10 and I-510. Again, you'll see those delays once you hit the twin span all the way up to the I-10 at 1259 interchange, and then we do have some delays on I-59 as well. I-10 eastbound continues to be slow through to the Louisiana-Mississippi state line, so watch out for that. If you want to take 90, yeah, we're still slow, guys. So again, you will need the extra time. Causeway checks out okay. I-12, no problems. Again, earlier, if you missed it, someone told me they took 190 all the way through to Texas. If you want to take that, hey, you'll be good to go to do that. Could take you a little bit longer, so pack your patience, but 190 would be a great alternate for you. If you plan on heading westbound on I-12, you will see some delays once you make it into Baton Rouge on I-10, so just be mindful of that. Kenner looks great heading westbound toward the Bonnie Carey Spillway. Airline, not bad at all. Again, those delays in Baton Rouge, here we are, a live look. This is I-10 at Blue Bonnet, still stop and go traffic. We have delays here, also in Lake Charles. I know there's an accident in Lake Charles with some construction as well, so watch out for that. And then some delays in Lafayette. So again, westbound I-10 out of the city, still pretty heavy, but at least we do look much better in the Kenner-Metairie area compared to earlier this morning. That's a look at your local first traffic.
I think she was reading our mind about Baton Rouge, huh?
We were literally, while she was starting, like, I want to see the Baton Rouge traffic again, and Christy punched it up because look, David was talking, you may want to go west, and just know if you go west, go through Baton Rouge, you're going to get a lot of traffic. And then, as Christy said, what Lake Charles is pretty bad as well.
Yeah,
now,
and possibly an accident somewhere on that route out of town. We have been telling you about Terrebonne Parish all day. Just really, the message to the folks there is get out. There was a mandatory evacuation issued based on the original track, the current track even, and we want to check back in there.
Yeah, let's go live to Caitlin Rust in Terrebonne Parish.
Yeah, guys, still working on evacuating people here in Terrebonne Parish. Right now, we're in the EOC command room, and I'm joined here by Earl Hughes, the director over here. How is it going? It's been a little while since we've gotten an update from you guys. How are evacuation efforts going?
Evacuations are going well. We opened up our point-to-point pickup place at HL Bourgeois this morning at 6 a.m. And we have about 14 or 15 buses that have been on the road. So we got about 450 people that we're going to evacuate to our point-to-point in Monroe at the Civic Center.
Of course, and the cutoff for that is 6 p.m. tonight, correct?
That's correct. In fact, they're going to stop taking phone calls to put you on the list for a pickup at 5:30 because it takes a while to go pick you up and bring you and get you on the bus. So, but that center will be closing at 6 o'clock. Once that occurs, there will be no shelters in Terrebonne Parish. So if you did not take the bus to the shelter in Monroe, you will have to hunker down in your home until the storm passes.
Of course, and where can people find, if they're watching this right now and wondering how they can get in on these buses, where do they need to look to find that information?
Well, the best thing to do is to call our office. It's 985-873-6357, and a call taker will take your information and put you on the list. So your time is very limited right now because we will shut the pickup point down at 6 o'clock.
Of course, and we were talking earlier, you said about 50 to 60% of the parish has already been evacuated or is evacuating, correct?
I think so. I think we probably got about 50 to 60% of the people out of the parish right now. I think we're going to see more people leaving later this evening, basically to get on the outside of the cone, but the traffic kind of dwindles down later tonight, and some people will leave later so they don't get stuck in the traffic. And I heard the traffic in Morgan City today was really bad going to the west because the Highway 90 bridge over there is down to one lane. Because they're painting the bridge. So some people are saying it was taking 45 minutes to get over just that one bridge. So the traffic is rough, and you know it's always like that during an evacuation. The later you wait, the more traffic you're going to be in.
Of course, and for the people that are staying behind, what's the message you're giving them? They have a 6 p.m. curfew, so no one can be out after that.
That's correct. Sheriff Tim Saunier is going to enforce the curfew along with Chief Dana Coleman and Homeland Police Department. So if you're out after 6 p.m., if you're not going to and from your place of work, you probably will get stopped and questioned. So it's best that you stay inside your home. For those that are staying and going to ride out the storm in their homes, they need to make sure they take their precautions and hunker down and you know, I'd stay away from windows. And if the eye would happen to pass over you, please do not go outside because the back end of the storm is going to be coming very soon and could cause some damage to you. So I just tell people to be cautious. You know, once the winds get to a certain speed, it's hard for our first responders to make a decision whether to go out and have to do a rescue on you or not. So that's the risk you take of staying without evacuating.
Of course, and behind I see we have members of the National Guard here. You guys are prepared for anything?
That's correct. We got the National Guard here. They have a contingency of troops ready to respond after the storm. We also have liaisons from the U.S. Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Coast Guard to take care of our maritime industry, and then the rest of the people over here are basically parish departments or other agencies within the parish.
Of course, and for the people that are hunkering down, we were talking about sandbags and other preparations. What's the latest on all of that?
Well, I know I don't think they're refilling the sandbag locations right now because of the curfew is going to be at 6 o'clock, so you shouldn't be out filling sandbags. But I think we put out somewhere around 330,000 cubic yards of sand, which is probably our record of sandbags in this area.
My gosh, yes, that's a lot here. And there's even some grocery stores, some stores that are still open and planning to stay open until curfew too, right?
That's correct. They'll stay open until curfew, and then so if you need to get some last minute supplies, you may want to check your local grocery store. There's probably no bread left by now, or milk. So, but if you need some late supplies, you might be able to find something.
Of course. And what is the latest update on all of the parish protections, like the levee system and all of that?
So the Terrebonne Levee and Conservation District has closed all of the floodgates within Terrebonne Parish, and all the environmental water control structures are closed. That was done at noon today. The biggest gate we have is the HNC Bubba Dove floodgate. That was closed at noon today. So if you're outside of the levee system and you're in marine traffic, you'll have to stay on the outside or go around to come back in. So that'll provide us some protection with the storm surge, but with a storm surge prediction of about 15 feet, we will have overtopping of our levee system. And so hopefully our internal levee systems, along with the drainage basins that we have, will absorb some of that water, so we won't have as much flooding as would have been if we did not have the levee system.
Of course. And with the latest updates and advisories that have been put out, I know you guys are hoping for the best but bracing for the worst. Just kind of how are you feeling right now with this storm?
Well, you know, the storm moved a little bit to the east at the 4 o'clock advisory, so that gives us a little better storm surge potential. The storm surge to be further to the east than what it would have been, so that helps us out a lot. So, but we're still going to have Category 4 winds throughout the southern part of the parish and extending into the northern port, and then, you know, it's going to downgrade, you know, to a 2. But we're going to be under about 8 hours of hurricane force winds, sustained winds. That doesn't include gust. So your structure, your home, and any other assets that you own are going to take a beating for 8 hours.
Of course. My gosh. Again, thank you so much for giving us this update. I know you're working real hard. Stay safe out there today.
Well, thank y'all. We appreciate what y'all do to get the information out to our residents.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to check back in with you guys in a little bit, but for now, reporting live from Terrebonne Parish, Caitlin Rust, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Caitlin, as we approach 5 o'clock, kind of want to update you on what you can expect over the next couple of hours here on Fox 8. Jefferson Parish, we're expecting a news conference to start in about 6 minutes at the top of the hour. St. Bernard Parish will have a news conference at 6 o'clock tonight. And then we're expected to hear from Mayor LaToya Cantrell, who should be calling into the station sometime later tonight. Also, David says some new models will be coming in, and he will be updating those throughout the night as well, too, in his weathercast.
And we're trying to hit all the areas, whether it's to the west of us, to the east of us, to the north, to the south. We want to check in now in St. Tammany Parish. Parish President Mike Cooper talked a little bit about what St. Tammany residents can expect with Hurricane Ida.
We can expect strong force winds late Sunday evening and early Monday morning. Also, strong wind gusts can be expected throughout the day on Monday. With that, of course, we can expect extensive tree damage and widespread power outages. In addition, we can expect 4 to 7 feet storm surge along the shores of Lake Pontchartrain from Gust Island in Mandeville to the Wrigley's in Slidell and all points in between. The hurricane is expected to bring 10 plus inches of rain. And because we're on the east side of the eye, there's a strong possibility of tornadoes as well. We ask our citizens to continue to make preparations today. Food, water, medical supplies, batteries, gasoline, propane. Get your chainsaws ready.
All right, that's Mike Cooper in St. Tammany Parish. I want to tell you about some more information on St. Tammany Parish. These are shelters of last resort. You have Creekside Junior High It's for the general population and electrically dependent citizens. Lee Road Junior High and Lyon Elementary. That's a pet-friendly shelter of last resort against all of those in St. Tammany Parish.
And you know, there really has been a mad rush since yesterday for people in Slidell, especially a lot of folks living on the water there with boats, trying to get their boats out of the water. Chris Hagan actually caught up with some of those folks at a marina today.
We're here on the North Shore in Slidell near the new Blue Crab location, and I'm here with Brian Martin. And Brian just pulled his boat out of the water. Not too many people out here today, but you said the last couple of days there were a lot of people out here doing the same.
Oh yeah, definitely. Right before everybody tried to evacuate from the storm, everybody was here to get the boat out of the water.
And I'm assuming you are staying through the storm then?
Yes, we're staying.
Is it your first storm? How many storms have you stayed through? And I guess you feel pretty confident, obviously.
Been in Slidell for 8 years and hadn't left for one yet. So we're staying through this one just like we did all the others.
What are you expecting? What have you kind of prepared for? What preparations have you taken to get ready for whatever may come your way?
We figure we'll get like Cat 2 winds here is what I'm figuring. So we got everything picked up in the yard, boat out of the water, and enough food to last us through the month.
Yeah, well, that's about as good as a plan as any. Not worried about any storm surge or how much storm surge there may be?
Nah, we haven't had any water in our yard since I think Isaac. It was the last one that got any in the yard, so it may come up a little bit, but I'm not worried about the house.
What have you heard from your neighbors? Have you seen many people staying, going? I guess what's kind of the mood among some of the people that live around you and whether or not they've left?
I took a drive around earlier today, and I'd say about half and half. I see a lot of cars in driveways, a lot of boats in driveways, but I'd say a lot of people sticking it out.
Generally, everybody's pretty confident that, whatever comes their way, we'll be able to handle?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Brian, thank you for taking the time, and good luck with everything this weekend.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
All right, that's Chris Hagan in Slidell. This is a live look at Jefferson Parish. A news conference is going to start there any minute. We expect to hear from Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang to update us on plans in the parish as Hurricane Ida approaches.
And while we wait, top of the hour, let's go over to Bruce Katz now for another update on Hurricane Ida.
All right now we're still looking at this becoming a Category 4 hurricane. And again, the wind field is going to be fairly strong with this, so it's something we're going to be looking at. Let's go to Max 2 right now if we can. And on Max 2, we can actually show you what's going on. And once again, the actual track is going to be moving off to the north and west. Right now, northwest at 16. Latest advisory, 4 o'clock, was at 105, so it has gotten progressively stronger. And as we take a look, as it moves off to the northwest, expected to become a Category 3 and before landfall, a Category 4. Now, the change was that David was mentioning as well, is that this has been pushed up now because it's on a trajectory hitting land a bit earlier. So we're looking at landfall now as opposed to 7 o'clock at night from earlier readings to just after lunchtime tomorrow afternoon. So that window is certainly closing pretty quickly, eventually moving northward over Baton Rouge, even a Category 1. Baton Rouge, not an evacuation route or place. You've got to go much farther west, at least coming into Lake Charles or even over to Houston. So you've got to stay out of that zone. Eventually, it does begin to move off to the north. And the reason why we're looking at this strengthening is going to be because it's coming over the loop current. And again, this loop current has water at about 85 to 87 degrees. So it's not going to be churned up. Depths of water very warm. As a result, the storm system has everything it needs with upper level winds being conducive and the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Well, we've got some good news on radar right now. This is live, and you'll notice we do have a couple of showers moving in along I-55 near Hammond. Otherwise, a few showers in the river parishes, but by far, we're looking pretty good. Now, we don't need a lot of rain right now because we're going to get a lot with this storm. And also, you may be trying to get before dark the last minute stuff done, picking up the kids' toys from maybe the backyard, putting up the garbage cans, the outdoor furniture. Make sure you put stuff away that can blow around. Certainly, this storm is going to bring a blow to all of southeast Louisiana. Now, take a look. Here's our daylight satellite picture, and we're going to start losing it now. Notice it's getting a little bit darker as the sun is setting in the east, but that eye is definitely holding its own, and it may be reforming with showers and storms wrapping around the center. And that's what we look for as we see this feature getting closer and closer to the southeast Louisiana coast. So here's our forecast track. Here's where it's been. Remember, we talked about earlier, this feature was looking like it was a little bit east of the actual track, and it was doing that about 20 to 30 miles to the east of where the track was. Now, it reset. Now, this is the future track, basically a straight line all the way into near Port Fourchon. Now, over the next couple of hours, we're going to see if, now that we're looking at this new line, if it kind of deviates in this direction, that would be a closer strike to New Orleans. If it does hold its own, like right now, seems to be doing at this point, that would be great news because it would be a little bit farther west. Now, not to say we're not going to have impacts, because you need to plan for hurricane force winds and prolonged hurricane force winds for 12 to 18 hours. So here's our infrared shot. Take a look around the center. We are seeing thunderstorms developing, and they are certainly strong out there. And here's New Orleans as it moves off to the northwest. Let's go to Jefferson Parish now for the latest from Cynthia Lee Shang.
We're good on the live feed? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us here today. So the latest update we have in Jefferson Parish, we just wanted to tell you about the last-minute storm preparations. We were very, very busy today. But throughout this day, the threats of this storm have increased. The storm has continued to wobble east, bringing the threats of this storm closer to Jefferson Parish. So we are now expecting stronger winds, stronger storm surge, and of course that brings the increase for potential flash flooding. We spent the day, as I've said, finalizing our preparations before Hurricane Ida gets to us. I was just in Lafitte today with Mayor Kerner. They were laying sandbags. I just got off the phone with Mayor Carmidel. They're finishing up their preparations. I'm happy to hear that many, many people have taken heed of the dangers of this storm, especially in Grand Isle, Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Barataria, and Crown Point, and have left. There's been a steady stream of people leaving. But this remains my biggest concern of this storm, is that the people, especially in our outlying areas, in our lower lying areas outside of the levee protection system, that are staying. And I'm hearing about, couple dozen on Grand Isle, some in Lafitte. I want to reiterate, the storm surge that we are expecting is unsurvivable. It is an unsurvivable storm surge that we are expecting, and this storm is not supposed to pass through quickly. So now you have time to get out, especially in those areas where there's a mandatory evacuation. We need you to leave immediately. Public work crews have been out picking up debris, clearing catch basins, securing construction sites as we close in on the final hours of this storm. Obviously, we're facing a very, very difficult situation. So for those of you within the hurricane protection system as well, the evacuation window is closing upon us quickly. So if you are on the fence, you need to leave now. The best and easiest way for us to be able to save lives in this storm is for you to get out before the storm comes. So remember, most of the deaths from these storms come from water, which is storm surge, flash flooding, but also the secondary effects, and especially in Louisiana this past year, we have lost lives from the secondary effects from the storm. The improper use of generators, down power lines that were live after the storm, driving in all the other dangers if you drive in flooded streets next to canals, the fallen trees. And remember, the roads will not be cleared. They might be filled with water. They might be blocked by trees. First responders are going to get to you as quickly as possible, but the roadways may be blocked. But again, as I've said, in Louisiana, we have had deaths post-storm this past year. Fallen trees, generator deaths, and post-storm electrocutions. Okay, so the secondary effects are just as dangerous for the storm. So remember to watch this frequently. This is a powerful storm, and a shift 20 miles east or west can mean a huge difference in the effects that we see and the devastating impacts that we feel. So for those of you who have decided to shelter in place, you need to be where you are for the duration of this storm in the next few hours, and you need to stay there. And remember, as conditions deteriorate, public assistance will be unavailable to you until the storm passes through. We have an excellent first responder community.
but they will not be able to respond to you after the winds get very high. And always a reminder that we have COVID in our community and you need to be safe. The medical hospitals, they're already filled more than usual, so we want to not bring them any additional work with anything that's unnecessary. Our fire services are prepared with their boats. We have 17 boats stationed on both sides, the East Bank and the West Bank, for search and rescue. Their motors have been checked. They're stocked with all of their safety equipment. Our fire stations are stocked with functional generators and saws and many other items needed to do a successful search and rescue. We are here at our Emergency Operations Center in Gretna. We are fully activating at 7 p.m., and we're going to remain active throughout the duration of this storm. And we're very grateful that the National Guard already has 200 troops assigned to Jefferson Parish, and they are already positioned pre-storm here in our parish to work with our police officers and to work with our firefighters and to be part of our first responder community. I know we have several nursing homes that have already evacuated some of their residents, several assisted living facilities that have already evacuated their residents, and the remainder are going to shelter in place. As a reminder today, our transit buses will stop very, very soon at 6 p.m. Our transit buses will stop. Also as a reminder, our offices are closed on Monday. Schools are closed on Monday. There's going to be no garbage service on Monday. Today was garbage pickup day, so I haven't, in the neighborhoods, if there's still garbage cans out from today's pickup, make sure you secure those in your neighborhood, okay? Remember to call 911 for any kind of emergency. The number here at the Emergency Operations Center I want to give you as well, 504-349-5360. We have many agencies, all of our departments with personnel stationed here able to communicate for any of the needs our community has. And again, be mindful that there will be times that response may not be possible due to weather conditions. So if you're staying through the storm, you need to stay put. Do not venture out after the storm passes. Let's not be nosy. Let's not go sightseeing. Let's help our first responder community have full reign of the streets so they can make it safe, so they can engage in what they need to do post-storm. They do not need any additional cars on the street. And the sheriff's going to talk more about that. But we need to be partners with our first responder community and do our part. Okay, so with that, I am going to invite up our Sheriff of Jefferson Parish, Sheriff Joseph Lapinto.
For anyone that's still thinking about leaving, leave. You have time to do so. The traffic is clearing up in some places. Look at your route beforehand. You can get out there. But let's face it, accidents aren't planned. We've already had one today. Nobody plans on an accident. Nobody thinks anything's going to happen until it happens to them. Whether that accident is during good times or bad, they happen. Today's a perfect example of it. One of my deputies was hit on his motorcycle today by an idiot that can't drive. Unfortunately, his wife is already evacuated out of state. He's going to be stuck in the hospital for the next few days because somebody's got to be out there on the street. I don't want that to happen anymore. We've got 24, 48 hours, 72 hours by this storm passes. If you stay, stay. Stay in your house. Don't get out. Don't go check somebody's freezer. Stay home so that way our deputies can do their job for the emergencies that they're prepared to do. They're risking their lives being out here on an everyday basis. If you're staying home, stay home. We don't need the cars out in the street. We don't need you running into a tree or a power line and us having to deal with it and bring you to the hospital and do all the rest of it. As I said, one of my deputies is going to be spending a few days who risk his life to stay here. If you're here, stay in your house. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. The next speaker is Joe Valiente, Director of our Emergency Management Services.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon, everyone. So I just want to circle back on a couple of things that the parish president touched on. The EOC will be in full activation as of 7 p.m. tonight, and full COVID protocols will be in effect throughout the entire time that we're in this building. We're going to have a full house here, and we have to make sure that we don't spread anything, and certainly we don't catch anything. So another thing that I want to mention is that we've been in constant communication with our parish stakeholders, which is in excess of 120 different stakeholders, and we've been having parish leadership meetings every day. We will have another one tonight because it's important that that they have situational awareness of what is actually going on and where we stand as a parish leadership. Last thing I want to mention is to circle back. Another thing that she mentioned, since 2013, the majority of all fatalities that have occurred as a result of a hurricane have been attributed past the storm surge, when the hurricane makes landfall. And I'll say this again, last week, the remnants of Hurricane Henri in Tennessee in Humphrey County dumped 17 inches of rain in 16 hours, 27 fatalities. The flash flooding, the tornadoes are extremely dangerous. So to follow back on what she said, we don't need you driving around on the street during or immediately after the storm leaves us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Our next speaker is Chief Administrative Assistant Sarah Babcock.
Good evening. As you've heard everyone mention here, the window for evacuating is narrowing. At this point in time, if you have medical concerns, if you are not able to live in your home without power for a number of days or even weeks after the storm, it is time to evacuate now. You need to take the storm seriously. As the parish president mentioned, we've had 4 nursing homes and 4 assisted living facilities evacuate over the last 2 days. All other facilities are prepared to shelter in place, as well as our hospitals. They will have extra staff on site, and they are ready, but they are full of patients at this point in time. All dialysis facilities have now closed and will reopen as soon as possible after the storm. It is extremely important for us to stay out of the hospitals as much as possible. We need to save 911 and our emergency rooms for people experiencing life-threatening emergencies. We have staged oxygen tanks for distribution after the storm. It is important to note that oxygen will not be available tonight. It will not be available tomorrow. It will only be open after the storm once things are starting to clear up. I am going to list these sites now so that if you lose power, you will have this information already. But please do not go there tonight or tomorrow. These sites are Fire Station 20 at 4110 Hudson Street in Metairie and Fire Station 81 at 808 MacArthur Avenue in Harvey. If you have oxygen tanks that are empty at home, please bring those to the fire station and you will get a full one at that time. If you have other medical needs post-storm, you can call here to the EOC 504-349-5360, and we will try and provide you with other assistance. It is important to remember that COVID is still with us. So we know many people are staying with family, you're staying with friends, maybe you've left the state. Please wear masks, even in the homes with your family and friends. Try and find separate rooms to sleep in and social distance as much as possible. Finally, I would like to mention generator safety. As you have heard here, using generators improperly will lead to death. Make sure you set up those generators outdoors, away from windows, doors, and air conditioning units. If you need to refuel the generator, please allow it to cool completely before adding more fuel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So today has been very busy. I want to introduce the Regional Director of our Southeast Louisiana Floodplain Protection Authority West. They have been very busy today, and the Board of Directors, Nick Callie and Scott Kirk.
Thank you, Madam President. We have been working all day to operate our system. All of the land-based gates have been closed, and I would like to remind residents that that includes the Highway 45 gate. So use Lafitte-LaRose Highway as an alternate because that is no longer trafficable as of 5 o'clock today. Over the next couple of hours, we will continue to close our navigation gates. Once that is done, the system will be closed up and we will be prepared for the storm. We went to a full activation of our Emergency Operations Center at 6 a.m. today, and we will remain that way until the storm passes. So I encourage everybody to be safe, listen to your elected leaders, and look out for one another. Thank you.
Thank you. I neglected to introduce Arfine with the Deaf Action Center. Thank you for being with us today. I'm honored to be joined with several council members. I also want to say I've been on the phone with Councilman Marion Edwards and Councilwoman Jennifer Van Rankin today. All of them have been calling in, driving their districts, they and their staffs, anything that needs to be addressed. They have been communicating with us all day. So we have with us our chairman, Scott Walker, Councilman at Large for Division A, Ricky Template, Councilman for District 2, Dino Bonanno, Councilman for District 3, Byron Lee, and Councilman for District 4, Dominic Impastato. And as I mentioned, I have been on the phone today with Councilman Edwards as well as Councilwoman Van Rankin. So with that, I will introduce our council chairman, Councilman Scott Walker.
Thank you, Madam President. And there's not a whole lot different for me to say today than what I said yesterday. The main reason that we are here is to navigate between you and a problem during and after a storm. So feel free to reach out to any of our offices. I know Councilman Bonanno and Councilman Impastato have been driving around today looking at what's happening in their districts. Councilman Template has been in Grand Isle. We've been in touch with the mayors of Grand Isle and Lafitte to make sure that they have what they need. Whatever Jefferson Parish sees from this storm, the brunt of it will be seen by Grand Isle and Lafitte. So this is something where they need our help now, and they'll need our help after this storm passes. So our eyes are on them. The rest of Jefferson.
All right, that's the Jefferson Parish news conference. You heard earlier the parish president, Cynthia Ling Shang, saying the biggest concern are the people outside the levee protection system. She said a couple of dozen people still remaining in Grand Isle, also Lafitte. And as she put it, unsurvivable storm surge could be coming to those parts of Jefferson Parish. So some significant concern from the parish president there.
But one of the most emotional moments of that whole news conference, Sheriff Joe Lapinto getting up to the podium telling us one of his motorcycle officers was struck today by what he called an idiot driver. He was pretty mad about it and basically telling people to stay off the roads if you don't have to be, and get your stuff done, get your preparations made, and do not be just driving around crazy. I said it earlier, people drive crazy in times like this. They're rushing to get groceries, supplies, gas, you name it, not paying attention, on the phone, probably texting. There's so many things happening, and it's just really dangerous out there. But Joe Lapinto pretty upset about his officer, who is now in the hospital for a few days and will have to recover from his injuries during a hurricane.
You know, we've been seeing David and Bruce talk about just showing that graphic that shows when the conditions will get bad here. The storm will come ashore likely around 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, but the conditions will worsen before then. You know, there's not many hours left if people want to get out and evacuate.
Yeah, let's go to Christy Coleman now. She's got a different view of some traffic. We've been telling people head east or west, and Christy's going to give us an update on the situation out there right now.
That's right. Well, thank you guys. Yes, we've been following delays since 5 a.m. Today, so not much has changed. We have cleared out through New Orleans East, but still slow here if you plan on traveling eastbound through Slidell. This is I-10 at Oak Harbor. As you can see, slow and go heading out of the city. Delays on the twin span all the way up to the I-10 1259 interchange and into Mississippi on I-59, as well as on I-10 to the Louisiana-Mississippi state line. So if you plan on taking 90, do know you will see some delays in that direction as well. Causeway looks okay. A little bit of a slowdown northbound up to I-12, but for the most part, I-12 is wide open. Now, you can take 190, you can take I-12 heading out westbound, but if you take I-12 west, you will see some delays in Baton Rouge. Kenner checks out okay here. I-10 westbound toward the Bonnie Carey Spillway. Airline could be a great option for you if you want to take the Bonnie Carey Spillway. Look at this. Delays, we saw some heavy delays earlier. None of that right now, so we're good to go. This is about mile marker 210, but once you make it into Baton Rouge, we do have some video footage of that, if we can bring that up. Look at this. Gridlocked, and guess what? It's still like that. So I had folks telling me on Twitter that Baton Rouge traffic was just a complete mess. So again, a wide view of things here in Baton Rouge. I-10 continues to be very slow going heading out westbound. You'll see some delays in Lafayette, Lake Charles. If you want to take 190 all the way out to Texas, that will be a great option for you. Again, airline looks pretty good, but I-10 Bonnie Carey Spillway looks okay, but once you make it into BR, you will see some stop and go traffic. So we know on a regular day, Baton Rouge traffic could be a headache. Well, a lot of folks heading out west today, this afternoon, this evening. Definitely want to plan the extra time heading out this afternoon. That's a look at your local first traffic.
All right, Christy.
Just a mess out there. I have a friend who left Metairie this morning, 7.5 hours to get to the port of Baton Rouge from Metairie. And so that's been like that all day. And, you know, you can only hope that that really starts to clear up soon.
Christy called it, you know, stop and go traffic. It looks like it's more stop than go, unfortunately, for people out there.
I hate driving in Baton Rouge.
It's the worst. Yeah, as she said, on just a daily basis. So imagine going through it when a lot of people, and look, we talked about this earlier, you know, you have a Terrebonne, Lafourche, St. Charles Parish evacuation, people just voluntarily deciding to going. A lot of people going west, and like this storm could have a huge impact on Baton Rouge. So you're seeing a lot of people from that area leave as well, and you know, a lot of them are deciding to go west because, you know, the eastern side of these storms, as we all know, you know, that's where the heavy part of the storm is.
And in a perfect situation, a perfect scenario, we would have had contraflow. That did not happen this time because of the time frame. This all happened so quickly. They didn't have time to get the contraflow plans into effect. It takes a multi-state really effort
organization
to make this happen, and so the contraflow didn't happen, and so that's why we're seeing the traffic still at 522 as bad as it is in some areas.
All right, we have a lot more. St. Bernard Parish will have a news conference coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. We're going to also check back in with our weather team for more on the track of Ida right after this.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
For my business to grow, I have to exceed expectations. So when an order comes in, I get it there even faster. I'm picking up the pace and jumping ahead of the competition.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
Evacuation, people there have been preparing and getting out all day long.
And Rob Masson spoke with the parish president, Archie Chasson.
We are in Matthews, Louisiana, where there is a mandatory evacuation order in place, and we're getting into the evening now and joined now by Lafourche Parish President Archie Chasson. Archie, how do you think things have been going today?
Yeah, things have been going good. We seem to have gotten about 50% of the population by our estimates out. Our shelters are beginning to see some people come in. We're going to have a couple of hundred people in each one of those facilities. I think by the time the night falls tonight, a lot of our special needs people have been evacuated out thanks to some local fire department guys who drove some buses up to Alexandria for us. We're able to get those people out today. So now it's just a wait and see game, right? All of the last minute issues are being buttoned up. That road gate on LA1 at the Leon Ontario lock that we spoke about earlier today is going to be closed in about an hour. Hour and a half. It comes 6 o'clock. Our curfew will take effect at 6 o'clock, so we're reminding residents, please get where you need to be by tonight. The latest estimates, and we're going to get a better estimate in a few minutes from the Weather Service on our 5 o'clock call, but it seems to have slowed just a little bit. So those tropical storm force winds we thought we were going to start to feel about 8 o'clock tonight are probably going to be more into midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. And then again, it's going to deteriorate swiftly from there.
I know you and your levee officials feel good about the levee system that's in place, but do you have any concerns at all?
Yeah, you know, it's the perfect storm, right? We have never had to face a Category 4 staring us kind of in the mouth like this. So we have beefed up our USOR preparations, working with Wildlife and Fisheries, our Sheriff's Office, as well as Coast Guard and the Air National Guard, reminding people we have messaging set up should we see a levee breach to get that messaging out to people, to remind them to get to high ground, that we can get them through boats. So we are working on all of that tonight. We have another conference call at 8 o'clock tonight with our USOR teams to finalize those preparations ahead of tomorrow.
Seems like when you get to the central and northern parts of the parish, the evacuation order has a little less effect. What areas do you think people absolutely should get out of?
You know, south of the intercoastal is always a huge concern, even with that big levee system. But this is going to be a parish-wide event. I don't think there's going to be a part of Lafourche that's going to be spared by this thing in any way, shape, or form. I think parts of us are going to see, even north of Highway 90, are going to see those 120, 130 mile an hour winds that are going to cause some structure damage, as well as power lines and trees and things like that.
At what point will law enforcement not be able to go out and help people?
You know, that's going to be a touch and go call. We are reminding residents, and we've talked about this all day today, that at some point we may not be able to get to you in the height of the storm. We may have to wait for an eyewall break. We may have to wait for winds to subside after the storm blows through. So if you decided to stay, please make those preparations that if something catastrophic happens, we might not be able to get to you.
What do you want to say to your people right now?
It's going to be a rough 24 hours, guys. I mean, I'm proud to lead this place. We are a great community, and we're going to bounce back from whatever the had's in us. Our trust is in God right now that He's going to protect us, and we'll see Him after this is all over with.
All right, Archie Chasson, Lafourche Parish President, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And the mandatory evacuation order remains in place. A curfew goes into effect at 7 o'clock tonight. And again, that road is going to be closed at LA1 by Golden Meadow at 6 p.m. That's the story from Matthews. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, Rob, again, Lafourche Parish, Terrebonne Parish, St. Charles Parish, several areas outside of the levee protection system across the metro area, lower lying areas, mandatory evacuations. A lot of people in other parts of the area deciding to ride out the storm. Many people, you know, obviously buying generators to try to power some things in their home.
Yeah, a lot of folks cramming into the Home Depots and Lowe's and hardware stores getting those generators, but you have to be careful, and we've warned you about this over the years. When anytime you crank up a generator, you run a risk, and so we want to look at some safety tips on generator use.
They call it the silent killer.
It's odorless, colorless gas that by the time you're aware of an exposure, most of the time it's too late.
Carbon monoxide. It can come from many sources like this generator. Baton Rouge fireman Blake Mounts talks safety.
Want to make sure the generators are at least 10 feet away from the house at all times and not surrounded with objects. Even things such as pop-up tents, covered areas, things like that will hold that gas into place.
Fireman Mount says to make sure you keep this thing out of your house when it's running. As a matter of fact, you should be using a long, heavy-duty extension cord. This not only helps create some distance, but it will also help stop you and others from being electrocuted.
We never want to connect into a wall. We never want to try and tie that generator into our electrical box and run through the outlets of our wall unless it's done by a certified electrician. If they believe that power line to be dead and then you energize the cable using your generator, it could cause accidents involving our emergency responders.
Speaking of electricity, let's not run them in the rain either.
We never want to run our generators in the rain. Remember, a generator is creating electricity. We don't ever want to mix electricity with water. So anytime we're in rainy situations, let's shut the generator off, wait for it to clear out, and then fire a generator up once we've dried out.
Here are a few extra tips to keep in mind when using your generator. Keep a carbon monoxide detector in your home and check the batteries. Make sure it is unplugged before starting it up. Clean up any water or gasoline that may have spilled while refueling. These simple steps can help keep you and your family safe.
All right, some really good tips there because as we said, a lot of folks made a run on generators, and those truckloads of generators were coming into stores. So just be careful and follow those tips if you are going to have to crank it up.
And if you're following us, we try at the bottom and the top of every hour, try to get an update from our meteorologists on the latest. So right now, as it is 5:30, let's go check in with our chief meteorologist, David Bernard.
Been a lot of talk about the last advisory, right? That there was a track shift, and there was a very subtle shift to the east, mainly a function of that the storm was tracking east of the original forecast track from earlier this morning. Here is a look now at the daylight satellite picture, and we're beginning to lose daylight across the area, and so we're not going to have too many more images like that coming in. Let me see, are we on, I think we need to go to max, are we on max 1? We are on We are on Max 1. Okay, there we go. These things happen. This is the daylight satellite picture. Here's where the center of the storm is now, and this is the new forecast track that came out from the National Hurricane Center, and here is the 12-hour position. So we're going to watch and see, does this center keep tracking along this new forecast track, which was a little bit east of what they had before, or is it going to correct even more to the east? My feeling is it's probably going to continue on this general northwest movement. Now, because we're losing the daylight, it's a little bit harder to pick out the features on the storms. I will point out, though, that these are extremely intense thunderstorms that are developing on the northern and northwestern side of the center of the storm, indicating that it is likely still probably getting stronger. Here is a look at the infrared satellite picture, which we'll be switching to now that we're going to nighttime. And there we can see the eye, and there's another look at those really big storms that were going off on the northern and western side of the storm, and this will be easier to track where the center is and compared to the forecast track line. Again, there is the 12-hour position, so we'll be able to watch and see if the storm is maintaining that heading. I should also point out, as we will in more detail in a moment, that in 12 hours it's forecasted to increase from a Category 2 to a Category 3. Right now we have a Category 2 hurricane, 105-mile-per-hour winds moving northwest at 16 miles per hour. So there's that increase to Category 3 this evening, and there's the expected landfall of a Category 4 at 130 miles per hour. The cone is narrowing. The error rate is getting smaller as we get closer, but hey, it could still be a 20 or 30 mile error rate even 24 hours out, and that can make a big impact on who gets how much water when we start talking about storm surge. Push this inland for wind impacts. Baton Rouge, we've been talking about that all day today. They know they're going to have quite a bit of wind there. Extensive power outages are going to be likely. This will be Sunday night into early Monday morning. And even though we weaken this to a tropical storm on Monday afternoon, we're going to have that tropical moisture tail we talk about a lot of time that may get stuck over parts of the area on Monday and maybe into Tuesday as well. Hurricane hunters are in there right now. They found 970 millibars. That's 6 millibars lower than what the 4 o'clock advisory had. Remember, I just showed you the 4 o'clock advisory said 976. There they found 970. They're continuing to fly. He's turning around and he's getting ready to go back into the center. And the last observation was 994 with an estimated surface wind of 77 miles per hour. But again, the highest winds are probably right here, so he'll be there in the next few minutes, or she. Not quite sure who is piloting the plane this afternoon. Hurricane warnings for southeast Louisiana. We've been talking about that. What does that mean? That means the hurricane is going to happen. It's not a watch, it's a warning. So we have to expect hurricane force winds tomorrow across all of southeast Louisiana. Tropical storm force winds for the Mississippi Gulf Coast. When to be ready. Here is the chance of tropical storm force winds and hurricane force winds, or at least hurricane force gusts. I've combined the two together on this to give a more representative look at what I think is going to happen with the storm. Here is 6 o'clock in the morning. The sustained tropical storm force winds will begin reaching the coastal parishes, and that means by late morning, sustained tropical storm conditions begin moving into the rest of the South Shore and the North Shore by afternoon. Here's 5 o'clock, and again, the red area is not just sustained hurricane force winds of 74 or greater, it's also the chance that you can see hurricane force gusts. So in this red area, you're probably experiencing hurricane conditions in the bayou parishes and the river parishes, but even as far east as the immediate South Shore, you have strong tropical storm force winds with gusts occasionally over 74 miles per hour. As the hurricane weakens, the wind field will shrink as well, and so you see that area of hurricane force gusts and hurricane winds shrinking, but not before it moves over portions of Baton Rouge. We can also talk percentages, and this is the same idea. This is the chance of winds at least 58 miles per hour. We can start to have significant damage, plus the possibility of hurricane gusts. We've got high numbers on the South Shore, 72%, Belle Chase, the airport. Then as you go north and east, the chance of those strong tropical storm force winds and hurricane force gusts, they really start to drop down on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and obviously right along and to the right of the center line, it's a sure bet that we're going to be in those hurricane conditions. We've got storm surge warnings for the entire area, and remember, we've got to message the risk for storm surge over a wide area, but this entire area is not going to see water levels this high. But first, let's point out where we know the water levels are going to be the worst. West of the river, they could reach heights of 10 to 15 feet in some spots. Lake Pontchartrain, 4 to 7, 7 to 11 east of the river, Breton Sound, Lake Bourne, and also along portions of the Mississippi Gulf Coast. We have our new Q-Risk storm surge model that's running, and that's based on the center line, which gives a really more realistic view of what can happen if the storm follows that center line exactly. And once that comes in, we'll bring that to you a little bit later on. But in general, if you're at the coast, you've been told to evacuate, and so hopefully we don't have too many people left down there. There's the eye popping out on this satellite picture. I've combined it with the radar. We're going to take a closer look at this band in a few minutes. That may be one of the first, I won't say strong, but gusty showers that we see pass across the coastal areas later on this evening. It looks like that's holding together, and you can see they extend well out here to the east. Even Tampa today and Fort Myers, it looks like seeing some of the very outer bands of what has increasingly become a dangerous hurricane over the Gulf of Mexico. Remember to download to your streaming devices your Fox 8 weather app and your news weather apps. You can find those on Google Play and also in the App Store. So guys, not a good picture there this evening of this strengthening hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico on a forecast track to bring it to the Louisiana coast. Now the landfall less than 24 hours away. 1 p.m. is when we're expecting that to be somewhere in Lower Lafourche or Terrebonne Parish.
And David, when do you think conditions will deteriorate, say in the city of New Orleans or on the North Shore? Like, we know the coastline.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let me go through a couple of these slides real quick, and we can jump right to that and go. This is the when to be ready, all right? That we can't go through this enough times. Basically, we're telling everybody to get ready tonight and be ready to shelter in place tomorrow. However, the farther north you live, you'll have some time in the morning to make some last-minute preps. But by 6 in the morning, Kim, the coastal parishes, the weather is going to be tanking. In fact, hurricane-force winds and gusts could be approaching the mouth of the river. So if you're in the coastal parishes, you need to be done tonight, and you need to be evacuated if you're in an evacuation area. Once we go during the day, by the late morning and around midday, it's going to go downhill just about everywhere, and by 5 o'clock, the chance of hurricane-force gusts will extend as far east as the city. So in the morning on the North Shore, you still got some time to get ready. On the Gulf Coast, even in the city, very early in the morning, maybe, but you'll have to tune in to see what the actual conditions are. The winds are going to be coming up, and there's going to be some pretty strong squalls blowing by from time to time, probably even as we get toward daybreak.
David, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you showed right there, you know, especially with the track kind of picking or moving ahead, it's picked up a little speed in that the conditions will worsen earlier because the storm is expected to reach the coast earlier. If that's true, and I know you'll correct me if that's wrong, is the reason for that the storm is moving faster, or because of the shift east, it just reaches the shore sooner?
It's a little bit of both. In fact, the farther east the track goes, it will get to the coast sooner. It's also a function that this hurricane is getting bigger in size. And so the radius of maximum winds, the extent of the tropical storm force winds have gotten larger, right? So if the tropical storm force winds are extending out farther to the north and east of the storm, then the tropical storm force winds are going to get there sooner just because you have a bigger storm.
And you said you're pretty certain that the hurricane will stay on that new track. Why is that? Is that just because the margin of error just decreases as it gets closer? Is that basically
the chance of any wild swings is pretty much out of the picture, is what I'm saying. But here is the cone, Kim, all right? And so I don't have the center line on this particular one, but you can imagine it's right there. Basically goes by Port Fourchon and then into Terrebonne Parish. And again, the center could still go anywhere within this cone, theoretically outside it, although at this range of 24 hours or less, that is increasingly unlikely. But again, there's no reason why there might not be a shift a little bit farther back to the east or maybe a little bit back to the west. But somewhere in the middle here seems like the most likely outcome.
And David, just one more thing for you. When you back that up, you know, with the windy conditions earlier, you know, the airport, people trying to get out, you know, people obviously trying to drive out, but flying out, that would shut down the airport potentially sooner too, right?
Well, again, people started asking me earlier in the week, when I should fly out, and I said Saturday. I mean, day of, forget it. And I haven't seen what's happening there. There may be flights that have been canceled tonight. I haven't heard that. I mean, we could maybe look into it. But as far as Sunday goes, that's not a good idea because they want to get their aircraft out of New Orleans. And so they're not going to be risking coming into bad weather, especially early tomorrow morning. I'd be very surprised if there's any flights out tomorrow. Maybe there's something going out at 5 or 6 a.m. One of these that they have coming in late tonight that they would get a flight out. But that would be just about it.
And David, you asked, we can I'm on the website right now. There's a couple of Spirit airline flights that are canceled tonight. There's a Delta flight to JFK that's canceled. So, I mean, there are some, actually, those are arrivals. Let me go on the departure. So there's a Delta.
Well, that's the same. The reason,
it's the same is the reason.
They don't want to put their aircraft on the ground here.
And be stuck here, if you will.
Exactly. Because a lot of these flights that come in late at night here, they sit there overnight, and then 6 a.m., they go back out.
But I can just going through it right now on the departures, actually. Like there's a Delta flight to Atlanta that's canceled. There's another one that is taking off. Spirit airline flights are canceled. There's some Southwest that appear to be
That's what happens.
off.
It just starts, and these are up to the individual airlines. The FAA does not make decisions in general as far as flight cancellations, but everything just starts to domino. So the closer you are to something, the chance to fly out, that window is pretty much
all the
gone.
windows are narrowing,
Yes.
basically,
Right.
at this point. And while we're talking about the airport, thank you, David. While we're talking about the airport, we want to show you what it actually looks like at the airport this evening. We've got some video from Armstrong International Airport. Not a whole lot of traffic, but inside is where you see the long lines. I mean, look at that. People are just, that is crazy. Those lines going up the stairs. People are just so afraid that they are going to miss their flights and miss the window.
Look at that one right there,
That is
Kim.
a packed airport this evening. You can imagine the frustration, the concern, the anxiety of all these people trying to get out and not sure if they will be able to do so.
And if you haven't been to the new airport yet, I know a lot of people haven't flown because of COVID, so that's the security check-in area. There's a dog trying to get on a flight, but that just shows you the line, and that's an escalator down. Look at that. That's the escalator that goes down to the security check-in area. So you can see to check into security right there, it is actually going up the escalator by the place where you check in for your baggage. So that just shows you the amount of people in line there. It's actually, you check in your baggage, then you go down an escalator to the TSA area. It's all the way up the escalator. So
I guess the question now becomes what happens? There aren't that many flights, and you have the schedule up. There aren't that many flights scheduled for evenings out of New Orleans on a regular basis. I guess some of the airlines could have delayed some of these flights and pushed them back just based on the sheer volume of passengers that you're seeing there. But I guess the question becomes what happens to all of these people if they miss their flights? Now they're in a situation where the window is closing and you're going to have to get back on the road and go home. I don't know how that's going to work.
Or try to find a hotel that can take you. And we were able to speak with some frustrated passengers just a few minutes ago.
This is the security line?
Yes.
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 When did you start getting in line?
Oh,
about an hour ago.
About an hour ago.
Yeah. And you haven't made it down to the lower level?
Correct. Correct. We're just on the 3rd level. We still have two more
levels to go. Yeah. And you're all trying to get out because of the storm?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Boy, yes.
I'm evacuating to Dallas, Texas. Hopefully, if I can make it through the TSA line.
How long does it look?
Frightening. Scary. It's miles.
We had this planned in advance, and then the storm happened to come the same weekend. And then we were looking at the news earlier, and we saw the lines here, so we figured it'd be best to get out here as early as possible.
Did you get any notifications from anybody saying, hey, extra long wait times?
Not until we walked right outside. There was somebody that said she waited here for 4 hours and missed her flight. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen to us.
Wow.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I can't imagine that all of those people are going to make their flights at this point.
There's looking at there's 7 or 8 flights that are canceled right now, and obviously the long TSA lines, getting through there to make your flight. If, but there are going to be people who miss their flight just because they're going to want to get those planes out of here, before the weather worsens.
And I'm not saying the airport is not a safe place to be, but it is just a wall of windows
It is.
on one side of it, and that is always a big concern.
Yeah. Okay, meantime, we've been talking about, traffic all over the area. We wanted to take a look at a traffic camera. This is over in Mississippi, I-10 at D'Iberville Ocean Springs. And you can see, Kim, look, backed up there as well, too.
Yeah, and that's just part of that ongoing. I mean, you can see it's moving a little bit. A couple of the lanes are moving a little bit, but it is still pretty heavily congested. And that is, like you said, near the Ocean Springs area. And that backup had happened earlier in the day, all the way back to New Orleans. And so this is just a continued effort by a lot of people just to go east. And get as far away from Hurricane Ida as possible so that at least you don't feel the effects. We have heard a lot of people going to the Florida beaches, going to Destin. I mean, some people even went to Gulf Shores, and David and Bruce both said they're going to see some bad weather there.
Yes, especially when you're on the beach, right on the water right there, those winds can get pretty strong there. And this storm, as David said, is growing. So they are going to see some effects. I just got a message from someone who's evacuating and going to Birmingham and is in Hattiesburg, Mississippi right now and is stuck in traffic there, bumper-to-bumper traffic. So there is still a lot of backup. We saw in Baton Rouge, we're seeing this moving decent by Ocean Springs on I-10, but also even in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. There's some bumper-to-bumper traffic as well there.
And Chris Hagan is actually live on the twin span headed towards Slidell. Chris, what can you see there? What's the traffic like?
I'm actually headed back from Slidell. We took the causeway to Slidell, did some stuff there, and are headed back. That was the fastest way to get to Slidell. But I'll turn this camera around and you can see kind of what you guys were just talking about. I think there are just going to be spots of traffic, and there are going to be spots where it's flowing smoothly. You can see on the other side, as you get onto the twin span on I-10, there's not a ton of traffic there right now, and cars are flowing pretty freely. I'll say when you get off the twin span, it starts to back up at the Oak Harbor exit and moving into Slidell. I'm seeing this just as you guys are driving back on I-10, so it would appear that there are just different spotty sections of the interstate where you're going to be able to drive and hit the speed limit, and there are other times where it's going to be pretty stop and go. But it appears to be, obviously, as you might expect, some bottlenecking once you get off of bridges and things like that. Coming from Slidell, I'd say it seemed like most people that were there now, and the people that we talked to at a Winn-Dixie, pulling some boats out of Lake Pontchartrain, I think a lot of people at this point are preparing to stay and getting their last-minute supplies. But I'll give you another look here. Pretty clear road, so I would say if you wanted to, if you're on the fence and thinking about leaving at this point, it's not terrible. It's not as bad as you might think everywhere, and this is proof. I mean, there are certain parts of I-10 where you'll be able to get on and have a pretty smooth flow of traffic out of New Orleans. For now, we're on I-10, and we'll send things back to you guys.
All right, Chris Hagan, as we take a look, this is, we saw the twin spans. This is Baton Rouge, Kim, and...
much different story in Baton Rouge. That traffic is stopped. At least, the twin span you can see flowing freely, and you might get a little bit of backup once you hit the Oak Harbor exit, but these are 4 different cameras out of Baton Rouge, and that is just gridlock on a Saturday evening.
I mean, all of those, 3 of the 4 certainly, there's barely any movement. So
now, Christy had mentioned earlier that there was some sort of accident at some point that was creating some of this mess, combined with just people trying to get out of town. So we don't really have an update on that, but that could be part of the problem. But clearly, if you are headed west, you are going to be on the road for quite some time. And
I actually do have an update on the airport that we just showed you. It's great because our viewers are watching and giving us information too. We have an employee who works for Southwest who emailed us that said the last flight out is at 9:20 tonight. All flights canceled for Sunday. First flight on Monday right now for that airline is scheduled for 2 in the afternoon. She sent us a picture, actually said TSA line was close to 3 hours. Most people, or a lot of passengers, missing flights due to the long lines and the traffic getting there. So that just kind of shows you the situation at the airport today. Thanks for sending that information in too.
3 hours in the TSA line?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it, right?
I would imagine that some of those folks probably just said, forget this. I mean, this is...
It's not worth it.
I mean, the chances of you actually making your flight after standing in line for 3 hours to get through security are probably slim.
Yes, it is. So hopefully all those people get a safe place to hunker down during this storm, because 12 hours or from now we could start seeing some conditions here.
And we will get communication from the airport, actual airport officials letting us know as soon as they start shutting things down there, and when things get too bad to actually put planes in the air. And we'll pass that along, of course.
Of course, we expect a St. Bernard Parish news conference coming up in about 10 minutes at the top of the hour. We also want to get another update from our Chief Meteorologist, David Bernard, as well.
We'll be back right after this.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
We expect a news conference, St. Bernard Parish, or St. Bernard Parish. Also, we'll get the latest from David. Just to let you know, we have crews all over the area: Lafourche, Terrebonne, St. Bernard, Jefferson Parish, Orleans, Plaquemines, St. Tammany, I mean everywhere, right?
Yeah, and so if we don't get to your particular area right away, just know that we do have crews, and we're trying to get to everybody.
We're going to get it, we promise.
I mean, we go up and down on our live shots. We're trying to, strategically make sure we're covering every aspect of this hurricane. We do have a crew right now. Juan Kincaid is actually in St. Charles Parish, where there's a big concern there about flooding. A mandatory evacuation was issued earlier. Juan, what can you tell us?
That's right, Kim. A mandatory evacuation been issued here in St. Charles Parish earlier this morning, 6 a.m. by the parish president. Basically told residents you have to be out of this parish by 5 o'clock this afternoon. Many of those folks heeded those warnings, but then again, many of them did not. They decided to stay. But before some of them left or did not leave, they stopped by here at one of two sandbag stations here at the East and West Bank Bridge Park, just below the bridge going across. Bags have been getting filled since very early this morning, and there have been plenty of residents stopping by throughout the afternoon, throughout the morning as well. I asked the officer on hand if the number of people getting bags meant that they were sticking around and staying and hunkering down at their house. He said not necessarily.
We've been out here bagging sand since 7 this morning, and
basically it's been a constant flow, everybody getting ready for the hurricane and preparation and just trying to get by and get everything done so they don't get water in their house and stuff like that. I would say this time they're taking it a lot more seriously and they're getting more bags and they're being more cautious of what they do.
So once again, this sandbag station here in St. Charles Parish has been open since 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to step to the side so you can kind of see. Again, it's been a steady flow of cars coming in. And we've been down here since about 3 o'clock this afternoon, 3:30. But they said they've been coming in here since about 6, 7 o'clock this morning. And I should also tell you that this parish decided to have an evacuation station set up, which was pretty much in this same parking lot. As many as a dozen buses were taking residents from St. Charles Parish up to an evacuation site up in the Hammond area. We did not get information on where that evacuation site is, but people had to sign up for that in advance and then be ready for the bus leaving here around noon today. So this sandbag station here, again, plenty of people coming back and forth. The sheriff's office that was out here manning the station, they've since left, but the people are still coming and grabbing sand. And in fact, about an hour ago, there was a brand new sand truck, I guess you could say, that stopped and dropped off even more sand. They're encouraging people to come out here and get the sandbags filled. And we've seen people taking them back to their houses, and they're deciding to hunker down and stay in those houses tonight, saying they're going to ride out this storm and hope for the best. Live in St. Charles Parish, I'm Juan Kincaid, Fox 8, Local First. Back to you, Lee and Kim.
All right, Juan. I will point out, I said we're everywhere, and one of the reasons we are in so many places because we're obviously putting our sports team to good use out there as well. And the beauty.
And they're so good.
And they're so, well, I mean,
they're not just in sports.
Juan's lived here for, what, 21 years. Sean and Chris are both natives. Garland's a native. So,
great perspective.
They have great perspective. They know the area just as well as all of us do.
Absolutely. One of the things that happened in Lafourche Parish, they issued the mandatory evacuation. South of the Lee, Ontario floodgate is what they're really concerned about. They want to get those people out. It is a low-lying area, and I was just looking at some old pictures from last year from Hurricane Laura, and that area just went underwater really quickly. One of the pictures from Gail's Bait Shop was just, it was incredible, an incredible photo from last year. And so the reminder of what Laura did last year and what to expect this year is why they're so concerned about getting all those people out as quickly as possible.
Especially when you have a potentially Category 4 hurricane coming towards you. We're going to go live there to Amanda Roberts for more.
Well, yes, we're here in Lower Lafourche in Morgan City right now. We're in just a few minutes. They're expected to close this Lee, Ontario floodgate. We have a lot of parish officials, police here, everyone just kind of saying, hoping that everyone can get from the lower side onto higher ground, the other side of this floodgate, of course, in preparation for this storm. So with me right now, I have Mr. Wendell Curl with the South Lafourche Parish Levy District.
No, it's the South Lafourche Levy District.
South Lafourche Levy District.
Yes.
There we go. Okay. Well, thank you for that correction. And if you could kind of just explain a little bit about what we're going to expect here.
This is the southern part of the Rose Golden Meadow project, and this road is what leads to Port Fouchon and to Grand Isle. So once we close this gate on this road, no one can have vehicular traffic to get inside the system. When we make this decision, when you have storms coming, we sit down and we talk to Chet Chasson with the port and David Commerdale with town of Grand Isle, and we work with them to get the best date, but the best time. But we also need to get that time because we've got to close before any weather situation show up. So this is the time, and this is the separation when this is the place that we are going to make our stand to stop the water from getting in. And with this storm, it's going to be close. The highest water we've ever had over here is 8 feet, but they're predicting 15. This gate is up to 18 feet. But as we go further north, our levee tapers down to 13. So it's going to be a close situation, though, whether we'll survive it or not. But we've been very successful. We hadn't flooded since 1985. Everybody else around us has flooded. But you never know. You never know. Every time there's a storm, if the water's higher than your levee, you're going to have some issues.
So tell me about the process in closing this lock. We haven't done it often. Is this one of the first times we're testing it?
No, we didn't. No, 2 years ago. We installed it 2 years ago, and we've closed it 3 or 4 times already. And
so this is tested.
Yeah, it's tested, and the thing about it is that we used to have to put HISCO baskets where it takes a long time, and you can't just do it last minute. With this, in 2 minutes, it's closed. It's super protection. We know it's going to work properly for us. So once we got this constructed, it made life easy for all of us and for all of our people and all the people at Fouchon and Grand Isle.
All right, good deal. And I guess it's going to be a couple minutes, 6 o'clock on the dot, so we're expected to close this any minute. All right, Mr. Wendell.
Look at these people coming in at the last minute.
Oh, yep, all of these cars just coming in at the last minute. This is their last chance, so that's what we're seeing. So, all right, well, live from Lower Lafourche, Amanda Roberts, Fox 8 Local First. We'll send it back to y'all.
All right, Amanda, and let's go to St. Bernard Parish, where they are beginning a news conference. There's Parish President Guy McGinnis.
For the last 2 days, they will work all today, tonight, and into the morning to make sure that they protect the lives of the citizens of St. Bernard Parish. And they will be ready post-storm to get out there and clean the streets so that we can get back to life as soon as possible. So thanks to our employees here at St. Bernard Parish Government. So at this time, we're going to call up a lot of important people with a lot of experience here in St. Bernard Parish. We are blessed for that experience, and we're thankful for that. The first person I want to call up today to give us a briefing on the storm and what we can expect is John Ram, our Homeland Security Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we could expect tropical storm force gusts prior to sunrise tomorrow morning, and by mid-morning, 9 o'clock or so, sustained tropical force winds. As I'm sure you all know, the storm has increased in size. The track has shifted slightly to the east, which means we are in a greater area of concern to receive hurricane force winds where before we weren't. The track puts it still coming on land around Houma in that area, but it's so large, the wind field has increased tremendously. We're on the fringes of hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds. We can expect gusting winds up to 110, 115, even more sustained later on in the day if it does continue to track towards the east. So this is a very big hurricane. You need to make sure that if you're staying, if you haven't evacuated, you have what you need to make it through for at least 1 or 2 days, maybe longer. We can expect power outages, extended power outages. We have requested resources from the state to help us recover from this after the storm has passed. Check on your neighbors, check on your friends, make sure that they've got what they need. Take care of them. It's a time for all of us to pull together and not just worry about me. This is what we're here. St. Bernard's been a resilient community. We take care of each other, okay? So the storm is going to be big. We're going to get a lot of rainfall. They're projecting 8 to 16 inches of rainfall and maybe even more in isolated areas. Now, our pumping system, you can handle a couple inches an hour, but if we get that much rain in one area at one time, you can't handle that much water. It takes time to drain out. We do not expect any storm surge to get inside the levee system. They're expecting about a 7 to 11 foot storm surge outside the system. Those folks have left and came inside the system to seek refuge. The LA 46 gates and Highway 300 gates are in the process of being closed as we speak. That'll lock everything on the outside. We have search and rescue assets from the National Guard standing by if we should need them. Our fire department has staged a couple of boats and some other apparatus down at Fire Station 10 in Verret should the need arise. Now, we're not looking for that right now, but we want to be prepared, and we want our residents to know that the EOC is fully staffed tonight. Overnight, we'll be here all night to field any calls. And give us a call if you need something. Now, we probably won't come out and do anything right now. It's so late in the day. But if you have concerns, please call us at 504-278-4268. We will take your call. We'll take a message, and we'll make sure we're going to get through this together. So please look out for each other. Get prepared. Stay inside. Don't travel unless you have to tonight. You're going to have some winds early in the morning. By mid-morning, sustained tropical storm force winds, and the day will just degrade from there and continue on through tomorrow and into the next night. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our firefighters have been out at all the sandbag locations today, making sure that it's safe, that everyone takes the proper amount of sandbags, and I want to thank them. So right now I'm going to call up our fire chief, Chief Tommy Stone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Both of those guys are too tall. Huh? Well, first of all, I'm going to put on a different hat real quick. As chairman of the 911 Communications District here in St. Bernard Parish, when the storm begins to pass, please do not call 911 unless you have an emergency. That's so important. There's other parish phone numbers that have been given to you that you can get all the information. So Let's use 911 for emergencies only. At approximately 2000, 8 p.m. tonight, fire stations 11 in Wyclosky and 12 in Delcroix Island will be closed, and those crews will be relocated to Fire Station 10 in Verret inside the hurricane protection levee. So they will not be responding outside of that area once we get, and we do know, John, it's 44.88 miles per hour, 39 knots. So 45 miles per hour, we will stop responding unless it's an extreme emergency. Those trucks are very top heavy, and last year for Zeta, we actually had to put some people in Suburbans to try to go, and we had reports of people trapped in a home, which were false. Generator safety, Entergy's here with us, and they're going to make sure we don't lose any electricity in St. Bernard Parish. But if we do, and you use a generator, remember at least 15 feet away from a doorway, not to be used inside of any home, garage, shed. Don't even put them under the carport. Be careful where the exhaust vents, because carbon monoxide is odorless and colorless and extremely poisonous. So we want to be very careful. Let them cool down before you fuel them, at least 15 minutes. Gasoline is very volatile, and people don't realize that. If you're fueling your gas cans, make sure they're grounded on the ground, not in the trunk, not in the back of a pickup truck. Since we said that yesterday, people have sent me texts showing people filling up gas cans in the back of a trunk. I even got a picture of someone filling up 5-gallon buckets with gasoline in the trunk of a car. The movement of product causes static electricity. You might have been lucky your entire life, but all it takes is one time for a static charge to go off, and it'll be a disaster. So please ground your gas tanks. If you use candles, be aware of where they're burning, what's above them, what's around them, and please be very, very safe and very smart. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Our Sheriff's Department are always very important during these times. Our sheriff and his deputies do a great job in protecting the property and lives of the citizens of St. Bernard Parish. Today, representing our Sheriff's Department is Stephen Ngajoya.
Good evening. The St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Department would like to tell the citizens of St. Bernard Parish that we have doubled our patrols. We are patrolling the inside and outside of the flood protection area. We have evacuated our jail from the corrections facility. And sorry about that. Our message is this: before, during, and after the storm, if you do not have a purpose to be on the roadway, stay off of the roadway. All of these people here, from the utilities, fire department, other first responders, need to respond to emergencies. We need to respond to complaints. And the only way we can do that is if you stay off the roadway. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. If the sheriff was here, he would call all of those people knuckleheads, and we're going to put them in jail. So at this time, St. Bernard Parish has a great relationship with Entergy. And, they have been a partner in this. And since the last storm last year, we've had a lot of work done here in St. Bernard Parish, and we're going to get tested tomorrow night with that system. So, I want to call up at this time representing Entergy, Joni Bethel and Curtis Navis.
Good evening. Entergy has been going through our pre-storm checklist and making all of our preparations. We are ready, standby ready to restore power as quickly and as safely as we can for our employees and our customers as soon as the storm passes. Right now, they've gone through all their preparations, moved equipment, done everything that they could do to prepare the employees, have the employees prepare their own homes and such, and have scouted the lines, and we're ready to go. We stand by waiting to respond. We have approximately 8,400 distribution, transmission, and support personnel ready to help support us in the affected areas, with waiting to acquire a total restoration team of about 16,000. Our safety of our employees and our customers are our #1 concern. So we need to make sure that everyone knows that if the winds are over 30 miles an hour or if there's lightning in the area, we have to pull the crews in and wait till it's safe for them to get back out there. We ask that our customers prepare for extended outages or extended restoration times of approximately 7 to 10 days for this type of event that we're facing now. In certain hard-hit and difficult-to-access areas, restoration could take up to 3 weeks, but we're going to hope for the best on that. While some work to restore power can be done on the ground, a lot of it's in the air, so we have to follow that 30 mile per hour or greater rule, and we want to make sure that you understand that we are following all the COVID procedures necessary, so we ask that no one approach our employees while they're working, and we ask you to also be very diligent and vigilant when you go out after the storm. If you can't see things through the trees or whatever, there could be power lines laying around, so please do not, be very safe, be very vigilant. Look at your surroundings and try not to get into any dangerous situations with power lines. We are here to help, and hopefully that we can get everything restored as safely and as quickly as possible. Please also make sure that you go to our website and our app for additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Joni. You know, when these kind of things happen, you know, you need coordination with state, local, and federal. We've been in constant communication with the governor's office, his staff, whether it's CPRA, DOTD, community development, GOSEP. There's a lot of coordination there that is needed to protect the citizens of this state. At this time, I would like to recognize our state representative, Ray Garofalo.
Thank you, Guy. Good evening. Guy just said it. You know, we're in constant communications with GOSEP, Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, with CPRA, that's the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority, and also with the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority East. Those are all the entities that are protecting us. CPRA already has some equipment staged, some pumps down the road, which they usually do for an event like this. They're ready to go. Parish government has worked with them. So we are ready to respond, but we know that this could be a devastating hurricane for St. Bernard Parish. And I would urge everyone, if you're going to stay, please make sure that your generators are safe. Chief Stone talked about it already, but the governor's office has asked us to emphasize that make sure your generators are safe, do all the right things. Chief Stone talked about it and told you exactly what to do. Please stay off the roads, and please stay safe. God bless.
Thank you, Ray. You know, we have a great council here in St. Bernard Parish. We get along, we work together every day, and especially during these type of events. Councilmember Alcon will not be speaking today, but thank you so much for being here. She has a very loud voice behind the scenes, and when she speaks, we listen, I promise you. But to represent the council here today, we will have Councilmember at large in the Eastern District, Councilmember Calais.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I just want to thank all of our council members. They have been working hard all through this event and will continue to.
All right, that is our evening update from St. Bernard Parish with Parish President Guy McGinnis and the council members and the emergency officials talking about just how people are still getting prepared. And you can see still filling sandbags, still trying to get ready for Hurricane Ida as it makes its way towards the Louisiana coast.
We're going to get an update from David Bernard coming up in a little while with more analysis of the track and where, you know, the conditions, when the conditions will start to worsen in our area. But right now we're going to take a quick break and more of our coverage of Hurricane Ida coming up.
Consider the difference between ordinary and extraordinary. Lease a new 2021 PV for $945 per month for 36 months. Or finance a new 2021 Levante for 1.49% for 72 months. only at Maserati of Daytona. Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Hey everybody, it's Randy Dye with Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram. Make this the summer event that you won't forget with these fantastic deals. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a new Dodge Challenger, Charger, or Chrysler 300. How about a Grand Cherokee for just $259 a month? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee L for $459 a month. Get 0% financing for 48 months and a $1,000 bonus cash on a 21 Ram 1500. So shop online with Easy Purchase or come visit us at Daytona Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram, where we won't waste your time or money.
Welcome back to our coverage of as we track Ida. We talked about mandatory evacuations, St. Charles for entire parishes, St. Charles, Lafourche, and also Terrebonne Parish.
And let's go to Caitlin Rust, who has been talking to an official with the Terrebonne Levee District.
We're here at the Terrebonne EOC. I'm here with Tony Alford, the Levee District president. And Tony, you are hunkering down, preparing to ride out this storm, right?
Yes. Caitlin, there was a report earlier. I don't know how I got confused, but if I ever leave with this situation, then you need to really be worried. Okay? I'm not leaving. The storm, we've ridden all these storms out. We're going to ride this one out. You need to heed the warnings of the parish officials, the sheriff, and everybody. And just remember, this project is still being built. We feel pretty confident, though, that we're going to be in good shape, okay? My mother and father are even coming to my home, all right? And my kids are there. So, be careful. We are riding the levees. We're making sure we can do what we've set up to do, but still be careful. This thing is supposedly pushing a 11 to 15-foot surge, so I don't want everybody to get overconfident. But no, we are staying here. The parish president, the levee board president, the sheriff, everybody is still cognizant, but here riding this thing out with you guys.
Of course. And what happens if that storm surge reaches like that 15-foot mark? How is the system going to hold up?
So what happens is, and again, I don't think if that 15-foot takes place, we've never seen that. Okay. But we have roughly a 12-foot levee. So when it overtops that, we're hoping that the storm's moving fast. And, if it overtops that, you still have interior levees. We know we have all those floodgates at 18 feet. So as long as it's moving fast, we feel pretty good about that, and that Homa's not going to take on a whole lot of water. And that's what we feel.
And do you have any last-minute advice for people planning on hunkering down along with you and riding this out?
Yeah, well, just be careful. Listen to your public officials, but know that we feel very good about the levee system. 15 foot is a little different than 12, but if it moves fast, there's a big reservoir that has to fill up before it even gets to the interior levees. So, again, just be cautious. And if you evacuate, that's a good thing. But if you stay in here, just hunker down and, again, listen to the parish officials and just keep an eye on things. Don't take things for granted.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tony. I know you're heading into a meeting right now with the parish president and everyone. So good luck. Stay safe.
Okay.
Keep us updated. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you so much. All right, now I'm going to send it back to you guys. But for now, reporting live in Terrebonne, Caitlin Rust, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, Caitlin. I guess an important point to make. He said, listen to your parish officials. Parish officials in Terrebonne called a mandatory evacuation for all residents. So that's important to get across. You know, the advice says listen to your parish officials. They are saying leave Terrebonne Parish. You don't have much time, obviously, to do that before the conditions are going to worsen. Right,
and we understand the confidence in the system and in the levees and that sort of thing. And again, they're just saying, you know, if you do choose to stay, it's really on you, because the parish officials have already said they won't be able to help you after a certain point of this storm. They just won't be able to get to you, and the water rescues and everything else that could have to happen will have to wait until after the storm passes. Let's get another update now from Sean Fazan, who is in Tangipahoa Parish.
Well, thank you very much, guys. We are here just outside the Tangipahoa Parish Emergency Operations Center in Amite, where they are getting ready for Hurricane Ida's arrival. They're taking it very seriously with their precautions and preparations. And earlier today, we went out within the parish. There are a lot of people out and about getting those last-minute supplies of gasoline, groceries, that sort of thing. But as it's gotten later and later into the evening, it's really started to quiet down. People have made their way back into their homes, where they're going to ride out the storm. I caught up with EOC Director Dawson Grimes just a few minutes ago, and he kind of gave us an update on where his parish stands with this hurricane.
We started having our crews fill sandbags. We delivered sandbags to sand and sandbags to our self-service locations, which is all of our 13 rural fire departments, and then some of the municipalities, most of the municipalities, so people could go there, fill their own sandbags. Then we have them at both of our public works barns, we call them, and those are filled sandbags that we give out to the elderly, disabled people that, you know, can't fill their own sandbags. So we started doing that. We had to make preparations to figure out which shelters we were going to open, and had to get those all set up. So our teams have been working really hard the past 2 days trying to get those facilities ready to be able to accept citizens starting tonight at 6 o'clock, excuse me.
And once again, that was Dawson Grimes, EOC Director for Tangipahoa Parish. He's been in that position for about 15 years, he tells me. And once again, those shelters will open at 6 o'clock. And they are a little bit concerned about not just the hurricane, but what could happen with storm surge. And as he said, as that hurricane makes its shift into Mississippi, some of that water draining down into the parish. That'll do it for me. I'll send things back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Sean. In Lafourche Parish, residents who live closer to the coast were asked to evacuate, and just a few minutes ago we saw the parish actually closing the Lee, Ontario floodgate. Let's take a look.
A loud bang there. The length of that is about 450 feet. It's 56 feet wide, so it's a large structure that's a couple years old, and they've closed it a number of times, and officially closing it literally just about 20 minutes ago.
And they wanted to make sure that people who are below the Lee, Ontario floodgate, people in places like Golden Meadow, places that are outside the hurricane protection system, have the ability to get out before they close those floodgates. And so that's why they order those evacuations earlier than maybe some other places, because they know they will be shutting it off to protect the rest of the parish.
And we had Amanda Roberts there as they were closing the floodgates. Here is her report.
Well, we are here in Lower Lafourche in Morgan City, where officials just minutes ago closed the Lee, Ontario lock and floodgate to shut off and keep the water out from Lower Lafourche. So that means that everyone in Lower Lafourche who is already down there, they will be there for the duration of the storm. This is a safety measure, bar none. So right now I'm joined with Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office, Brendan Mathern. If you could explain to me a little bit about how things are going in the parish, how we're preparing so far.
Well, so far we've had estimates well over 50% of our residents have evacuated, and that's really good considering we've had a mandatory evacuation, and now we announced plans yesterday, and those went into effect at 5 o'clock this morning. Obviously, this is one of the final pieces of the puzzle here as you're looking at Lee, Ontario Lock, and this is our land-based gate system that was completed construction in 2019. This is the first time that it's being used for a storm of this nature. Normally we just man this checkpoint here and don't allow traffic once the water gets too high. But in the event that we have a major storm like this, we do have the ability to close this off to give us an extra few feet of protection here along this levee system, which goes all the way from here in Golden Meadow all the way north in La Rose, where there's another land-based gate at the intersection of Highway 32, 35, and 24, which was closed earlier today.
Do you have any concerns, an estimate of how many people would be beyond the gate? Any concerns for those people?
There's less than 17 residents that live beyond this gate. Certainly there's a number of businesses that stretch all the way to Leeville and including Port Fourchon. We do know of a handful of people, for example, that stayed behind in the port. The port officials are well aware of those individuals and they're accounting for them. Ultimately, parish government has been in touch with anyone that would plan to stay. And look, I know we've done this drill before. These people have stayed for many storms, but I can pretty much assure you that they haven't been and they haven't seen anything like this and what we're expecting here. A storm surge of anywhere from 10 to 15 feet is what's being forecast, and that will certainly test this levee system.
Absolutely, and of course there's now a curfew in place for the entire parish. How are we planning to address that and your message to residents for the rest of the night?
As we mentioned earlier today in our release about it, we told businesses to be closed by 6 o'clock and we're going to let employees get home. We wanted businesses to stay open as long as possible. We know most closed earlier today, probably about noon, 2 o'clock. But if any other businesses stayed open, certainly we're going to allow those employees to get home. But other than that, we want people off the roads, and there's a lot of reasons for that. First and foremost, we have a lot of people that have evacuated. So our deputies are going to be patrolling these areas to make sure that everybody's property is taken care of. So by keeping people in their homes, we can identify more easily anybody that's not where they should be. But also, you can already see the wind starting to pick up here. We expect that tropical storm force winds could arrive as early as tonight. So we want people in home where they're going to be. We told them to do that by 6 o'clock. Obviously now it is 6. Again, we have that grace period until 7 o'clock, but we expect people to be where they're going to be riding out this storm.
Brendan, thank you. And good words of advice. The curfew now in effect. Stay home if you are already at home. And officials are they're kind of shoring up the lock right now. So that is the latest from Lower Lafourche. Amanda Roberts, Fox 8, Local First. Back to you.
All right, Amanda, again, Amanda in Lower Lafourche, Golden Meadow, as they close that the Lee-Ontario lock.
Yeah, a lot of folks today making a run for the grocery store, trying to get those last-minute supplies. A lot of the shelves are emptying out really quickly. Chris Hagan is in Slidell, and he stopped by a grocery store on Pontchartrain.
We're here at the Winn-Dixie on Pontchartrain Drive in Slidell, right next to neighborhood Walmart, and I'll say both stores are seeing a steady stream of customers still coming in and out, making those last-minute storm preparations and getting whatever supplies are left, whether they've decided to stay and ride out the storm or leave. That said, among the people I've talked to, it feels like most have decided to stay, and for a number of reasons. We spoke with a man in Eden Isles who was pulling his boat out of the water not too long ago. He said he's confident that they will be okay, he and his family, to ride out the storm. Others, their biggest deterrent for hitting the road has been the traffic, whether they're headed to relatives in Texas or going the other way east to Florida or elsewhere. They say they don't want to sit in that traffic, or the roads are too backed up at this point for them to leave, so they have decided to hunker down and get supplies to stay here. That said, as officials are likely saying right now, you need to make up your mind sooner than later on whether or not you want to stay and ride out this storm or hit the road before conditions get too bad. Again, we are here at the Winn-Dixie on Pontchartrain Drive in Slidell, and the parking lot has really gotten a little bit busier since we've even gotten here a few minutes ago. I would say people are making those last-minute preparations for sure to ride out this storm. Reporting in Slidell, I'm Chris Hagan for Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, Chris, and I have a fun story about the Winn-Dixie on Pontchartrain in Slidell. So, I'm from that area. I'm not from that area. I'm from New Orleans, but I live in Slidell now. I did my shopping there just yesterday, and the lady who works in the deli department, her name is Ida. Ida. And so I'm looking at her name tag, and I said, "Your name is Ida?" She goes, "Oh yeah." So I took a picture of her, and it was really funny. I said, "Well, I hope this is the closest I'm going to get to an Ida in the next few days." Obviously, that is not turning out to be the case, but
that's a nice Ida at the Winn-Dixie.
She's a very nice Ida, and she was happy, and yeah, but not many people named Ida, right?
No, I don't know if I know any.
I don't, yeah.
All right, let's check in. We haven't checked in with him in a little while now. David Bernard, Chief Meteorologist, for more.
I want to make some of our bottom line points tonight for everybody to understand. If you're not quite mentally there yet, we need to have preparations done by sunrise. And you were just listening to the folks in Lafourche, the coastal areas. It's going to get squally tonight, and they're going to have tropical storm conditions at daybreak. And that means if you're in the city or on the North Shore, you've got a little time in the morning, but the weather's going to get bad very quick. We're going to have a major hurricane at landfall. This event is going to happen. We are going to have a hurricane, and bad impacts are highly going to be likely. But the decisions you make now are going to ensure that you and your family are going to stay safe, and one of them is staying with us here at Fox 8. We're going to give you the information just straight as it is and tell it like it is, regardless of how bad it may be. All right, hurricane warnings in effect. So remember, the warning, the point I was trying to make is it's happening. It's not a watch. If you're in this red area, you're going to have a hurricane tomorrow. If you're in the blue area in South Mississippi, tropical storm conditions are going to be a bet because you're under a tropical storm warning. Let's get down to what the storm is doing right now. And we've got quite a bit of thunderstorm activity now going off on the southwestern corner of the eye wall. We can see the eye right there. And we've been focusing on the track all day long. You know, there was that little shift by the Hurricane Center, very small shift. I mean, we're talking 15, 20, maybe 25 miles, not any more than that. So they put out a new forecast track, which they do every 6 hours at 4 p.m. And that's the new forecast track. And so the storm was there at 4 p.m. and now it's here. Now the satellite distorts a little on where the center is actually located, but I was listening to one of the hurricane specialists at the National Hurricane Center. They're analyzing the reconnaissance fixes that the aircraft is sending back exactly where the center is, and it's still continuing to track on the eastern side of a lot of our computer guidance. All right, so that may still have further track implications down the road as we head toward landfall, which is now going to be in about 18 hours or less. This is where the forecast is for the storm to be in 12 hours, and it's forecast to be a Category 3 storm. 976 millibars was the pressure on the 4 o'clock advisory. It's lower now, as I'll show you in a moment when we take a look at the hurricane hunters, moving northwest at 16, high sustained winds 105 miles per hour. Forecast to become a Category 3 tonight and a Category 4 at landfall 1 p.m. Sunday. So that's a little bit faster than we were saying. And remember, I'm going to show you this as well. The landfall's at 1 p.m., but the bad weather comes out well ahead of it. That doesn't mean you won't have hurricane conditions before 1 p.m. at the coast. That just means that's when the center is going to cross the coast. And there's that track to the Baton Rouge area, weakening, so to speak. It's a hurricane, still a Category 1. And then by the time we get into Monday afternoon, becoming a depression or maybe a weak tropical storm across the Mississippi Delta. All right, here is the hurricane hunter that's been flying through the storm over the last hour or two. The lowest pressure he's now found is 969 millibars. Each one of these red dots represents where the center is located. So it's continuing to move northwest, or maybe a little bit north of northwest, but generally on a northwestern heading at about 15 to 16 miles per hour. So it looks like he's going to probably come through again, and we'll get another center fix here coming up maybe before we get the advisory at 7 o'clock. All right, this is our wind to be ready map. The yellow area is tropical storm force winds, and the red area is either sustained hurricane force winds or gust to hurricane force, meaning over 74 miles per hour. So remember what I said, the bad conditions start before the landfall. This is 6 o'clock in the morning, and this shows there's a high probability that we will have sustained tropical storm force winds at daybreak at the coast. And I meant to put one more stop in here. I'll do it on the next one, but watch this. Here we are. Look at that. By late morning, The tropical storm force winds are then spreading across the South Shore. And here we are at 5 o'clock in the afternoon with a full-blown hurricane over the bayou and river parishes, and the chance of hurricane force gusts extending into portions of the South Shore, meaning Orleans, Jefferson, and surrounding parishes south of Lake Pontchartrain. The farther north and east you are, the lower the chances that you're going to have winds that strong. But you can see even into Pearl River and Hancock County, there's a high probability that you'll have tropical storm force winds, and that's why you're under the tropical storm warning. The wind field will shrink. Notice the red area and the yellow area getting smaller as the storm gets weaker and smaller in size as we go throughout the day on Sunday night, and this will go into Monday morning around 4 a.m. All right, here, let's put a percentage on it. This is the possibility of having sustained winds of 58 to 73 miles per hour with gust over hurricane force, meaning 74 miles per hour. We've got a pretty high number here in the city in Belle Chase and down near the mouth of the river. It's in the 70s. So with numbers like that, we would expect to have hurricane force gusts in the city. Notice as you go north and east, those numbers drop off significantly, so the chance for strong tropical storm force winds sustained are not as high, especially on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, but that still means you could have 40, 50 mile per hour winds there for sure. And obviously they're near 100% in here where the core of the hurricane is expected to be passing through. Why is Ida all of a sudden taking off? That loop current that we've known to hate, it's moving right over it. It's pretty prominent this year, and this is where the hurricane is currently located, so it's going to spend all night over that loop current, and there you can see the strengthening as it moves toward the southeast Louisiana coast. The storm surge warning is in effect. The storm surge warning means that ocean, Gulf, lake water is going to rise to dangerous levels above ground, meaning over 3 feet above ground. A little bit of an update. The Hurricane Center increased the surge mainly because, and I'll show you why, the center line has been relocated. They were at 4 to 7, and now it's 5 to 8 feet for peak surge on Lake Pontchartrain, 10 to 15 feet west of the river, east of the river, 7 to 11, including Lake Borgne and the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Not everybody in these areas will see water that high. So this is the forecast, all right, from the Hurricane Center. Now I'm going to show you our Fox 8 storm surge model, our Q-risk model. We've been showing this for a couple of years, and so you guys kind of understand it because I've been explaining it to you for a while. But this is what we call a deterministic forecast model. It's based on the center line, all right? The Hurricane Center forecast, they have to take the uncertainty into account, right? But this is based on the center line, which that's the center line based on the latest advisory, and it shifted even higher water into portions of Golden Meadow. Look at Grand Isle is indicating up to a foot there, and also higher amounts into Breton Sound. Now, this is a high-resolution computer model. That's why it's not so just broad brush saying everybody's going to have 10 to 15 feet of water, but it does show you how significant the surge danger is here, and this is sensitive to where the track is. If the track goes farther to the east, we're going to have even more water in Breton Sound, and that would also influence the forecast for Lake Maurepas and Lake Pontchartrain. Those numbers could conceivably go up as well. The bottom line is we've got a storm surge warning, we've got evacuation orders out, and hopefully everybody has heeded them. The first significant band coming off of Ida is just off the mouth of the river. This will be moving into the coastal areas later on this evening, and then they're just going to continue to increase in frequency as the night goes along. Here's the clouds and the radar together. There we can see the eye of Hurricane Ida. That's that one band that I was showing you just off the mouth of the river. It's not terrible, but it's the most intact band that we've seen approach the mouth of the river so far with the hurricane. And even on the west coast of Florida earlier today, they were getting some of the bands of Ida as it continues to march across the Gulf of Mexico. So needless to say, we talked about the wind danger. We talked about the rising water danger, which is very serious. And now we're talking about flooding from rain. And so we've got a level 4 flood risk, which is defined as a high risk of flooding for basically all of southeast Louisiana. We've got a level 4 risk because they're going to be a little bit farther from the center here on the Gulf Coast. But don't let that fool you. This is a significant signal there, a level 3 flood risk. And you'll see on one of our models right now, to where that doesn't make a difference, that it may be pretty bad. Now, we just changed it from Sunday to Monday. Even on Monday, we're still in this level 3 flood risk because the moisture tail from Ida might get stuck over our area. Let's take a look at our high resolution model. Here's where the hurricane is currently located, and you can see it reflected, initialized pretty well with this high resolution model we are showing. And then here is the position where the Hurricane Center says it's going to be. Look at this. Our high resolution model is right on top of the Hurricane Center position. And here is 6 o'clock in the morning. Look what's happening. We've already got rain bands moving across the South Shore. There could be tropical storm force gusts with some of these bands that are moving through. So that's 6 o'clock in the morning. Now let's go till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And there is the hurricane. There's Port Fourchon right there. So this high resolution model is reflecting exactly what the Hurricane Center forecast track is. So at that point in time, we're now by 3 p.m. we're hurricane conditions in the metro New Orleans, certainly hurricane force gusts, and then catastrophic winds in Lafourche and Terrebonne with 130 mile per hour winds possible in some areas. That is the forecast. Notice as we go farther away from the center, there's still a lot of bands out here. We'll be watching those areas not only for tornadoes, but flooding. You could easily get severe training here along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So just because you guys are in, quote, a just tropical storm warning, that does not denote what your risk is for flooding, and that is high as well. And now we'll take this into Monday. At 5 in the morning, there still could be devastating rain bands all across the Mississippi Gulf Coast and southeast Louisiana. Obviously, we can't pinpoint exactly where they will be. There is the storm, the core, kind of beginning to weaken and fall apart as it moves north to Baton Rouge, but this is still showing a tremendous amount of moisture. This storm is going to go well into the day on Monday, and some impacts might even last into Tuesday, the way things look right now. How rare would this be to have a Category 4 storm make landfall on the Louisiana coast? Really rare. These are all the instances of Category 4 and 5 winds across the state. We've only had one storm produce Category 5 winds. That was Camille in 1969 in Lower Plaquemines Parish. We've only had 4 Category 4 storms make landfall on the Louisiana coastline. When was the last one? Last year. Laura, 150 mile per hour landfall south of Lake Charles. And if Ida makes landfall in Fourchon and Terrebonne as a Category 4 with 130 mile per hour winds, it'll be the strongest hurricane to strike there since Hurricane Betsy. Definitely a benchmark storm for this area, which really puts into perspective how strong and potentially how severe this storm will be. Download to your streaming device our Fox 8 news and weather apps, and you can pick them up on your phone and Google Play and also in the App Store. So just recapping, guys, preparations need to be done by sunrise tonight. Weather will go downhill rapidly tomorrow. This thing is going to happen. We're going to have a hurricane. It's going to be a major hurricane, and bad impacts are very likely. Everyone under a hurricane warning in Louisiana, everyone in Mississippi is under a tropical storm warning, and there is our satellite of Ida this evening.
David, before I ask you the question, or one question, just in case someone came late, you said something early on in your weathercast about what someone from the National Hurricane Center was talking about, the shift east or not following the track. What was that exactly you said?
One of the hurricane specialists at the National Hurricane Center, who I follow on Twitter, is taking observations from the hurricane hunters that are out there right now. And the hurricane hunters are giving us very specific fixes on exactly where the center is. And it appears to still be tracking on the eastern side of the computer models that came out earlier today. So indicating there's no more west shift. If anything, it's staying on the course it's been on the last few hours, or maybe even tacking just a little bit more to the east. Again, that is something we have to just watch hour by hour, not a definitive trend that we're seeing an even further eastward shift at this time. But remember, that is within the cone of error that we could have a landfall a little bit farther east than Port Fourchon.
So my question is, you know, look, we have a mandatory evacuation in Lafourche and Terrebonne, but in St. Charles, but in Jefferson and Orleans, even the North Shore, you know, there's a lot of people who stayed here riding it out. How does that, just a subtle shift or even more shift, if that's possible, what does that mean? What does that change things for those people, us still staying here?
Well, let's begin with, first of all, hopefully the storm continues to move at the pace that it is. All right. Secondly, as we said earlier, the levee system is designed for a Category 1, 2, or fast-moving Category 3, which can generally be defined, I'll have to admit I don't know the exact definition of that, but generally around at least 15 miles per hour or more, not something that's crawling at 5 miles per hour. So we're kind of flirting on the edge with that. But what does that even mean? That means they're designed to not overtop at those levels. So let's assume just the worst case, that we have a track that's even farther to the east and deeper into the Barataria Bay, which would put more pressure on the West Bank levees in particular. That's not saying we're going to have levee failures. It is increasing the chance that you might have some overtopping, but we don't have any guidance or computer guidance at this time. The Hurricane Center is not modeling that and indicating that we would be at risk of any overtopping with the scenarios that they're currently running. And as we said before, if you weren't watching earlier this afternoon, Ramsey Green with the City of New Orleans made this point, which I thought was an excellent one. In Katrina, that was complete levee failure. Overtopping levees is a much different thing. You can have a levee, some overwash, even overtopping that maybe puts a foot of rain in some low-lying areas or a foot of water in some low-lying areas. It may even be a few inches in some other spots. So we have to keep all of that in perspective. There's a difference between overtopping and complete levee failure. And even in overtopping, we're not looking, at least at this point in time, and God forbid, I hope we're not, at a really strong Category 4 or 5 when we would have much different consequences.
Okay, let's talk about the people who went east, decided to evacuate. A lot of people we know have left to go to either Gulf Shores or Santa Rosa Beach, Destin, that area. Yeah. What can they expect now that we've seen a little bit of a shift? What can they expect as this storm moves ashore? Well,
the one thing, the shift isn't enough to impact that. I did recommend that people should not evacuate to Mobile Bay because we have a storm surge watch in effect there. They're not under a warning, they're under a watch. And so we wanted people to go farther east than that. And I never generally like for people to evacuate to barrier islands. At this point in time, though, in the Florida Panhandle and the Destin, Pensacola area, it looks like it's going to be, kind of rainy and messy.
Okay, that's
probably what they expected.
Probably, yeah. I mean, you can't expect to go to the beach when the hurricane's in the Gulf and for it to be perfect. All right. What happens at 7 o'clock too, David? You'll come back with?
Yeah, there'll be an intermediate advisory coming up here, and I'll have it at 7 o'clock. That'll tell us if there's any change in the direction of the storm and if it's any stronger.
All right.
Okay, we'll see you then. Thanks, David.
We have not checked in with Plaquemines Parish in
quite a while.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Olivia Vidal is there right now and joins us with more.
Yeah, Kim and Lee, it is quiet here in Plaquemines Parish, and parish officials say, that is a good thing. It's showing that people are actually heeding the warnings and getting out of town. Now, I'm in the Myrtle Grove Marina community where many of these homes and camps are boarded up. They have the hurricane shutters down, and it seems like most everybody has left the community. It is a ghost town here. We ran into perhaps the last few residents who were loading the last few items into their vehicles and getting out. It's certainly not an easy thing to do, packing up your belongings and hoping you have a place to return to after the storm. The folks we spoke with were visibly stressed, working quickly to get out of Plaquemines Parish. But it looks like many residents shored up any loose items around their homes. Some set out sandbags, and nearly all of the homes have those storm shutters. Now, the parish is also preparing ahead of the hurricane's landfall. One of the mitigation measures they're working on right now is building up a portion of Highway 23 south with gravel. This area is near where the Jesuit Bend Canal meets the Mississippi River. The Homeland Security Director, Patrick Harvey, told me that they're expecting that area of Highway 23 to flood once the hurricane makes landfall. Crews there are building up one lane by about 3 feet to help keep water off that area for future navigation purposes. In addition, they're putting large sandbags on the road to help keep water off for if and when that time comes. They hope the project will be completed by tonight. Now, Homeland Security Director Patrick Harvey, he says he feels comfortable with the preparations in the parish ahead of Hurricane Ida's landfall. But one thing to keep in mind for those folks who are still here in Plaquemines Parish is the Sheriff's Department did issue a curfew, a dusk to dawn curfew. So time is running out if you're still here in Plaquemines Parish and you're planning to leave. It's either stay home now once the sun goes down or get out of town now before Hurricane Ida makes landfall. But for now, reporting in Plaquemines, I'm Olivia Vidal, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thanks so much, Olivia. And that is good news to see Ghost Town.
It is.
Absolutely.
It means people are out of there.
Absolutely.
And
all right, we are going to be back with more of our coverage of Hurricane Ida right after this. Stay with us.
You live a busy life. You say you want a degree, but when do you have the time? With Kaiser University's online classes, you have the freedom to earn your degree anytime you choose, one course at a time. For over 40 years, Kaiser University has put the student first, so you don't just get a degree, you gain an educational partner committed to your success. This is about you. Visit kaiseruniversity.edu to get started now.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Backtracking Hurricane Ida, again, David will rejoin us in about 8 minutes with that new advisory to see if it's, I guess, where the storm has moved and if it's off the track or
Meanwhile,
not.
in Terrebonne Parish, a mandatory evacuation was ordered there early this morning. People are still getting out of town. Let's go to Caitlin Russ now. She is in Terrebonne where people are boarding buses. Hey, Caitlin.
Hey, Kim. Yeah, we were talking to some of the people waiting to get on their bus that will take them to the Monroe Civic Center where they've set up a shelter. And let me tell you, there is a lot of fear and apprehension, but people are taking care of each other. There seems to be a lot of camaraderie here tonight. People laughing, dancing, trying to make each other smile. It is well past the 6 p.m. cutoff for this evacuation site, but they're still processing people and getting them on their buses. EOC Director Earl Hughes told me earlier they were looking at around 450 people that needed to be evacuated, but they were prepared for up to 3,000. Right now, he estimates about 50 to 60% of the parish has evacuated. They had a trailer transport here for pets as well to make sure no furry family members get separated or left behind. One woman I spoke to said she waited this long to evacuate because she didn't think she would be able to take her dog.
I was able to leave with my animal. I was going to stay home because I wasn't able to take my pet. I dialed that number, crying, begging, and pleading, because if not, I would have stayed. A lot of people, they say, Kim, you can come, but leave your dog. Are you crazy? That's my child. He's coming with me.
There are a lot of nerves right now. Some people told me they don't know anyone in Monroe, but they do feel that Terrebonne Parish is taking care of them. For those that stayed behind, again, it is well past that 6 p.m. curfew. And if you are out and about on the roads, the sheriff's office will most likely pull you over. So now is the time to hunker down. Reporting live from Terrebonne Parish, Caitlin Rust, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Caitlin, you know, as this storm approaches, the one thing I think about, Kim, or one of the many things I think about actually, is just the size of the storm and where it's going, the amount of power outages that we are going to have. And we've heard from some parish officials that, you know, say, hey, you could be without power for 7 to 10 days. You know, we've seen it after many storms over the past few years.
We've seen it after tropical storms.
We have,
I mean,
that's true.
you know, you think about that, and the fact that the ground has been so saturated. You know, a lot of times leading up to a hurricane, you have dry days to get ready. Well, it's been raining a lot. It really has. And so the ground has gotten saturated, which means, you know, when this storm finally comes ashore, the wind is probably going to knock over even more trees than it maybe normally would. And then that's when the power lines start going down. And yeah, you're right about how many days will you be without power based on the category of the storm. I think I remember them saying if it's a Cat 1 storm, you're looking at, what is it, 5 days?
5 days, I think, yeah.
Cat 2, maybe 7 to 10 days. Cat 3 goes even higher. Cat 4, 21 days or more. You just don't know. And so you really have to be prepared. You have to have supplies. That's why people were making the run for generators, just because you don't know.
You don't know. And Entergy, you know, and they have to wait for the storm to pass and then conditions to get safe enough where they can get crews out there. But they do put personnel around the area to get them in position to try to respond as quickly as possible. And Chris Hagan has this report on Entergy's staging area, one of the Entergy staging areas.
We're here in the parking lot of the Audubon Zoo, ironically Entergy Boulevard, where Entergy is staging a lot of their units to get ready to respond to whatever outages that Hurricane Ida brings the area. They've got everything from pickup trucks to bobcats and utility vehicles and more getting ready to respond. They've been very upfront with customers, saying with the additional requested resources, the companies anticipate mobilizing a storm team of approximately 16,000, a number that could fluctuate based on the storm's path and intensity. That said, they also say while 90% of customers will be restored sooner, customers in the hardest hit areas should plan for the possibility of experiencing extended outages. And they say a storm as intense as Hurricane Ida could bring outages for 3 weeks or more. So again, that is your notification to be prepared to be without power for some time, despite the fact that Entergy does appear to be very prepared with all of these units here to handle whatever comes our way. For now, reporting in New Orleans, Chris Hagan, Fox 8 Local First, back to you.
All right, thanks, Chris. And you know, one thing to really point out, and it is frustrating when you lose power, but in a situation like this, just trust that these trucks will get out as soon as possible. It's not going to do you any good to call CLECO or call Entergy and say, hey, my power's out. When are you going to get to my neighborhood? That's not going to help your situation. They will get there as quickly as possible.
And you can look at the maps online to see, you know, sometimes they put an estimate up there, but look, if it's a Cat 3 or Cat 4 storm coming to us, we all know it's going to take some time. And look, you know, living in those conditions for many people, it's unsafe because it's hot. Yes. So that is obviously understandable, the frustration, no doubt about that.
That's why they said if you can't live without power, you need to get out.
Yes.
Because it's a very likely scenario at this point. All right, we're going to take a quick break and be back with more of our coverage of Hurricane Ida.
Nothing's more thrilling than seeing your number come up, except when it comes to COVID-19. If you or a loved one recently tested positive for COVID, a clinical trial could improve your odds. Learn more at combatcovid.hhs.gov.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. We are about 18 hours away from an expected landfall, what is expected to be a Category 4 hurricane slamming into the southeast Louisiana coast.
And we want to get the latest from Chief Meteorologist David Bernard right now.
And we've got the brand new advisory, the 7 o'clock position. So it's not a new track. It updates us on the intensity. They're holding the winds at 105 miles per hour, and the pressure is lower, though. That's significant. 969 millibars, now 285 miles southeast of Houma, moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. So we didn't get a tracker intensity change. So this remains the same, a Category 4 storm, landfall somewhere on the southeast Louisiana coast tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. That's the landfall. So as we've been showing you all afternoon and evening, the impacts are going to be well out ahead of there. Then there's the track through the river parishes into Baton Rouge. Still could be a Category 1 hurricane by the time it gets to Baton Rouge, and then beginning the weekend as it moves across the Delta Monday afternoon. Here's a look at some of the computer models that came out this afternoon. Let's see, what time is it now? I don't even know what time it is. 7 o'clock, right. In about an hour, we'll start to get some updates with these, but you can see they're very tightly clustered from anywhere from Grand Isle into Terrebonne Parish. And there's the black line, the consensus line that did shift east a little bit this afternoon, which brought the storm in closer to Port Fourchon. Remember, earlier, a lot of the models were kind of clustered out here in western Terrebonne Parish. So there has been a shift to the east, and this will take us, let's see, through Monday afternoon. And notice that the track is pretty much, that's what the Hurricane Center has for the center line. And again, this blocking high pressure, notice how, and this is why these little wobbles may happen as it gets near the coast. Notice that the really strong area of the high pressure is back here over the southeastern United States, and as it gets less red, the high gets not as strong. And so the hurricane is now moving into this area where it gets a little iffy right here by the coast, and the steering breaks down just a little bit. But what will happen is it'll feel the edge of this high, and that's what will allow the gradual turn, and then into Mississippi, and then eventually into Tennessee. All right, here is the satellite picture this evening. We've got a strong hurricane there in the Gulf, and this is the forecast track it's projected to go on. So earlier it went east of the forecast track. We're going to be watching this to see what impacts, if any, there is on the track and the 12-hour position. This is where the storm should be as we go into 4 o'clock in the morning as a Category 3. And there you can see where the center is located about right now, more or less right on that track. All right, I'm angry right now. I am not very happy at all. Did you see what that plane just did? The plane had some kind of mechanical issue and had to go back. That's happened twice today. That is happening continuously with the hurricane hunters in the last couple of years. It's already happened a number of times this season. We have got a major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico developing, and we can't get hurricane hunters in there. It's really terrible. And so I don't know what needs to be done about it, and I'm certainly not blaming them. It's not their fault. But right now, we don't have a plane. So the last observation showed a millibar of 969. That's what we got on the advisory. And so now we'll be going by satellite pictures until we can get another plane to go out. I have not looked to see what time that would be, but they had them on continuous routes up until landfall. So hopefully it won't be too late into the evening. When to be ready? Well, these are the tropical storm conditions in yellow, and then in orange and red, that is our hurricane force winds or hurricane force gusts. And this is all going to happen pretty quick. The timetable has sped up some. By tomorrow morning, sustained tropical storm force winds at the coast spreading into the city by late morning and midday. And by the afternoon hours, we've got full-blown hurricane conditions across the river parishes, the bayou parishes, and even into the New Orleans metropolitan area, the immediate South Shore, Jefferson Parish included, this red area indicating that we could have hurricane force gusts. The wind field will shrink as the storm weakens and moves toward Baton Rouge, but anyway, still very significant winds expected well inland with Hurricane Ida. This is the chance of seeing at least 58-mile-per-hour winds up to 73 plus hurricane force gusts. So there's a 72% chance on the South Shore that we could see hurricane force gusts, meaning winds at times greater than 74 miles per hour. To put that into perspective, That's like what we had during Zeta. A few spots had some Category 2 gusts as well. Here at the station, I think we had a gust around 90 or 100 miles per hour with Hurricane Zeta. So to give you a feel of what could be coming our way during the day tomorrow. Once the storm makes landfall. We have some outer bands. They're pretty weak right near the mouth of the river. No significant weather moving into our area right now as the core of the hurricane continues to sit well offshore the mouth of the river. Tornado risk on Sunday. We have a level 2 slight risk. Always difficult to predict with these landfalling hurricanes. I'm not sure why, but some hurricanes produce a ton of tornadoes and some hardly produce any at all. But we'll have to be on the lookout for that tomorrow, especially to the east in Mississippi and away from the center. I mean, if you're in the core of the hurricane, there's not much more a tornado can do if you're having 100+ mile-per-hour winds. But certainly in these outer bands, those are the areas we'll be watching very carefully. Flood risk in purple, level 4 high risk. No real surprise there. Our 72-hour forecast kind of map out the weather for you. Our high-resolution model is right on top of the Hurricane Center forecast. That's the Hurricane Center forecast position, and you can see the radar representation with the model. It thinks that the eye is right there, and so does the Hurricane Center. So it's 6 o'clock in the morning. We're already getting some pretty heavy rain bands blowing across the city, and then as we go throughout the day, it gets obviously worse. So late morning into the evening hours that's going to be the worst of the worst. But here's Sunday at 3 p.m. Watch what happens Sunday night and then going into early Monday morning 5 a.m. There could still be some major feeder bands across the area, and some of our high-resolution guidance is indicating that we could have severe or catastrophic flooding over southeast Louisiana and the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So we're going to be watching it very carefully, but like I told you, bad outcomes are likely tomorrow for some of us. We just got to be prepared and brace that, yep, we're having another hurricane this year. Download on your streaming device so you can watch us if the power does go out. You can watch on your tablets and your phones as well. Just have a way to keep those devices charged. Guys, again, here's the 7 o'clock advisory. The pressure is lower. That's the big news. The other big news, I'm upset about the hurricane hunters, but we're just working with what we have right now.
That's what I was going to ask you, David. With the Hurricane Hunter planes being down and having maintenance issues, how does that affect the forecast, or what does that do to the forecast?
Well, the National Hurricane Center has ways of judging storm strength, particularly using satellite pictures as one of their main tools that they use to estimate a storm strength. They do it all the time. A lot of times there's storms way out in the middle of the ocean, and we don't fly hurricane hunters for that. So they'll be relying on that. There's buoys in the Gulf of Mexico as well, and hopefully we'll be able to glean some information from that. But I'm going to go back and check. There will be more planes going in there tonight. It's just frustrating that this is the second one today that has not been able to complete the mission, because usually as one is leaving, another one is coming in.
And then can you, when are the next model runs coming up?
And within the hour.
Within the hour? So that should theoretically be able to determine a little more?
I don't think much is going to change.
You know?
I mean, Lee, okay. I think everything is coming down to that this is going to make a landfall between Terrebonne Parish and Grand Isle. I mean, that's, I know we want to know exact, but it's going to fall somewhere in there most likely.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, David.
Okay, so let's go back down to Lower Lafourche, where about an hour ago, a few minutes more than an hour ago, they closed the Lee-Ontario floodgate.
And she filed this report.
Well, we are here in Lower Lafourche, where there is a curfew in place right now. Parish officials just closed the Lee-Ontario lock in anticipation for a lot more weather that's going to be coming this way. A number of people have evacuated. However, a number of people are also still staying here. So I'm joined over here. And if Donnie, you said your name was?
Yes,
if you could tell me, Donnie, what you guys are doing, what are the plans for today?
Today I pretty much finished everything, got all the boats secured, went get the camp secured in the lake, and finished the roof on here and ride it out and start all over when it stops. Go check everything we got from Leeville. We got docks, Oyster Dock, Oyster Leases, camps.
So you got a lot to take care of. I mean, even with this pretty serious storm coming our way, we still have to protect.
That's every storm. Every storm. We got just too much to not worry about.
Does this storm give you a little pause? Make you shake in your boots a little bit?
No.
Tell me a little bit about that. Why not?
because weather's not I'm not scared of weather. Just, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to use common sense with it, but it is what it is.
Do you have any words of wisdom, words of advice? There are going to be a number of people like yourself staying here and elsewhere across our area. Any words of advice?
They got more people staying than you could believe. You know, I'm not the only one. My little brother-in-law and all, they're staying a little bit farther down, and just whenever it hits, stay inside, hope for the best, and when it's done, do what you got to do.
After the storm, everyone's going to be helping each other with whatever needs to be doing.
Whatever.
You'll be here.
Oh, I'll be here. I'll be one of the first ones here. I ain't going nowhere.
Looking forward to it. All right, Donnie, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll be safe and all.
You be safe too. All right, so again, a number of people staying here, protecting property, protecting their livelihoods, and just as he promised, even after the storm passes, he'll be here to help everyone else pick up. So that's the latest from Lafourche Parish. Amanda Roberts, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, Amanda, just think about again what David just said. You know, he expects not much to change, and basically the landfall to be somewhere between what Terrebonne Parish and Grand Isle, which, you know, obviously Amanda right there in the thick of it, right there where she is. So that will look a lot different coming up in about 12 hours.
It sure will. And we have been showing you some video from Armstrong International Airport that has just been staggering to see on this Saturday evening. The lines there are just incredible, have been for hours and hours. We spoke to somebody who works for Southwest Airlines who told us that the line for TSA, that's the security line to get into the terminal, to get to the gates, was about 3 hours long. And so tons of people just lined up there. You can imagine a lot of frustration as people are trying to catch their flights out. You know, one of the problems too, the traffic getting to the airport. So people were late getting there, then the line started stacking up. We do have Juan Kincaid, who is at the airport assessing the situation. We hope to bring you a live report from him as soon as they get their live shot up and running. But obviously a lot of people trying to get out of New Orleans, get to a safer place, and having trouble doing that, getting out of the airport. And I know you have some information about the flights.
Yeah, I just pulled it up. So the last flight out tonight is at 9:40 p.m. That's a Southwest flight to Dallas. They're saying it's on time right now. There is a Frontier at 8:39. Like a Delta flight to Los Angeles at 7:55 is canceled. Southwest has another one to Hobby in Houston and Dallas. Looks like Delta, there are no more Delta flights out. Both of those last flights were canceled. There's a couple of Southwest flights still remaining. So the opportunity to get out, there's just a few remaining. And again, all those flights are likely booked as well, too.
And we know that Southwest has canceled their flights for tomorrow. Not sure about the other airlines, but even if they were to try to get out, it would have to be super early. It would have to be a really early flight to get out ahead of the storm.
And look, you know, these planes want to, you know, they don't want to come here and store their planes here and get stuck. So you know, one of the things they're doing is trying to get the flights out of here, get these planes out of here, and then they'll obviously start bringing them back in when they bring in flights after the storm, maybe Monday afternoon or Tuesday.
But I guess we'll find out from Juan in a few minutes.
We will.
What are all these people going to do? All these people who were crammed into the airport trying to catch a flight, you know, at this point, do they just go back home? We'll see.
We'll have to wait and see.
We'll see.
Meantime, we want to continue our look around the parishes to see preparations in different places, and we will go to St. Bernard Parish, where Natasha Robin has this report. And we do not have Natasha Robin in St. Bernard Parish. Live TV during storm coverage, sometimes you're going to get that. Obviously, I know y'all understand.
That's what happens. And
yes,
tomorrow,
and the weather's not even bad yet.
Tomorrow will be worse.
Hey, I hear she's good. We're going to try this.
Let's check with Natasha.
Okay, here I am. I'm here in St. Bernard Parish. We're here on the lower end of the parish along Highway 46. That is what you see there is what we call the Great Wall. This is the hurricane protection system, the wall that runs across the highway that protects the parish. Now the other end, the lower end of St. Bernard Parish is the vulnerable end. That's the area that floods typically, especially with an east wind. They're expecting a 7 to 11 foot storm surge, which is very significant. Now, this wall we had heard was going to be closed around 6 o'clock. That has not happened yet. But we have been told that the wall along Highway 39 around Carnarvon has been closed. So right now we're waiting because the Southeast Flood Authority is supposed to close this wall soon. We have not seen them here, but we do know that they have closed the other wall. So they may be headed this way. I just want to give you an idea of what's going on here. So people are still getting their belongings out of the lower end of the parish, and in a lot of cases they come and you can see the long line of equipment, of trailers, of boats. They park them along Highway 46. The parish allows them to do this, and this is to get them inside of the flood protection system. Now, Parish President Guy McGinnis said that during Zeta, which happened last year, there was a big problem because the winds came through here, and of course a lot of this property was tossed around, and we did have a lot of damage here along Highway 46 with the trees and then also the property. So during Zeta we saw miles of trailers and equipment. A lot of people chose not to do that this time. They've actually taken their equipment and boats and things like that away from this area completely, but you can see they still do have a lot of boats and things here along Highway 46. They're taking their chances. Now, the parish president held a news conference just a short time ago, and he said that there is a greater area of concern. He said this is a big hurricane, and people need to be prepared. He said it's time for everyone to pull together. There's going to be a lot of rainfall. He said expect downed trees, a lot of debris, down power lines, possibly flooded streets, very dangerous conditions. Early on, the parish president said that if you can leave, he recommended that you leave. I think a lot of people heeded that warning, and we know that 16 years ago, on Sunday was the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. It happened 16 years ago, and 167 lives were lost. And he said that he does believe a lot of residents in St. Bernard Parish remember that time, and it's bringing back a lot of memories about what's happening tomorrow here in St. Bernard Parish. He thinks a lot of people left, and but for those who stayed, he said you should hunker down. That window is closing. If you can still get out, he's recommending that you leave. But he said if you can't and you are going to hunker down, you should do that and stay off of the roadways. They really are asking people to stay off the road now. But if you can leave and you want to leave, get out. Sandbagging locations are still open. We saw a few people getting sandbags at the 4 locations throughout the parish. But since Zeta, a lot of work has been done on Entergy system. And they actually had some Entergy leaders at this press conference. And so they said, they gave some information because of course power outages are expected. They said there are 8,400 distribution personnel for the state that are stationed right now for the affected areas. And they said 16,000 restoration team members are ready to respond. And that's of course for the state, but they are ready. And they said to be prepared for 7 to 10 days without power, and restoration in some places, they say, could take up to 3 weeks. So important information for those people who might be thinking right now, what should I do? Should I stay or should I leave? Now's the time to go because that window is certainly closing. But again, the parish president says, you know, everyone should just be prepared at this point. And, you know, there's that window is closing, the sun is going down here, and I know that they were trying to give people as much time as possible to evacuate their belongings, especially on the lower end of the parish. And those people still have time right now because this wall remains open at the moment, but that will not be the case, we're told, shortly. So we're waiting for the teams to arrive here to begin the closure of the wall. As we show you, there's still a couple of people coming out of there with their equipment. Here's a guy coming with his trailer to get out of harm's way. So, you know, it's the window's closing, but I think everyone is really taking that opportunity. And as we were driving down here, I can tell you that it was a little eerie because the roads, you know, people are heeding the warning there. The roads are quiet. We actually pulled in to get some gas, and the gas station was closed. You can still get gas, but so a lot of the businesses have already shut down for the duration of this storm, and everybody just getting ready here in St. Bernard Parish. Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, Natasha, we talked about our sports, department earlier, just being here so long, Natasha Robin, St. Bernard native. You just heard her talk.
She is Miss St. Bernard.
Yeah, she is Miss St. Bernard, which literally she knows that parish better than anyone else, and literally just delivered a lengthy, incredible report on the conditions there and what people can expect, it just shows you just the depth of her knowledge of that area. Also want to say, if power goes out, things like that, you can look at us on the internet if you have access, if you've been on the road. Also, if you have Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Roku, download the Fox 8 app on those devices and you can watch us live on that. And then also want to point out, for those of you watching in Jackson, Mississippi right now, so our sister station WLBT was supposed to air the Saints game tonight. Remember, the Saints should be kicking off
I forgot about that.
at 7 o'clock. I know that game canceled, so WLBT, our sister station, is airing our coverage right now because, look, a lot of people maybe be in Jackson or have relatives here or interested in this, so we want to tell everybody in central and southwest Mississippi, you're watching a New Orleans TV station, WVUE, right now, our coverage of Hurricane Ida as it makes landfall tomorrow. Watching us right now on WLBT. So that is why we're on right now in Jackson, Mississippi.
And stay safe in Jackson,
yes,
Mississippi as well. All right, I want to give you a look at the Baton Rouge traffic that we've been telling you about all afternoon. This is a drone shot that we got a little bit earlier from our sister station, WAFB in Baton Rouge, and you can just see just traffic for miles and miles. And we joke that traffic in Baton Rouge is always bad, no matter what's happening. It doesn't have to be a storm. Traffic is usually gridlock in Baton Rouge, but today is even worse. I spoke with somebody earlier who it took them 7.5 hours to get from Metairie to the port of Baton Rouge, which is just insane when you think about that. And these are actually live pictures from Baton Rouge. And this looks a lot better than it did earlier, Lee.
It actually is starting to move. So it is finally thinning out. I guess on the top right, that looks to be I-10 at Perkins, it says. And in the bottom, that's I-10 at Essen. So that's when you're coming up. You haven't reached to I-12 yet on the bottom right. And then I-10 at Bluebonnet is the bottom left. So that's before the one on the right in Essen. And then it looks like, is on the top left, that's like by that Marriott Hotel, I think. And there's a Ruth's Chris around there. I believe that's where that location is, right around maybe College Drive in Baton Rouge. So
like your restaurant landmark.
Exactly, the restaurant. You like that?
That's what we do.
That's what we do. Hey, food, right?
No, it is looking a lot better though, except for that top right picture. It's looking much better. And again, these are people who are headed out of town, either towards, these folks are headed west of Lake Charles, possibly to Houston, maybe Dallas area, Austin, San Antonio. The other direction, which was looking bad earlier, but has loosened up as well, heading east towards Florida.
Just say it. You know you're from New Orleans when you use restaurants as landmarks.
That's the only way I know my way around.
Exactly. I know. All right, well, David's going to rejoin us, in about 7 minutes. Again, we like to check in with our meteorologist at the bottom and the top of every hour to check in on the latest. And he is, again, going to rejoin us in about 7 minutes.
And for the people who did not evacuate, the people who are staying put and all of a sudden realize, oh, goodness, I want to go to a shelter, we want to give you a look at some of the shelters of last resort. St. Tammany Parish has opened 3 shelters, and I think we have a full screen shot of that. There you go. That's actually Tangipahoa Parish.
Yeah, Hammond, Westside Montessori School, Amite High Magnet School, Kentwood High Magnet School. Again, those are the shelters of last resort, the evacuation shelters in Tangipahoa Parish. Again, they opened at 6 o'clock tonight, so about an hour and a half ago they opened there.
And keep in mind, when you go to these shelters, they're asking you to bring some bedding, make sure you bring your mask. You will be required to wear a mask because of COVID protocols. They will try to do some social distancing as much as possible, but those are 3 in Tangipahoa Parish. St. Tammany has also opened 3 shelters of last resort.
And we want to show you those. Those are Creekside Junior High, Lee Road Junior High, and Lyon Elementary. An important note on the one on the bottom of your TV right now, Lyon Elementary, that is a pet-friendly shelter of last resort. Again, those are the only 3 shelters of last resort in St. Tammany Parish. And again, if this storm, the more it shifts east, the more the impacts could be, significant in St. Tammany Parish. Obviously, always a lot of concerns about flooding in many parts of the parish there as well, too.
I think the biggest concern in St. Tammany right now for a lot of people, and of course I know the Slidell area and a lot of people live on the water, so a big concern there is how much will the water come up in Lake Pontchartrain and just kind of pour into those inlets and possibly will definitely, almost always get over the docks. A lot of people have their docks out there, the water goes over the docks, and I think the last storm, maybe last year, the water came over the docks and even up on the grass a little bit. So, when you see that compared to what we're looking at now, it does get a little scary to think about how much higher the water could come. And then in St. Tammany West, you're talking about Mandeville Lakefront, where the water is very often going over the top of the seawall there and flooding those places, those businesses that are still operating along the Mandeville Lakefront. So the concern is obviously water for St. Tammany Parish at this point.
We've been talking about the airport and showing pictures. We actually have Juan Kincaid at the airport now. He joins us live with this report and an update on the lines there.
Thank you very much, Lee. Yeah, here at Armstrong International Airport, and we had heard earlier that it was packed out here and having a lot of trouble getting through security. Let's start there first, because things have certainly changed over the last couple of hours. As I get Frankie to kind of come over with the camera, looking down at security, it is pretty much empty right now. I think over the last half an hour that we've been here, there may have been 3 or 4 people that have gone through the line of security, so no security problems here. And as she pans to her left, you see all the check-in gates. We're into the departure area of the airport. All the check-in gates are closed down. The problem they're having out here at Armstrong International, the people that are still here, there were 40 flights scheduled today. 34 of those flights were canceled that we saw on the board. 34 of 40 flights have been canceled. And 6 flights are actually still scheduled. And I found out about a 7th one that's scheduled to go to Fort Worth, Texas about 11:15 later tonight. That gentleman said he's expecting to leave out on time. The last flight, Frontier Airlines, at 8:39, and as of that, aside from that, there's still a lot of people waiting for places to go to get to their homes. We talked to a couple that are heading back to Dallas, supposed to fly out tomorrow, but they are now stuck here to ride out the storm. All right, so you guys are like a lot of people that you're stuck in the airport, trying to get out a little bit earlier. Kind of tell me about your story.
Well, we came down here on our anniversary just to enjoy ourselves, not really knowing about the hurricane. And I got a notification from Spirits and our flights were canceled. Then we started getting messages from our parents and people back home telling us that it's about to be a hurricane. So we're searching for flights and everything's canceled. So we're just looking for a way out at this point.
You were supposed to be here till when?
Till tomorrow morning. We were supposed to leave at 8 o'clock.
So the problem is that it's like a lot of airlines, they just aren't availability, or they're not flying tonight. Is that what they're telling you?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, like I said, originally it was for Sunday, and that canceled, so I got to go back to work on Monday. So we trying to get out of here today, but just not running into no type of luck today, you know.
What have you tried besides airlines? Car rentals as well?
Yeah, not rentals. That may be the next step, but we definitely try bus stops and things of that nature, but it don't seem like no buses running on the weekend down here. They say because of COVID restrictions and things of that nature, but, you know, just like I said earlier, running out of options for sure.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, guys. No problem. Y'all have a good one. Running out of options. That seemed to be the sentiment. Running out of options here at the airport. I talked to another young lady. She said she was supposed to fly out on Monday to Newark, New Jersey, but she's not sure she's going to be able to get out. She didn't have a hotel room to go back to because all the hotels are full. She said the rental car companies were also without cars. And another person I spoke to said that they've tried to get a rental car, can't find one. There are a lot of people. Well, not a lot. Maybe I can probably count about 15 people in the airport on this level right now. And they're all having the same story. They're going to be stuck in the airport as Hurricane Ida comes ashore and runs through New Orleans. They said this is the only place they knew they could be because they had no other options. Live at Armstrong International, I'm Juan Kincaid, Fox 8, Local First. Back to you.
Well, I don't know if you can hear us, but I mean, it's incredible because literally we showed video from just a couple of hours ago of lines, hundreds and hundreds of people. Yeah. Literally, the airport looks like it just cleared out in a matter of a couple hours.
Did they all go home? Where did they go?
Well, for the people we've talked to, Kim and Lee, they're here in the airport. They're trying to find ways to just hunker down here, not knowing what their next move is going to be. Again, there are no rental cars available. The hotels are all full, and they have no way to get from point A to point B if they're going to find a hotel room. This place is almost like a ghost town. All the check-in gates, Delta, Spirit, American, they're all empty and they're all closed down. This airport is basically just a shelter for the people that cannot get out of here. And again, everyone we talked to a moment ago, they're all trying to leave on flights on Monday. And 3 other people we spoke to, they were trying to get back on Spirit. They've canceled those flights and haven't given them any idea about when their next flight will be. So they're kind of in limbo here, but at least they're inside the airport and can be safe in here. They have no other options though.
Scary though for those people. I mean, there's no restaurants open. There's nothing. As you said, a lot of windows there, you know. Stay safe if you're at the airport, for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Juan.
Let's go now check back in with Chief Meteorologist David Bernard for his latest updates.
Now, your Weather Authority forecast from David Bernard.
And if you weren't with us at the very top of the hour at 7, we did get the intermediate advisory in. No change on the winds, 105 miles per hour. We're having a terrible time with the hurricane hunters today. We've had multiple missions that have had to be scrubbed and they've had to turn around due to maintenance issues. And look, we want them to be safe. I'm just frustrated that we can't get this storm information. This is vital. And here we are 12 to 18 hours away from landfall. So hopefully they get back safe and we can get a plane in there later to give us a better idea of what's going on. Moving northwest at 16 miles per hour, 285 miles southeast of Houma. So the forecast remains the same, but remember tonight at 10, so in 2.5 hours, we'll get a brand new track in and a new intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center. From what I'm looking at tonight, I can't imagine anything's going to change that much. Yes, we've had a few little movements to the east, and look, there's the cone for Sunday afternoon for the landfall, and so it's possible that the landfall could be over here on the right side of the cone. It's still possible it could be over that way. The error rate, 12 hours from landfall. 12 hours from landfall, the error rate is about 25 miles. And 24 hours from landfall, it's about 40 to 50 miles. Well, we're inside that window now. We're in the 12 to 18 hour period. There's Sunday at 1 p.m. Here's the other problem we've been talking about. It's going to take 12 hours for the hurricane to go from near the coast to Baton Rouge. So there's 1 p.m., there's 1 a.m. We're going to have tremendous rainfall. And so unfortunately, we're going to have people flooding tomorrow and possibly into Monday as well. We just got to be prepared that this is going to be bad for a lot of us. Monday at 1 p.m., it's moving up the river and finally beginning to weaken and move away. Here are some of the computer models. I'm expecting new computer models in very shortly. I can't tell from this if this is the new run or not. That's how tightly clustered they actually all are. It's a little bit hard to tell if that's the new consensus model, if that moved or not. But nevertheless, if it did, not much has changed. You can see everything very tightly clustered from near Houma to the east and then to the west, and then Grand Isle to the east, with Port Fourchon kind of right there in the middle. And that's where the track is from the National Hurricane Center. And that consensus model goes right through Gramercy and Baton Rouge. And that's where our center line is currently located. Along and east of there, that's where the biggest impacts are. And that's where we're falling in southeast Louisiana. Here is a satellite picture this evening. And there's possibility that the eye is becoming even a little bit more defined. Certainly, we've got enormous thunderstorms going off in the south and western side of this particular hurricane. Here is the forecast track. All right, so at 4 p.m., the National Hurricane Center put out their new track, and the storm was right there. Now, you'll say, wait a minute, the eye's up there, but it's not necessarily that far off the track, because the satellite picture can look displaced, make the center look displaced from where the center is actually located. But nevertheless, it doesn't look like it's going more west than north. That's what we're saying. And the hurricane specialist I follow on Twitter, he was making the same observation. Now, in 12 hours, So at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's supposed to be right here. And if it ends up being over here, well, then we know that the storm is going to be coming in farther to the east for sure. If it's over here, it may be coming in a little bit more to the west. And this is 1 minute satellite imagery. We get these satellite images now every 60 seconds. It's incredible. So really we can have real-time analysis of what's happening with the storm. And because of that, that certainly helps to make up for the lack of Hurricane Hunter observations. Water temperatures over the Gulf right now, 86, 87 degrees, including the loop current, which is helping to make Ida even stronger tonight. Now, I've updated the when to be ready graphic. I've kind of gotten in a little bit closer to give you a little better idea. It was a little too zoomed out before, I thought. Remember, if you haven't seen this map before, this yellow area, those are tropical storm force winds. The red area are either strong tropical storm force winds, meaning 58 to 73 miles per hour, and or hurricane gust over 74. So here come the chance for sustained tropical storm force winds. Here we are. There's 6 in the morning. We're having a tropical storm at the coast. By 6 in the morning, we're sustained 39 miles per hour or stronger. So that's at 6 a.m. Then we'll stop it at noon. At noon, tropical storm conditions are spreading across Lake Pontchartrain. Hurricane conditions at the coast with possible hurricane force gusts approaching areas south of the city. So by late morning and then certainly by the afternoon, things are really bad with a full-blown hurricane in the bayou parishes, the river parishes, and that red area does extend into the city, the possibility of hurricane force gusts. And that's like what we had in Zeta. Had a lot of 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds. We've had a few gusts in the east over 100 miles per hour. I think here at Fox 8 we gusted between 90 and 100. And notice north of the lake in the afternoon, tropical storm conditions there and on the Gulf Coast. So notice the tropical storm force winds. Look how far they extend from the center, all right? The cone just tells us where the center is going to be. The impacts can extend way away, especially to the east, and that's why we have the tropical storm warning up also for the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And here's 4 a.m. Monday, still potentially a hurricane, a Category 1 as it moves through Baton Rouge, and so some of those parishes, the western end of the Florida parishes, may see hurricane conditions all the way into southwest Mississippi. Storm surge warning in effect for dangerous water levels. If you've been asked to evacuate, I certainly hope you have. Storm surge, this is one of the most dangerous ways, most risky ways that we lose lives during these particular storms. Now, this is a very broad brushed impact graphic, all right? Okay, just to kind of give you a flavor of what we're talking about. But for people in the immediate coastal parishes, we're looking at winds of over 100 miles per hour, high flood risk. Worst case scenario, surges are 10 to 15 feet. That's what the forecast is now west of the river, 10 to 15 feet. In the metro area, sustained winds 60 to 80 miles per hour, possibly gusting higher than that in some intense squalls. There is a risk of tornadoes, and the flood risk is very high for the East Bank and also for the West Bank. In the bayou and river parishes, sustained winds 80 to 100 miles per hour. Now, if you're in lower Lafourche, I just showed lower Lafourche and lower Terrebonne. That's the coastal areas. You're going to be stronger. But Category 1, Category 2 winds in the bayou and river parishes, extensive wind damage possible, high flood risk, and of course we have our tornado risk there as well. Moving north of the lake, we expect winds sustained 50 to 70 miles per hour, possibly gusting to hurricane force. The flood risk is high. And also we have our tornado risk, and on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, a surge of 7 to 11 feet is the current forecast. Flood risk very high there. We see the possibility of some really intense rain bands that could be setting up over these parts, including eastern St. Tammany Parish. Winds a little bit less of a factor on the Gulf Coast, but still nothing to sneeze at 40 to 60 miles per hour. On the radar, there's the mouth of the river. The first bands beginning to approach, and we're just now beginning to pick up what I believe to be the eye wall of Hurricane Ida, just now beginning to show up on radar, telling us that yes, this hurricane is indeed getting closer. Here's a satellite picture, so the radar can only see out that far like we were showing on the radar, but obviously the cloud cover we can see even more extensively than that, obviously with the satellites and that eye, guys, which looks like it's becoming even more defined. So there's a 7 o'clock advisory. It's 7:40 now. In 2 hours, the next big update will be coming just before 10 o'clock. But the satellite picture tonight is telling me that this storm is at least this strong, and it may actually be stronger than we're indicating here.
I mean, we don't have much to say just because obviously it's, concerning news for all of us watching right now.
No, it's tough. I mean, it's tough to have to sit here and say, look, we're going to have a bad thing happen tomorrow. We're going to have flooding, we're going to have storm surge, and we're going to have wind damage for parts of our area, and it's going to extend over a wide portion. I don't know what's going to stop this hurricane at this point in time from weakening. In fact, that's not the forecast. The forecast is for it to continue to strengthen as it approaches the coast. I know some people have been talking about Gustav because this is going to take a very similar track to Gustav. Gustav was weakening at landfall. So there's a big difference for a storm that's picking up steam moving into the coast and one that's weakening, and Gustav was bad enough.
Meaning just the energy the storm has?
That's right. The amount of energy that a storm has as it's ramping up is exponentially larger than one that is winding down.
Is there any chance this would be a 5?
I'm not going to go there. There's no indication on any of our intensity models we're seeing at this point in time that would happen, Kim. We even have some intensity models that show the possibility of storms increasing 35 to 40 miles per hour in a short amount of period. Those are registering, and they're showing it getting just to Category 4 intensity, which is what the forecast is right now. We have had a lot of things go wrong with intensity over the years, but right now we don't see that.
And that's it brings my next question too, is because, in the past I've heard people say, they're good with the track, but sometimes with the intensity they don't judge as well. Are they better determining the intensity of these storms, you think?
Not really. There's been some improvement. Just to give you some perspective, the 72-hour intensity error on a storm is 20 miles per hour. All right, so that's the difference. That's a category. That's the difference between you think it's going to be a 100-mile-per-hour storm and it ends up being a Category 3, 120-mile-per-hour storm.
So significant. Is right now, the way they're forecasting it, is it a weak Category 4? Would you call it?
I wouldn't ever put the word weak in front of any category.
But I mean, is it on the lower end of the
Category 4 starts at 130, and that is the forecast.
Okay, that answers the question. I definitely get what you're saying about the weak part, obviously.
All right, thank you, David. We'll check back in with you in a little bit.
Meantime, we want to go to Terrebonne Parish. We've been kind of traveling around the parishes, and we want to rejoin Caitlin Rust, who's live there.
Yeah, Lee, we left the evacuation site actually to take a look around town and see if anyone was out past the 6 o'clock curfew, and it's almost 2 hours past the curfew, and we're on Highway 24 right now. All the cars just kind of passed by, but there's some more coming up here. There's been a lot of people out and about on the roads. Even though the town itself is very quiet, all the stores are dark and boarded up, there's still clusters of cars coming through here past curfew, and that's not all right. The sheriff's office is out here patrolling, and they will pull you over if you are not evacuating or working. We were at the shelter a little bit earlier at H.L. Bourgeois High School. That's where they were putting people on buses to evacuate them to the Monroe Civic Center. When we left, they were still finishing up registering people and getting them on those last few buses. There are no shelters here in the parish right now. They are not taking any more people on the buses either. That has come to a close. That was the cutoff was 6 o'clock. EOC Director Earl Hughes told me earlier they were looking at around 450 people they were transporting, but they were prepared for up to 3,000. Right now, he estimates about 50 to 60% of the parish has evacuated. Those on the buses were able to get their pets on a transport as well. Although people are comforting each other, there are a lot of nerves right now. How are you feeling right now? Are you nervous?
A little, yeah. Because I don't know nobody in Monroe. And you know, whenever Katrina came in the Superdome, and that was just bad news all over the place. And I just don't want it to be like that in Monroe.
What about this storm made you think, oh no, I gotta get out of here?
So when I seen it was a Category 4, you know, when winds come behind Category 4s, and it's gonna touch down at a Category 4, you tripping. Oh no, can't do it.
And parish leaders are telling people to heed the warnings because, yes, this is a Category 4 and Terrebonne Parish is going to get it really rough. So anyone out on the roads tonight, they do run the risk of running into law enforcement and getting pulled over. So if you're out and about in Terrebonne Parish, you need to hunker down for the night. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. For now, reporting live from Gray, Caitlin Rust, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thanks so much, Caitlin. A big part of the flood protection system in St. Bernard Parish is actually closing right now.
Let's go live there to Natasha Robin.
And that's right, guys. The crew is here now, and they are preparing to close the gate here along Highway 46, the eastern end of St. Bernard Parish, you know, the vulnerable part of St. Bernard Parish outside of the hurricane protection system. This wall is going to close in just a few minutes here. Crews arrived a few minutes ago, and they put out the barricades blocking the roadway, and then the wall will close. Now, we have seen some people still getting their boats and equipment out of the lower end of St. Bernard Parish to protect them, put them inside of the flood protection system. They're parked all along Highway 46. That's the typical spot the parish allows them to park their belongings there. Of course, the parish president saying that we are expecting wind damage, and that is an area where during Zeta a year ago, which by the way is when this wall closed the last time, a lot of the property was destroyed there when the wind came through, and they are expecting that to possibly be an issue again. So we're seeing a lot of people park their belongings along Highway 46, but not as many as we typically see, and obviously because of what happened during Zeta last hurricane season. This wall should be closing here in just a few minutes. It does take a few minutes to get this going. And they close one side and then they'll close the other. But the entranceway into the lower end of St. Bernard Parish now closed off to traffic. The parish gave and the Southeast Flood Authority gave people as much time as they could to get all of their belongings out. And we are still seeing people come through the other side of the wall, still leaving. Even at this moment, we saw some boats come through just a minute ago. Parish President Guy McGinnis and parish leaders, Entergy representatives held a news conference just a short while ago. They say they are expecting a big hurricane to come through here. They're saying expect down trees, debris, down power lines, possibly flooded streets, very dangerous conditions. So they want people to get prepared. I know that we are coming up on the anniversary, which is tomorrow, of Hurricane Katrina, which happened 16 years ago. And we should point out this wall was not here 16 years ago. And we had a wall of water basically come into St. Bernard Parish, and the parish was destroyed. So a lot has changed. This very strong wall that so many people have put their faith in now expected to protect St. Bernard Parish on the other side of that wall. And I know a lot of people who left, they all said that they had a lot of confidence in this system, but they left because of the power outage. They left because of the possible flooded streets, possible water in homes, but that they were confident that this system would hold the water back. And they are getting ready to close it right now. You can see that's about to happen here. I think. This is a slow process. Obviously, I don't know the weight of this wall, but I'd imagine it's very heavy. As they're getting ready to close it. They did close the Carnarvon Wall, which runs around on Highway 39 it's really right at the St. Bernard Plaquemines Parish line. On the eastern side of Plaquemines Parish, there was a mandatory evacuation for that area of Plaquemines Parish on the east side, and they closed that wall just before this one. So that wall closed, we're told, around 6 o'clock this evening. And those workers came over here to close this side. We did have some Entergy representatives that were at the press conference a short while ago and kind of delivered some sombering news about if we lose power, which they are expecting. They say that people need to be prepared for 7 to 10 days without power. And they say restoration could take up to 3 weeks in some areas, depending on what unfolds here in St. Bernard Parish and in the affected areas. They did say, though, that they have 8,400 distribution personnel on standby. That's for the affected areas. And they also have 16,000 restoration team members that will be here. They're on standby, but they will come into the affected areas and immediately start restoring power. But obviously power outages, a big concern for parish leaders because they say they're almost certain that will happen when the winds get too high. But the debris and the downed trees, also a big concern. Parish President Guy McGinnis wants everyone off the roadway. That window, if it hasn't closed, it's very close to closing for people to leave the parish. And a lot of people have already evacuated, but there are a lot of people who have stayed. The sandbagging locations were very busy today as people went to get sandbags to protect their property.
And Natasha, we know this is
an indication that a lot of people were staying as well.
Natasha, we know this is a tedious process that is happening here at the floodgate. It doesn't happen very quickly, and we know they practice this, and they don't have to do it very often, so that is a good thing. But just talk about what happens when that floodgate is closed. You know, who's left? Who's below the floodgate that could be stuck? Or if they've chosen to stay, they're there for the duration.
So Kim, basically beyond this wall, there are few people that should be, no one should be here beyond this wall. But we do know that there are people, and the parish leaders say that they know who they are, that have chosen to stay behind, which is a very dangerous thing, and they really wanted everyone out. But the parish is very aware of the folks who are going to stay beyond this wall, and they will be checking on them. Fire Chief Tommy Stone at the news conference really wanted to let everybody know that the fire stations on this end of the parish beyond the flood wall, they're shut down. So there are no emergency personnel over on this side. Now there is a way to get across, and the emergency workers can use that if need be. They did tell us that search and rescue with the National Guard on standby for water rescues if needed. They're hoping not to have to use them, but if they are on standby if needed. So very few people should be on this side, but there are some, and the parish knows who those people are. Those folks, you know, they make a personal decision to stay, but the conditions outside of the flood wall and along the waterways become very serious. They're expecting a 7 to 11 foot storm surge on the lower end outside of the protection system, and that is very significant. Parish leaders are very worried about that. And of course, you know, a lot of people, the fishermen, there are businesses down here on this side with the fishing industry, and that is a big concern, because when the water comes up, they lose their property. They have to rebuild, and so whatever they haven't been able to get out, they will likely lose. You can see this wall shutting now. We have some movement. This side will close, and then they will do the other side. Highway 46 here in St. Bernard Parish, the wall, the Great Wall as we've called it many times, now closing. In St. Bernard Parish, Natasha Robin, Fox 8, Local First.
All right.
It's like watching paint dry.
It is, really.
Getting that wall to close, but like I said, you know, they really have to be careful, and it has to be exactly right for it to be closed really tightly. And it's always interesting to me to see on the other side, not south of it, but on the other side, all the boats and RVs that just line up along Florissant Highway, and it's just a little bit on the other side of the wall, and they're protected.
Thankfully,
so it goes to show that wall makes a huge difference.
The wall definitely makes a difference. David has some new models in, and he's going to update us on those in about 7 minutes. And he said there is, you know, something fairly important in that he needs to get across. He's analyzing everything right now, and again, in about 6 or 7 minutes, we'll have an update with those with that information.
Meanwhile, Olivia Vidal has been in Lower Plaquemines Parish. Earlier we talked to her. She said it really looked like a ghost town. We are hoping that is still the situation. Olivia, we understand you're in Buras?
Yeah, that's right, Kim Lee. Near a marina right outside of Buras, and since last time we spoke, just driving down Highway 23 to get to this point, it really is just like what you said, a ghost town. Hardly anybody on the road for miles. My photographer Tommy and I were the only vehicles on the roadway. We did see some sheriff's deputies pass us on the way, and just as a reminder for folks who are still in Plaquemines Parish or thinking about leaving at this hour, curfew is in place, started tonight, and will remain in place until tomorrow morning. Now, homes are boarded up. That's something we've noticed. Like last time we spoke, we saw those homes along the water with their hurricane storm shutters up. We noticed some homes and businesses boarded up as well. Businesses closed, for that matter, lights out. It is so quiet out here in Plaquemines Parish. The parish director of Homeland Security, Patrick Harvey, he says that's a good thing. It means residents are leaving the parish ahead of Hurricane Ida's landfall. Now, the parish is working on raising a portion of Highway 23 near the Jesuit Bend Canal. They're doing this in preparation for flooding on the roadway. He says the raised gravel road will allow for navigation of airboats if need be. Harvey also says the parish is putting extra rock on the Mississippi River levee near the refineries, about 5 miles of rocks. This is to make things easier to convoy vehicles post-storm. Now, I am noticing the wind is starting to pick up here a little bit. Right now, it's kind of a good thing. It's keeping the mosquitoes off of us for now, but that's just a sign that a storm is heading this way as this wind starts to pick up. So again, curfew is in place across Plaquemines Parish, dusk to dawn. So if you're one of the few people that are staying in Plaquemines Parish, you're in for the night. Harvey says he feels pretty comfortable with all the preparations that the parish has been making and putting in place over the last few days, the last week. He says that they feel good about things. He mentioned about those pumps. I know, Lee, you asked me about the 2 pump stations. He mentioned one pump station has all 4 of its pumps working. The other pump station, 3 of them are out with only 1 pump working. He says that is the Algiers side of Highway 23. The council is aware of those pumps being out, and residents in that area also have been made aware of the pumps being out. But he says it shouldn't pose as an issue should they see flooding. Both of those pump stations draw from the same canal, and that the other fully functioning station should be able to help remove water from the area if need be. But he says he's not too concerned about it at this point in time. Again, curfew in place for Plaquemines Parish. We'll check back in with you guys. We're making our way down Highway 23. Hopefully going to make it to the Venice Marina to check it out before the storm comes. I know once the storm does make landfall, this entire area will look completely different, but we'll touch base with you guys in a little bit. But for now, reporting in Plaquemines Parish, Olivia Vidal, Fox 8, Local First.
Yeah, once the storm makes landfall, she will not be at the Venice Marina because that is not a safe place to be.
People in Lower Plaquemines Parish, this is the drill. They've done this for years. You know, my husband grew up, we call it down the road. We don't call it Plaquemines Parish, we call it down the road. And they just evacuate. That's what they do. And very few people actually stay behind, and rightfully so.
All right, I can see David right over there on the weather computer looking at new models coming in. He's almost ready to give us a new update on what those mean for all of us.
So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with David Bernard right after this.